What if the anointed touch lies? Let's open the word, not twist it. This is exposing the leader. He got a Bible in his hand, but the fruit don't match. Built a kingdom of control with a holy mass. Talking truth, but he twisting the facts. If Jesus ain't master, then who got his back? You call it righteous, I call it deceit. You call him pastor, but I see the beast. This ain't no church, it's a throne of fear. We exposing the leader, the lies and hair. Said he the chosen, the only one woke. Painting all truth with control and smoke. Calls outsiders, the world family weak. If you don't bow down, then you ain't got peace. He twists scripture like a loaded tool. Use Paul's letters like a Pharisee rule. Telling women stay silent, men keep rank. But Christ broke chains, not building a tank. Ain't no freedom where obedience blind. Jesus healed the broken, he ain't break mine. You want fruit, then look at the vine. This one rotten, smelling like pride. He got a Bible in his hand, but the fruit don't match. Built a kingdom of control with a holy mass. Talking truth, but he twisting the facts. If Jesus ain't master, then who got his back? You call it righteous, I call it deceit. You call it pastor, but I see the beast. This ain't no church, it's a throne of fear. We exposing the leader, the lies in here. Forced marriages, polygyny play. Use the scripture to keep love at bay. Demanding loyalty, taking pay. But Jesus said give, not take away. Mocks the weak, shames the bold. Preaches grace, but his heart cold. Turns devotion into debt. Living large while you in regret. He preaches law, but walks in lust. Says obey me, who you gon' trust? Jesus taught with servant feet. This man walking like he on the scene. Yeah, the robe and beard don't make you holy. When the lost cry out while you rolling slowly. Can't love your neighbor if you silence doubt. You build walls where Christ broke out. He ain't Messiah, just a man with a mic. Using pain and fear to control your life. You ain't rebelled just cause you see clear. You're free in Christ, no chains here. He got a Bible in his hand, but the fruit don't match. Built a kingdom of control with a holy mass. Talking truth, but he twisting the facts. If Jesus ain't master, then who got his back? You call it righteous, I call it deceit. You call him pastor, but I see the beast. This ain't no church, it's a throne of fear. We exposing the leader, the lies in here. Christ is the shepherd. No more wolves in robes. Truth don't feel like. We're bringing it home.
Shalom, shalom. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. I hope y'all like that joint that just dropped by my brother Odell. My brother Odell dropped that joint. Listen, that's right. We're exposing the truth of all the lies, dispelling it all. You understand what I'm saying? Hope you guys like it, man. I'm trying to tell you that joint is a bop. He's got a whole album over there, y'all. Y'all need to go check that joint out. I promise you now. Y'all gonna add it to a playlist. You understand what I'm saying? Get you hype, get you fired up before you start to before you're ready to go hear some truth. So shout out to y'all real quick and salute to all the real here in Israel who shows up for the truth, man. I'm trying to tell you now, we got some things we gotta dive into, but salute to you all.
Carry on.
And carrying on, Major Pain. Now let's go ahead and get into this thing. You already know we got a couple things we need to uncover. Y'all know that it dropped a bombshell not too long ago. Brother Jordan, recently has been removed and kicked out from straight gay slave land over there with Kabeer. So Jordan and his family is out. We're going to unpack that here today. We're going to unpack that and more. We got some real serious topics and questions we got to unfold right now. And I think even the more so, we got to continue to apply pressure We got to turn up the heat even more. And we got to do that here right now on the War Sheet podcast, where, you know, here, light creates understanding. Understanding creates love. Love creates patience, and that patience creates unity. So let's get unified in the spirit, y'all.
Is the sheep preaching hate? It says, I'm not going to let the wolf eat me anymore. If the wolf comes in here, next time he comes in here, I'll do whatever I have to do to keep him off my back. Is the sheep violent or is the wolf the violent one? He wasn't teaching hate, he was teaching common sense. You know, somebody's knocking you over the head, stop him. Do whatever you have to do to stop him. You know, the ones that were knocking him over the head were afraid of the fact that he might swing back. So they said, now he's teaching hate, he's violent.
All right, y'all. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Let's start with some shout outs. For all my righteous alpha men, drop a ram in the chat for me, please. And all my elegant women who are exceptional, drop a sheep in the chat for me, please. We got a very special show here rolling out. You understand what I'm saying? But just as much as I'm important for the War Sheet podcast, listen, the chat room, you guys are extremely important and pivotal, especially when you're making your comments, especially when you're weighing in on your opinions as well. Whether you agree with my position or not, you still are a huge and major contributor, because that's what? If you disagree with something that I'm saying, I can be able to chew on that. And if I feel I need to correct it, I will. I promise you that. You know, so we hold each other feet to the fire, but also we will also contribute to hold others accountable. But our opinions matter here. I want to hear what you got to say. You understand what I'm saying? Same thing with the contributors that come on live, who provide information to be able to expose the truth within regards to this particular ministry. You understand what I'm saying? And other individuals who may be doing wickedness out here that we can be able to contribute and shed light on. You are all valuable pieces to the puzzle, honestly, to save a soul. Honestly, I really hope that you don't hold that back. You got a soul to save. If you have a beautiful testimony, you have a soul to save. Shout out to my brother, Timbo Slice. Brother Timothy, welcome in. Shalom to you as well. My brother, Charlie, bless you, my good brother. Welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Bless you and shalom, shalom. That was a fire album you put out, bro. That album was fire. You understand what I'm saying? Every song was hitting. Mama Joy, welcome in, Mama Joy. Great evening to you as well, and blessings to you. Shalom. My brother RT, shalom, shalom to you. Thank you for coming on and joining us yesterday. Bless you and shalom, shalom. Sister Angelica, welcome in. Bless you in your master's household. Bless you in your husband's home. Shalom, shalom to you as well, and blessings. Seasons to Journey, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Brother Weaver, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Bless you and shalom. My mother, Mama Shay, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Bless you and shalom, shalom. Sister Lala, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Bless you and shalom. I've been listening to these songs all last night. Listen, them joints is rocking. Yes, absolutely. I had them on repeat. Yeah, absolutely. Tearing down this so-called man of Yah, this idol that they've made him to be. And at some point, those who are a part of Straitway contribute to that idolization of a Dow house. You understand what I'm saying? It's no longer a powerhouse. You know what I mean? That thing now is crumbling. It's crumbling from its foundations. The foundational pieces that were once the house of Dow have been removed. We got Becker, foundational piece, Bell, foundational piece, and many more who have been removed, who have left, who have fled that seeking ship, who have voted with their feet. You understand what I'm saying? Bless you. Bless you. Welcome in. I don't want to butcher it. Pharaoh, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing, Fisher. But Fruitown is always good song. Absolutely. Mama Clay, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Bless you and shalom, shalom. Matter of fact, all the songs that were put out are good. Nothing but the truth. Absolutely. I second that. I touch and agree. Bless you and shalom. Welcome in. Brother Yoga, my brother. Big dog, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Brother Z Manning, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Brother Yehuda, welcome in. Shalom, Ak. Welcome in. Shalom to you as well, Ak. Shalom, shalom. Welcome in this thing. Good to see you in this thing. Brother Angelo, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Brother Reggie, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Good to see you in this thing. The Honorable Pastor Rufus, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Shalom and blessings to you. Sister Karen, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Shalom to you as well. Hallelujah. Sister Vivian Gray, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Good to see you in this thing. Sister Rose, good to see you in this thing. Shalom, shalom. Shalom to you all, man. Let's get this ball rocking and rolling. My thing is this, y'all. I really want to say this. For the people who are still a part of Straitway, you need to tune in. You understand what I'm saying? And I know that you probably, sick of hearing that we're beating down the doors of the Dowell house and we're beating down the block. And listen, the foundations are crumbling. That we got Dowell in a tizzy. He's all nervous. He's sweating. He's jumping out of bed early in the morning, first thing. Still got his PJs on. Ain't brushed his teeth. You don't understand what I'm saying? Breath stinking, kicking, dragging people to make a video to get ahead of the story. You know what I mean? We got this man sweating his dang edges, right? And his hairline out. Got this man out here sweating, man. He's running. Didn't even brush his teeth yet, y'all.
Don't see what I got in the house tonight.
Trying to tell you, breath kicking. The first thing he do is make a video about the recent events that took place.
Man, what's wrong with that breath? I can smell it over here. Reggie, your breath is so stink, people look forward to your farts.
Didn't waste no time, y'all. You got to know when somebody starts to feel real nervous about things, but we have to have an understanding as well that a lot of people are still a part of this and tied to this ministry that don't really understand what the truth really is, but they watch and they don't care to hear. You got to know, y'all, that there's a level of bewitchment, a level of witchcraft that has come over the people. I'm actually really baffled. I don't know what to expect. I'm not too sure as to why, but it just seems like these people are under some sort of trance and they're so dedicated and motivated to please the house of Dowell. You understand what I'm saying? That they're willing to sacrifice their very freedom in order to do so. Now, my thing is this. I'm looking to prove a point right now that this ministry is built like the Game of Thrones. This ministry is built where Dowell's at the helm. He has self-proclaimed himself to be king. Rather, he wants to profess it or not with his mouth. And though he alluded to himself being a king within Straitway, rather he wants to step into that role and actually admit that that's what he's made himself to be. I'm here to prove to you why this is true. I'm here to show you some things you can think about, right? That you should consider in regards to that position. Not only that, we got some questions, yo. We got some real questions. I want you guys to think about it as we move through this live stream today and we go from point to point. We're going to go over some scripture too, y'all. I want you guys to think about a couple things, not only some things that I have to say, but I got an 8-minute clip here that I want you guys to watch that I thought was profound in what this young lady had to say in regards to things. You understand what I'm saying? And how much the parallels of the situations line up. Give us a better understanding and hopefully wake up a lot of the individuals who are still lullaby to sleep, who are still sipping the Kool-Aid of straight gay ministries, right? And still not understanding our culture. Because if we look at the historical facts of our culture, listen, we can learn from them because history is the best teacher. I want us to think about this because before the children of Israel, before they were enslaved in Egypt, what was the culture like? If we read about it over in Hebrews, if we read about it over in Exodus, if we read about their walk and what they went through, right? Let's back it up some more. You know what I mean? Let's back it up before they actually were enslaved. Let's read about it over in Genesis 37 through 50. Take your time out to go and check that out, where Joseph kind of take the reins and took power. Let's go read about the history, right? Over in Exodus. You can read about it, Exodus 1 through 11 through 14. You can read about it in a lot of different spots where before we actually were enslaved as a people, the children of Israel, before we were enslaved in Egypt, the Pharaoh acting at that time did not have us enslaved. But through fear, the next Pharaoh that was arisen, the next Pharaoh that rose up, put the children of Israel into bondage through fear. It wasn't through anything else. It wasn't, they were voluntarily working with the people of Egypt because they were left desolate. Okay. There's resources, but all dried up, and they needed resources. They needed help. So they went to Egypt, to the Pharaoh, and they worked with him, not for him. They were not slaves for him. That's how it started off. It started off as an agreement, not a slavery type of situation. But the moment the next Pharaoh rose to a position of power, those same children of Israel were enslaved. We can read about it all throughout Exodus. You understand what I'm saying? They were enslaved through fear. And what is Dowell pushing right now, along with the rest of his cronies, Corey, Muir, Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila? They are all pushing the Essene doctrine, something that is demanded and controlled by fear. So if you feel like that you're not a slave now, get yourself ready. Buckle up your seatbelt. You got your whole entire family on a precipice. You're right there on the brick of a switch. And that switch is going to be very drastic to your livelihood, to your life, period. And it's already taken a toll, but you don't feel the effects just yet because you have not yet been falsely accused of any crimes. You haven't been put off the land. You understand what I'm saying? But once that does take effect, guess what? You're going to lose everything. And through fear, you will be enslaved. Through fear, you will be indoctrinated. Same way that you are being indoctrinated now, through fear. If you even communicate with someone else who has a different perspective than Dowell, then guess what you're going to be doing? You're going to be removed expeditiously and handed an excommunicado. That is ruling with an iron fist, ruling based on fear. I want us to take a listen as to what this young lady had to say real quick before we roll into our next few topics. I got a clip here. And then my brother Mike also dropped something that I really feel like we need to listen in on as well. I really do feel like we need to go over this before we actually head into the main thing, to peeling back the layers of the truth. Let's take a look at what she had to say. I thought the perspective was a really good perspective, y'all. Yeah, you know, this is going to be pretty interesting. Let's go ahead and listen in.
So intimidated by you that they think that the next best thing to do is to gang up on you or to gather a bunch of people to come behind them to help them out. Because they think that if they get enough manpower, enough people, that they'll successfully be able to destroy you, not knowing that the Holy Spirit and God is with you, and no weapon that's formed against you shall be able to prosper in the mighty name of Jesus. And they can't understand that, because even individually, when they try to come against you, because you know it's always that one ringleader, it's always the biggest narcissist. And even when that person tried to come up against you, they realize, like, oh my God, like none of the attacks that I'm doing against them, none of the times that I tried to embarrass them, none of the situations that I purposely put them in to try to destroy or discourage them has ever worked. So the next best thing is to try to get more people, more followers, more flying monkeys to try to come up against this person so that they can be overpowered. But the thing is that it doesn't matter if they bring 50, 100, 200 people. None of these people will be able to successfully destroy you because the Holy Spirit is backing you. And they hate that because they think that in any other situation, they would be able to win. In any other situation with any other person, these attacks would have been destroyed that person. They would have been set that person back a couple of years, a couple of days. But for you, it's always like a catapult situation. It's always like what they try to do to set you back just makes you leap forward faster than they wanted you to even leap for it. It's like everything that they use against you, you use it to get more strength. And then you go to that next level in your life with that new strength, with that new wisdom. So everything that they try to do against you is ultimately turned around for your good, for your strength, for your next part of your journey. And so they think that if they can get 50 people, 5 people, a couple of more people to get into this situation, that you're going to be intimidated, that you're going to falter and fall and be destroyed. But really, it should be a compliment to you because they realize that on their own time, in their own willpower, they cannot destroy you. The attacks that they were trying to use against you when they were on their own, they weren't working. So now they need to get 5 more people, 10 more people, because they see that these things are not working. So you should be complimented in knowing that God favors you so much that it does not matter how many people they get, they will still not be able to successfully set you back, successfully destroy you. The only thing that the ringleader was able to successfully do is to get more people to become your fans and more people to fail and basically more people to spread out the karma that they were going to originally get by themselves. See, these people, they knew, the followers, should I say, they knew that you had done absolutely nothing wrong to this person. They knew deep down in their heart that the person that they were backing was the one who was in the wrong the whole time. But because they lacked a backbone, but because they were so intimidated by the ultimate, the greatest narcissist, the ringleader, they decided that it would just be easier to go along with them rather than to stick up for what's right and do what's right and not become a flying monkey, a follower to somebody who was doing evil. But like I said, they didn't have the backbone to stand up to that person. So they're like, it's better if I'm in a group anyways, because these are weak people who need that group. They need a ringleader because they don't know what else to do without that guidance, basically. And so these people just spread it out, the karma. They spread it out, everything that was going to originally be for that ringleader, that narcissist. Now it's got to hit them because they stood by and allowed this thing to go on. They are the ones who helped facilitate the traumatization. They are the ones who facilitated the situations, the circumstances that they tried to use to attack you. And so they wanted to become a tool to the narcissist. And now karma has to touch all of these people who tried to originally harm you, when all the while they could have saved themselves a bunch of karma by just doing the right thing in the first place. But their backbone was non-existent. And so they just went along with the thing just to get along with that narcissist. And the reason why I say fans is because these people, not only did they know you did nothing wrong, but they were behind closed doors. They were intrigued by you. They were actually knowing that you were special. They already seen the light within you, but they chose to go against that light because they were also intimidated. And instead of having that backbone and saying, no, that's not right, we don't need to gang up on this person, we don't need to try to come up with plans against this person, they said, oh, okay, yeah, that sounds good, because that made them feel empowered because they're so weak. They felt empowered by being in a group. They thought that, yeah, for sure, this person has always intimidated me. So if I get up into a group to go against them, then hey, it's a win-win situation. I'm in a group and I don't have to stand on my own 2 feet, and we can finally destroy this person. Every time that they would try to come up with these different plans against you to try to set you up, they always thought that they were just 10 steps ahead of you, not knowing that God was 1,000 steps ahead of them. And he was giving you downloads as to how to avoid these situations. He was already letting you know that this one person was a hater, and that they were getting these people against you. And sometimes these people will try to make it seem like these are more friends in a friend group and we're all going to be kumbaya. But you already knew in your heart of hearts, and the Lord had already told you that these were just more people that they were using to go against you. And so you were just basically like, okay, I see what's going on here. This is y'all trying to gang up on me. And so I'm going to avoid this situation and that situation. I'm not going to hang out at this time. I'm not going to be around this group. Okay, if you want to hang out with me individually, all right, we can make something happen. But this whole group situation is not going to work. I mean, eventually you ended up cutting off the ringleader, the narcissist, but at the same time you already knew that these were not no new friends that you were supposed to get along with. You knew that these were additional enemies, additional fans that God was going to use to promote you. And so you were just looking for the right time to cut off everybody. And that means everybody, their friend's friend, who was their friend's friend. You cut everybody off because at the end of the day, you already seen it. God already showed you that these people were using more numbers, more people to try to come up against you. But as you know, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. And that is why they always fail. What the narcissist thought was a power move, getting all these people against you, was actually a power move on your behalf, because at the end of the day, you already knew that these people were not going to succeed in the destruction of you, and that it's actually quite crazy that they needed all these people to go against you. It actually empowered you even more to let you know that you are really a warrior in the spirit, that these people had to gang up on you like that. It's actually quite flattering to know that it takes more than one, and even more than 5, 10, 11. It takes more than everybody, because who can be against you when God is for you? And so it ultimately made these people feel even dumber. That's why the power move failed, because at the end of the day, y'all start looking even stupider, because even with all of the people, you still fail. So yeah, they're going to fail, continue failing. And not only that, but now these people are going to have to experience the karma that is coming upon them for facilitating the setups, facilitating all of the attacks against you. Now they have to see that same karma that the narcissist is going to see and was always going to see. So now they just kind of added themselves to a karmic situation that is never going to turn out for their favor, but it's actually going to boost you up. It's also going to increase your faith, increase your strength, because at the end of the day, when these people rise up against you, you knew that the person that was going to be your rock in the situation against all of these people was the Most High God. So you were strengthening your relationship with him and learning more stuff and learning how to allow your gut feeling, the Holy Spirit, to guide you and make sure that you're safe at all times. So yeah, these people are always going to be losers, and they always going to look stupid in the end, because it don't matter how many people they bring up against you, you will always win in the mighty name of Jesus. Chosen one.
All right. In the mighty name of Yeshua, of Yahweh. Yes, that is what it is. And I got to tell you guys, there's so many who have fell victim to this, who fits this description. You got so many who stood up for righteousness and tried to correct something that they saw wrong, right? In which those were banding against them. You know what I mean? We're banding against them and fighting for wickedness, when some knew within their own heart, within their own spirit, that the whatever that you were standing for was the righteous thing to stand for. But guess what? Status quo will always win amongst weak people, amongst people with no real conscience, who do not understand self-autonomy, who do not understand how to have true grit, who how to stand against the status quo. It's the same situation with the apple and the banana. The social experiment that took place, where everybody who was involved in it, once they saw the banana, they were to say it was an apple. And the one who they were experimenting on was the only one who's completely oblivious of the experiment. They showed the card to everybody who knew, and they all called the banana an apple. And they finally showed it to the person who's being experimented on, and he saw that same banana, heard what everybody else had to say in regards to that banana and it being an apple instead of a banana, and he called it a banana. But what if all of you, same as myself, stood up and said, all of y'all are crazy, all of y'all have lost your minds, that is a banana, that is not an apple? What type of society will we live in? Will you see a society or a group of people who may be yes men, who are going along to get along regardless on it being wicked or evil? You know what I mean? And they just go with it. Why? Because like sheep that are led to slaughter, they don't want to be taken. They don't want to be ostracized. The feeling of rejection is too much for them to bear. Some of them even self-delete because of rejection. You understand what I'm saying? Because weak people bring about hard times. This is how you get so many different people who are falsely accused, false accusations. But that brings me to my next point here. My thing is this, right? I recently was arrested. Yeah, that's right. And I was pulled over. For speeding. You understand what I'm saying? You know, when you're traveling on the road, you don't think about how fast you may be going. You're just traveling from point A to point B. And that's kind of sort of what I was on. I wasn't really thinking about how fast I was going during that time. So I fell in the speed trap and I was pulled over. He asked me for my driver's license. I complied. I gave it to him and I was very cooperative. I just didn't have time for anything else other than cooperation and peace. He ran my name and something popped up. Something that I've never even heard of. He asked me to step out. I got handcuffs put on me, y'all. And this officer was pretty cordial. He was pretty cordial. At first, when he first approached, I thought we were going to have a problem. I thought we were. I thought, you know, he came and gave me some energy that was like, oh man, this dude, man, he might be a little bit one of those guys with a stick up his rear end. That day I had on my shirt with the Jesus is King. You understand what I'm saying? On my shirt and things like that. He asked me to step out the car. I stepped out the car. And he's like, hey, I'm going to have to put handcuffs on you for my safety. He's like, hey, I'm running this. I'm trying to verify the information on this. And somehow something popped up that said that I was involved in a assault, a felony assault type of situation on a family member. And I'm like thinking, I've never been arrested for any sort of felony assault. I've never been even in a fight with someone to where police were called and I beat somebody and they had proof and evidence as to where I harmed them. I've never even heard of this thing. So by the time he brought me over to his squad car, he put me in the front seat, right, of the vehicle. And he started to show me because I had to see what was going on. He started to show me. He said, yeah, this is what they're saying. I'm like, you know what? Immediately, what I said was this. I said, wow, I've never heard of this before. This is my first time ever hearing about this. He's like, yeah, it says that's you, right? He showed me my picture. He showed me it was my name, my date of birth. I looked at that and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, all right. I'm like, you know what? I told the officer, I said, you know what? I'm ready to go right now. Take me in right now. No, you know, I was like, let me speak to her first. I had a young lady with me. I was like, listen, let me speak to her real quick first. And then I'm ready to go right now. Take me in right now. Because I'm not too sure what's going on here. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm about to go figure it out. So I'm ready to go. Let's go. Take me in. He said, well, listen, I'll help you out as much as I possibly can. You understand what I'm saying? I will do the best that I can. I'm like, okay, well, I understand what you're telling me. But the moment that I hit them doors, I'm not going to even be able to grab a beer with you afterwards. It's all up to me once I hit them doors to figure this thing out. But I appreciate you. Thank you. So we had a conversation and he started to take me over to the police station. And as we're going, you know, we're having small talk, small conversation. And as we're going, I begin to, you know, pray to the Father in my mind. And as I'm doing that, you know what I mean? I'm asking him for the protection and for the strength and things like that to walk in his integrity and power, whatever it may be. And I'm already in my mind accepting my fate. I've already received that I am going to be going through booking. I'm going to be going there for a while. I ain't no telling how long it's going to take. Listen, I'm not looking to waste no money. I'm going to sit this thing out, fight it, whatever I need to do. We're going to do it. We're going to get this thing done. I've already accepted my fate in my mind. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm asking the Father to protect me and guide me. As we're going, literally, the officer got a phone call. He got it over the radio. He said, they said, hey, we're too full. We might not be able to take them. He's like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, just let me know. He's like, listen, you've been cool with me. You've been cordial. You know what I mean? I like your demeanor. I like the way you're doing. Listen, if they can't take you, I'm just going to cut you loose. Now, think about this, y'all. This is a felony assault. I don't know anything about this. I don't know how it got there. I have no clue on who did it and why, right? And this is a felony assault. He says, if they come back again and say that they don't have the space, I'm going to cut you loose. And I'm like, Father, please. They came back and said it again. Hey, yeah, we don't got the room for him. He's like, oh, okay, let me go and pull over here. Give her a call real quick. I was on my way out to Austin. And we're going to come and then I'm going to cut you loose right now. I'm going to let you go. And he's like, you're going to have to figure this out, though, because obviously you don't know what's going on here. He's like, do you know a guy named Travis McClain? I'm like, no, never knew of Travis McClain. I don't have any family members named Travis McClain. I don't know what's going on. He's like, yeah, you got to go figure this out. So immediately he cuts me loose, right? This is a 1% chance out of what? 1,000 that this would ever take place and happening. You understand what I'm saying? The officer cuts me loose. He lets me go. And I go and I'm listen, thanking the Father, praising Yah. He's like, God bless you. You know what I mean? God bless you. Figure this thing out because you might not meet another officer that's like me. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm like, yeah, I might not get one like you again. So spiritual attacks, trying to overcome and overthrow. You understand what I'm saying? And sometimes those spiritual attacks will try its best, but no weapon that is formed against you shall prosper. And before the midst of the king, every knee shall bow. Every tongue shall confess. If it's wickedness afoot, listen, faith, accepting your fate unto death even. You understand what I'm saying? Accepting your fate. Receiving that the Father will protect you, guide you, and lead you. I remember when I was telling my testimony in that tabernacle that one day where Dowell cut me off midway. And I believe that Becker was absolutely upset about that because I'd never thanked Straitway Truth Ministries. I never thanked Pastor Dowell. I never thanked anyone that was a part of that ministry for the things that the Father brought me through, that the Most High Yah brought me through. But every year during Passover, for some reason, they want to have a uplifting or praise or a exhortation of Straitway Truth Ministries and Pastor Dowell. Everybody going up there thanking Pastor Dowell, thanking Straitway, thanking this and that, and exalting a ministry and a man, where here's me stepping up there, standing up there and exalting the Most High Yahweh and not even mentioning a ministry, just the individuals he sent to me to help me along my journey. Understanding that the Father is the one who's going to strengthen you. You understand what I'm saying? The spiritual attacks are real, and the weapons that are formed against you will not prosper. Your faith is what matters. My faith during that time is saying, I accept my faith for what it is, but Father, protect me and guide me. You understand what I'm saying? I'm ready. Moved mountains. But he said, what? If you have faith, but what? Of a grain of mustard seed. Of a grain of mustard seed, your faith. And I'm learning afterwards that my mother was praying. That the young lady that was there, she was praying. Both head covering. Praying. Asking for these devils to flee. Repenting for anything that was done wrong. And he moved. He moved in the favor. Have faith. Have faith in the Most High Yah. They can't stop us. They cannot stop us, regardless on how they feel about it. We're still producing truth. And there's something major here. Honestly, when it comes to the situation, right? And we're going to move on to the topic here. When it comes on to when it comes to the situation with Jordan and the way that things transpired and took place, you guys have to understand something here. That just as this young lady was stating, just as she was saying, that karma, that judgment would spread out amongst the people. It's not just going to be Dowell who's on the hot seat. It's going to be all of you. In which, of course, Jordan made a particular video in mocking prayer. You understand what I'm saying? Now, my thing is this. We all were under a great delusion at one point. We all were biting in the fruit of lies. And when you're on the opposite squad, what do? You're going to stick with your squad. You're going to run with your crew. You're going to do what you got to do to prove yourself, your loyalty. And that's what he did. We exchanged shots. He made his video. I made mine. But I'm not ever going to harbor a ill will towards him in regards to the decision that he made, because I was once in the position. I was once that guy. I was once a guy who could have made the same mistake. You understand what I'm saying? But it don't mean that I'm not going to get back. I'm glad that the brother has left. I'm glad the brother saw the truth and he woke up. Listen, but it's disheartening to know that a man who was that loyal and committed to a cause, you got to understand that this man, brother Jordan, went to jail for Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila. He went to jail for him. He arrived and execute missions for him. The level of loyalty that came from this brother to Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila and Pastor down in Straitway Truth Ministries and their program, that loyalty. What did it get him? What did it gain him? What did it afford him? What did he get from any of it? From showing himself to be worthy. Listen, from putting his neck on a line and actually talking trash to everybody. Now he's finding himself eating the same words that he put out. Now he has to eat those very words because of the simple fact that his loyalty gained him nothing. It gained him $1,200 and an excommunicado. Barely had any real patience for the brother. Listen, my thing is this. If you think that you're not next and you couldn't be on that same situation, listen, that brother showed that he was loyal to these individuals, to these people with the elitist mindset. You got to understand what took place when Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila showed up on the scene. And what took place, right? That was the catalyst. Kabeer, Jordan, Ryan standing in court together, right, with Priest Baldwin, who introduced the Iron Man, the Iron Man doctrine to Straitway Truth Ministries, who introduced it to Kabeer. Standing in that courtroom, that was the catalyst. That was the catalyst of what you're seeing here today, in a valued effort to enslave everyone who's associated with Straitway Truth Ministries. And I'm going to prove that here today, that that's what they're looking to do. And I'm going to continue to prove it time after time after time. I don't care what Dowell says. This is what your goal is. That was the catalyst. Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila introduced the elitist mindset to Dowell. Dowell received that elitist mindset, the foundation, enslaving those who are sojourning amongst them, who are Israelites, who are Hebrews, which is totally against the book, completely against the will of the Most High Yah. And I'm going to prove that here today. It's against the will of Yah. The Father's will is for you not to enslave your people, the people of Israel, Hebrews, those who keep the law, statutes, and commandments. His will is not for you to enslave them or to treat them as slaves. Listen, his will is for you to allow them to prosper, to grow, to be successful, to have legacy, to leave behind legacy, to have inheritance rights for their children and so on and so forth. That is his true goal for each and every last one of you. They are essentially stripping that away. Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila introduced the elitist mindset to Dowell. He had no way on understanding how, but now, as you can see, Dowell has built himself an empire, a kingdom full of individuals who have no inheritance. That is modern day slavery. And how did we start out in Egypt back in those times? If we read about it in Exodus, guess what? We ran out of resources. And then that new Pharaoh came on the scene and enslaved all of Israel. Before, they didn't feel it was slavery. Before, it didn't feel like they were enslaved. Before, they were actually truly outwardly professing to be in bondage. Before that took place, they didn't feel they were actually slaves. They didn't think that they were, until that new Pharaoh came around and he started cracking that whip. And then that's when they were like, okay, we're definitely slaves now. It's never going to appear to be what it truly is in the beginning. Somebody who's going to be wise enough to say, listen, I need you to serve my house for decades, for generations to come. Listen, they're not going to make it very obvious to you that you sold yourself into slavery. In fact, they're going to be like Satan, and they're going to work their mischief and try their best to make you believe that, oh, all of this is fine. Everything is perfect. You understand what I'm saying? That's what they're going to do. They're not going to make it like obvious that you're in bondage. You understand what I'm saying? So since they won't make it obvious, they're going to make it very deceptive. It's going to feel like you're serving Yah, but truly you're not serving Yah. You're serving a man and you're building his household, right? Y'all have heard it before. Y'all need to hear it again.
I sold my soul to the devil. I know it's a crappy deal. Lisa came with a few toys like a Happy Meal.
Selling your soul to Satan and boasting about it and saying that, hey, I can drive an AMC. I was driving down here in a four-wheeler, brand new. I was on the land doing this and that and the third, but never speaking about nothing spiritual, bud. Not even talking about spirituality and how he grew spiritually, how he became less of a hardened man, a slave driver when he's on these projects with these brothers talking to him like trash, kicking them in their rear end and forcing them to do things, right? Not forcing. Let me take that back. Let me extract the word forcing. Demanding, because they willingly did it. Demanding them to do it harshly. When we know what we should be doing as a people, right? But still selling your soul. I'm not worried about it. You know what I mean? When it comes to us over here, I believe truthfully that we have done a lot of damage to the house of Dowell, to the foundations of the house of Dowell. Those who they wish to exhort. Listen. Yeah, we done a lot of damage, y'all. Let's get into this next clip real quick. I want to go ahead and let's jump into this thing, because I got a few things that we need to really go over. Let's pull this up. And my thing is this, right? It's sad. It's just a sad situation how people sell out and they don't understand that they're selling their soul. You're selling your very soul, because you got to compromise your integrity. You got to compromise your integrity in the Father, and then you're stuck serving a man. You're stuck serving and in servitude to impress a man, and he's giving you the desires of your heart. Let's listen in as to what Bro Mike had to say in regards to a situation here. All right, I think this is pretty parable, right? We need to hear this. Let's get it.
Hey, folks, people, men, old men, young men, especially one man in particular, young man. Where's your mother's wrongful death? For your mother's wrongful death settlement? Where's your money? Where's your compensation? Charles Dowell got it, didn't he? What did he tell you? What did he tell you? Let me guess. Hold on. Oh, this one sure hurts my heart. What did he tell you? To even think about this, because ain't nobody gonna speak up and say something. That's why I say stuff. Ain't nobody else gonna say nothing about this, about a lot of things. What did he say? Something along the lines of, you're gonna be mighty in the kingdom. You're gonna be blessed in the kingdom. You're gonna get your reward in the kingdom. Is that what he told you? Something like that. You're gonna be an elder one day, brother. Then he give you the keys to that fast car that you drive it around with your wife. What did he tell you? What did he tell you to con you out of that money? Charles Dowell, the leader of the Straitway Truth Ministries. What's the truth? How he conned you out that money, brother? And where are you at, Kabeer? I mean, I call you Elder Kabeer. You're not a real elder, but you got the title. You got all this finance knowledge. You got a degree. You had a company. I don't know if you still got it. And you are Charles Dowell's financial advisor. You're making his money, make money for him. It's not his money, it's other people's money. That's how he got it. I mean, how do you build a mansion? You ain't had a job in 30 years. How do you drive a $100,000 vehicle? And people tell me you got several vehicles that cost $100,000. You got vehicles that cost a lot of money, and you haven't worked in 30 years. I know how you do it. You do it like the rest of them. You con the people out of it. You use religion, you use the Bible. But back to Elder Kabeer, how come you didn't advise Brother Brett on handling that money, that settlement for his best interest? And then if you did it as a business transaction, then that would be, your fees would apply. Well, they shouldn't if he's a brother, but, helping out a brother, whatever. Where you at? Kabeer, how come you haven't used your financial advice for anybody except Charles Dowell? How come you haven't set these communities up? We had to talk about that. And
now, one thing I want to say about that question, that was a great question, bro, Mike. Why haven't you used it to help benefit Israel? Why haven't you used the knowledge, right? Why have you allowed people to go and not register their children? Why have you allowed people to hang on to that doctrine and not educated them afterwards as to what the options are and to how to effectively allow them to live life almost as normal? You understand what I'm saying? On how to be able to make provisions for them who are not registered. But you preach and teach it. You taught them. You put this I man doctrine out there, but you have not poured into the saints within Straitway. When I came and I spoke to Kabeer about options in regards to strengthening the community, strengthening the people of Straitway, and understanding that regardless on if you have a Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila in your camp or not, listen, you still can wield the power yourself. You just need to set yourself up and put yourself in the right position. Guess what he did? Guess what type of response I was getting? When I spoke to him about the power of trust and having multiple trustees within a trust and the power of numbers within a trust, do you know what this man was talking to me about? He said, well, how does that help me? How does that help me? That's what he asked. He said, how does that help me? By all measures, right? A rich man, a man who has whatever he feels he needs, a foundation that is being fed literally off the backs of the saints right there in Straitway, straight gay slave land. Listen, I got what I need. So how does that help me? Is the question he had for me. And I had to immediately correct him like, no, it's not for you. It's for the saints. It's for the saints to understand the power of numbers, the power of trustees within a trust, right? And distributing that power amongst a board of trustees and the beneficiaries being protected within that trust, because courtrooms are affected by trust, whether you like it or not. You understand what I'm saying? Foundations cannot move a courtroom the same way a trust can move a courtroom. But guess what? His conversations is about preeminence. He wants his wives to be strictly, completely and totally reliant on him, so he can obtain full preeminence to treat them however he wishes to treat them. If they wish to leave, they would know that they were leaving with nothing. You understand what I'm saying? And so, since he's such a hardened man, guess what? Since he's such a selfish individual, self-centered, self-focused, self-driven, as the rest of those leaders there are in Straitway, his only concern is what? How does that help me? Forget about the people. Forget about the people who need protection, who need safety, especially when it comes times of turmoil, when it comes to times where we're going to need this paperwork to help keep us safe, right? For the time being. Who will prolong Israel, who will allow us to survive for a bit longer. You understand what I'm saying? Forget about them, those who don't have a Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila. How does it help me in my household? How does it help me impress Dowell more? How's it help me strengthen Dowell more, strengthen his foundations more? How's it help me? That's the question I received during that conversation. And I quite honestly, I was offended. I was offended because it's almost discrediting what the people needed. It discredited the need. The need, what he wanted in life outweighed the need of many. So I was a bit offended, and I was discouraged by that part of the conversation because I knew what would actually help, but I knew it wasn't going to help Kabeer personally. You understand what I'm saying? So that was a beautiful point that was made. Similar conversation. You got to understand, when you're under a tyrannical rule, the leadership around you, listen, they all are wicked. And you got to understand what level of concern that it is. If you had a real leader, right, who led by example, guess what? Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila would have a heart for the people. He wouldn't have a heart for himself. He would have a heart for the people. He would think about and consider their position. Even if he was a man who was selfish and self-centered, guess what? That would be trained out of him, especially over the years that he claims that he loves Dowell so much and he wants to be like Mother Carol in the back. And, he wants to, do whatever for inflation, whatever it is. All of these things that he claims when it comes to Dowell.
I just want to let Pastor Pat, I love you. You gave me life. You gave me life.
If he gave you so much life, why hasn't he taught you? Since your daddy, since your Papa Dowell gave you so much life and you love him so much, why hasn't he taught you selflessness? It's because he himself is selfish, self-centered, self-absorbed, self-focused. That's the reason why a lot of you individuals in Straitway are idiots. Now, don't get offended when I say you're idiots. You understand what I'm saying? Because the idiot is the lack of knowledge, not the lack of intellect. Okay. You lack the knowledge to efficiently run your home. You lack the knowledge on how to truly stand in the courtroom. You lack the knowledge on how to build your communities to where you're protected and guarded by trust. All of these things that they're familiar with, you lack the knowledge of. These leaders know. Your leaders know how and how powerful a trust foundation is. They know how it is, but they choose to lead with a foundation. You know why? Because foundations are something that keeps them in preeminence. If they were to switch it, drop the foundation and man a trust, then that means they have to spread the power and authority throughout the trustees. That means they have to spread the power of an authority. And guess what? Every asset that's acquired, they have to give it to the beneficiaries, because those are the true owners of assets. They can't do that. You know why? Because they will ultimately lose preeminence over you, over your son, over your daughter, over your grandmother, over your whole generations to come in behind you, the 12th generation, 3rd generation, whoever is going to run and take your place. Listen, they're going to lose all of that if they lead with trust. But if they lead with a foundation, though, there could be only one man who can receive all assets. There could be one man who can build all. And one umbrella, right, with other foundations, what that ultimate foundation is going to be the thing that's going to flourish and thrive. They can't teach you peons in Straitway the truth, because you empower yourself. You'll be too powerful. You'll start questioning and raising red flags. You know why they can't teach you? Because they need you to be dumb on purpose. The same things that they're preaching and teaching over there to tell you, hey, this is not what we're doing. Ultimately, that's exactly what they're doing to you. And we're just trying to shake you awake, get you to think, use your conscious mind, the one that the Most High gave you. That's all we're trying to do. We don't want you to, we don't hate you. We don't want you to be our enemies. But we dislike your leadership. Your leadership is leading you guys to a pit. And not only that, they're doing so while keeping you guys dumbed down, numb to being misused, abused, taken advantage of, numb to it. That's what they want you to be. Numb. They want you to be idiots. What did he say when he first came out with the I man theory? I am an idiot in this courtroom. An idiot is the lack of knowledge, not the lack of intellect, the lack of knowledge. Listen, You know that Jordan had to stand in that courtroom and defend himself and to claim that he's an idiot before this court. Showing an example, launching a whole movement within Straitway and introducing the elitist mindset. The same man, Jordan, who was committed to the cause, rug was swept from under him. I'm going to allow him to tell his own story. But the facts that I know, I will not disclose now. He would disclose them himself. I'll be looking forward to hearing that testimony because that man was dedicated, loyal. Now look what mess he got to clean up. He's got to clean up a mess because he found out the truth and he rose a red flag. The same Jordan that was educated on court proceedings, that was educated how to hold his own, how to stand up for himself in court. The same Jordan. Now, let's say this. They start teaching the rest of you the same thing that Jordan knew, the same information, empowering you. How many more Jordans will start to rise up in Straitway? How many more of you start to raise questions and red flags? What's going on with this contract? Understanding and knowing that all words do not fall idle. They mean something. How many more of you will start to wake up and ask questions? And then you'll be labeled as somebody who's unruly, unthankful, ungrateful, a show of discord, who's really willing to embody the spirit of Elijah, the prophet, the one who Ahab said that he troubleth Israel, who is really willing to be labeled as someone who showeth and troubleth Israel. Everybody wants to shout and scream the spirit of Elijah, but nobody wants to be the personification of that spirit. Nobody wants to be that. It's too uncomfortable to be disagreed with. It's too uncomfortable for somebody to be upset with you about your opinion. It's too uncomfortable to be not a part of the status quo. You would prefer to be accepted than rejected. It's too uncomfortable to feel the rejection. I say to hell with that notion. I say to hell with that mindset. I say that we all stand up and rise and have our autonomy and not worry about rejection, because the Most High Yah does not give us a spirit of rejection, but of peace, of love, of sound mind, of power, of strength. With that understanding, make it pure and make it very clear. So what you get is you understanding that I am absolutely fed up. I'm fed up with witnessing the abuse, the taking advantage of, the mistreating somebody's loyalty. You just completely throw it in the trash. This man went to jail for you, Kabeer. And not once did you allow him to be able to ask a question in regards to whatever he needed to know. And you treat him like he's never done anything for you. He's never made a sacrifice for you, Kabeer. For your ministry, Dowell. Like he's never made a sacrifice. Like he's never stood up. Like he's never taken the wrong approach and backing a false ministry, a false pastor, a false elder. Like he's never had y'all back. Where's the loyalty? Where's the love? And then the rest of y'all, if y'all don't think that they'll do it to you, start asking questions. Start asking questions. Start raising flags. See what their response is going to be. What does the book say? It says to test and try the spirits so you can see what's going on, right? It said test and try those spirits. Those who you labor amongst, test and try the spirits. Test and try it. See if they don't turn their back on you. Make you an enemy. The brother who you just broke bread with last night and they gave you all the praises, guess what? When you start raising questions, it's the same brother that wants to whoop your ass the next day. You understand what I'm saying? Acts like they don't know you. That's what you'll get out of this ministry. There's a level of bewitchment that is so strong, that is so thick, that the men who supposed to develop the relationships with you will turn their very back on you and will seek to kill you. You understand what I'm saying? For a man's house, for the house of Dowell. Yeah. They are just trying to prove their loyalty so they can get them a woman. They're trying to prove their loyalty so that they can get them a position. They're trying to prove their loyalty so maybe they can gain some acceptance. So people will understand and know who they are. That they're a loyal person. Some of them, they don't have the same vain type of goal. They just want people to understand that they are a loyal person. They don't want a position of power, leadership, or authority. They don't want a woman. They just want people to understand. And so they'll take a position that is not even correct in order to prove it. Selling their soul out, really. Just selling out. I really wanted to play that real quick. You guys go finish that video, man. Go check it out. You got Brother Mike over there who's dropped a slew of different videos. I don't know how many more he's going to put out, y'all. But I know for one thing is that the truth comes. And I'm going to tell you this about Brother Mike. He was one of the ones who first really started dropping even more truth. You understand what I'm saying? In fact, before I even came back to Straitway the second time, I caught a lot of his videos and it really was inspirational. I'm like, yo, I've already disagreed with the position that he took against Yaqui because he never actually came to Yaqui and with his out. He didn't go to his brother and his brother alone. He lied about that. He went out and just exposed him. He didn't keep the book. And Brother Mike here was exposing a lot of truth. And in fact, he kept his word and he removed a lot of those videos that he made. But my thing is this, right? He ushered in an era. That was the first storm. Now you're witnessing the many storms. You understand what I'm saying? Clashing against the house of Dowell. You know, those same storms that the one sister dreamt about, the one who was under Corey. She dreamt about it, that there would be a slew of storms that would be hitting straight gay truth ministries or false ministries. That was the first storm. And in ushered a different era. You understand what I'm saying? It says to lift up your voice like a trumpet and show Israel their iniquities. No one's going to shut me up or shut me down. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and move on to the next video here real quick, because I want you guys to pay attention to a few things, and I got a few questions we need to ask. And my thing is this, right? We got to pay close attention to what's going on in this video. It's so important that you do, because you got to understand the level of sheer honesty and realist that's coming from this video. This video, honestly, he should take it down. I don't even know why he put it up. He should take it down, because this video is riddled with the truth. If you really want to know what Straitway Truth Ministries is all about, then you need to watch this video. Don't watch it with your flesh. Watch it with your spiritual eye. Witness everybody. Analyze the body language. Understand and discern every individual who's speaking right now. And discern what they're saying. If you have the Holy Spirit, you got the power. You got the strength to do it. You got to discern them. Discern what they're saying. Pay attention to what's being said. Let's go ahead and play this real quick. We're going to start from the beginning. You got to understand that this thing is so much in it. Let's go. This thing is so, let's go. Let's get it, man. Let's just get into this thing.
Brought a bud on this leadership, man. He pretty much had us to frame up a house in 3 days. He's a blessing. He is a blessing. What's wrong with you, man? Getting on top of that gable end and just stand and then laying on top of it. You ain't no spring chicken no more.
The mission required it.
What you feel like?
I hurt
so again, we got interrupted, but what do you feel like?
I hurt from head to toe. I got bruises, I ache, and it was good.
It was hot down there. It was extremely hot.
109 heat index up on that roof. On the roof. It was cooking.
Woo! No, the one thing I can say about them brothers, the heart, and they don't mind being corrected, getting reproved and rebuked. Is that right?
They were tested, and I trust me, anybody was there, they were tested in the heat. We're talking 12-hour days in the heat. I drove them. I drove them. their spirit maintained excellence. And that says more than all their skills that they will obtain later.
You got that right. So, word on the street is, I don't know why.
Let's stop it right there. You just got done listening to Bud talk about the way that he's driving these men on these projects. Now, my thing is this, right? He didn't have to feel like that. He is the tool that's being used as a slave driver who's cracking a whip. You understand what I'm saying? These men are being paid. They're not being compensated for their labor. You understand what I'm telling you? They're not being compensated. Not only are they not being compensated for their labor, but they don't even reap an inheritance based on what's being built. They're putting their hands to a plow. You understand what I'm saying? That they won't even, their generations to come won't even be able to reap the benefits of it. And if they want their generations to come to reap any benefits from anything, they have to be yes men. They have to be submitted totally and completely, even if they disagree with it. Meaning, whatever they see, whatever they hear, they got to be totally blind. And if they speak up against unrighteousness, guess what? They're going to lose all of their whatever supposed benefits, because these aren't inheritance. These are benefits. So they're driving them hard. That is modern day slavery. You understand what I'm saying? And I got two scriptures that I'm definitely going to want to go over here. As they're talking about this, I'm going to just say it now. This is Sirach, okay? Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus 34:21. Now we can read the whole thing, right? The bread of the needy is their life. He that defraudeth him thereof is a man of blood. He that taketh away his neighbor's living slayeth him. And he that defraudeth the laborer of his hire is a what? Bloodshedder. These men are working for nothing. And effectively, they are what? Just placekeepers. They are just tenants. They're not really even, they're paying them to be there. And they're not even being paid for their labor. They're not even reaping an inheritance for their future generations. So if they are falsely accused and put out of the ministry, right? They have nothing. Just take a look at the case of brother Jordan. Was put out $1,200. That's all he got after serving for 7 years on this community, building a multi six-figure business for Kabeer. $1,200 in a boot. You tell me that's fair. You tell me that's not blood shedding. You tell me that pursuant to Sirach 34:21, that he has not been taken advantage of, that they have not slayeth him, his living. They removed it, right? He that taketh away his neighbor's what? Living slayeth him. He didn't leave with the business. He didn't leave with a portion of it or with an opportunity to continue to pursue the business. Listen, he was forcibly removed pursuant to Sirach. You removed his living. So you're slaying this man. You're taking this man's living from him. You understand what I'm saying? You're taking his living from him. Let's go ahead and pull that up real quick, because I want you guys to see what I'm looking at. You took his living from him, and you think that you're going to still be blessed. You think that the Most High is smiling upon the decision to just forcefully remove this man and only give him $1,200 to be able to feed his family with, to be able to make provisions with? That's not nearly enough. That's not nearly enough. What is he supposed to do with that? $1,200. That's trash. What is he supposed to do with that? Nowadays in our economy, we can't even breathe with that. You take a breath and you spent $1,200. We're going to go ahead and go pursuant to Sirach. Pursuant to Sirach. I didn't have it pulled up just yet, but I did have it in my notes. Okay, y'all. So forgive me. Now I just thought about it. I'm like, let me just open it up. So that way we can all see what this looks like. Pursuant to Sirach. Now, this is effectively what they're doing to Jordan. This is effectively what they're guilty of. Every man who's taking part of this over in Sirach, who, when they speak about this, is speaking totally against you doing that to a brother. You understand what I'm saying? The bread of the needy is the life of the poor. Whoever deprives them of it is a man of blood. To take away a neighbor's living is to murder him. You're seeking to murder your brother the moment you take away his bread, his livelihood. You understand what I'm saying? To deprive him, an employee, of his wages is to shed blood. So you slave driving them, and you're not even offering them a piece of the pie. So they're building a tabernacle, they're building a fellowship hall, they're building on land that they don't own, that they're just placeholders, they're place keepers, and they have no real assets in. Listen, they're building on that, and guess what you're doing? Depriving them of their wages, depriving them of their hard labor. Because the moment that you kick them out with nothing, with $800 in their pocket, $1,200 in their pocket, is the moment that you deprive them of what their wages were truly. When they brought the value, you need to give them equal value. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody wants to slave over something, right? And not have something that is of value coming back to them. This is the reason why we're doing it. You understand what I'm saying? You got to know that the level of wickedness and devilish behavior is abundant. When you're taking a look at Sirach here and you're saying, hey, what do you mean the bread of the needy is the life of the poor? Whosoever deprives them of it is a man of blood, who's shedding innocent blood. You understand what I'm saying? To take away a neighbor's living is to what? Murder your neighbor. You're trying to murder this man. He built a multi-six-figure business for you, and all you could do is give him $1,200, you piece of shit. That's it? I know you budgeted properly, Kabeer. You're a man of finance. You got plenty in the bank. $1,200? After all of this work he put in, he raised questions, and you kick him out and give him $1,200. What stingy, selfish behavior is that? Oh, I gave you something. What? No vehicle, just $1,200 after all of this sweat, labor, and toil. Partially your fault, Jordan. Partially something that Yah's judgment was. And I know that you know that. You trusted in a man who had no love for you. And that's a repercussion now that you have to endure and face. But doesn't take away from this being absolutely wrong for somebody who claims to be a leader in Israel. Kabeer should never behave or treat a brother who sacrificed so much for him like this. You see how that you get repaid. This is what your loyalty pays you. This is what your loyalty pays you. It pays you this. It pays you what? A sacrifice and being forcefully removed immediately. You understand what I'm saying? It's a sad situation, is it not? Is it not? Regardless, I still feel for the brother. Regardless on the disagreements, regardless on the back and forth, regardless on him making a prayer, a mocking of my prayer, I still feel for that brother. I can still empathize with his situation. Regardless, it's wrong, and I wouldn't wish that on him. I didn't pray that for him. I didn't pray that for him when I prayed for this brother. I didn't pray that he would meet that fate. I just prayed that he would see the light, that the Father would guide him appropriately. As many of you have prayed for him to see it, as many of you have sent up the same petitions, and the Father kept his word on that, but also with his word comes judgment. So we got to be fair in what we're doing here. What's fair is fair. You understand what I'm saying? And my thing is this, right? It just does not make it right. Let's continue real quick. We're gonna get back. We got a few other points we need to make on that video. I just wanted to pull that up in regards to what they're now showing you that they're guilty of in portraying the word. The Father does not will for that, wish for that for any of his children, for them to be treated the way that Jordan was treated. and many others. You understand what I'm saying? Many others. Pastor Roof is included in that. Brother Ray is included in that. Let's continue with the video, y'all. Let's go.
People just can't turn the page and just move on. But it seems like all the people who at one time who used to love community, they're no longer part of communities. Now they're coming up with these creative ways to poke holes in the theory of community. Even though you can't do nothing about it because it's just our heritage, it's our culture from Genesis all the way to Revelation. I mean, you can go to Ezra chapter 7. You can go in the law of Deuteronomy. We was in Goshen when we was in Egypt together as a community. You can see what Yahshua taught the apostles. The apostles implemented. Then we go to first century history, reliable sources, and go to the Essenes, and then actually get what they actually did as a reliable source. And we find ourselves doing it today. But now, for some reason, the people who are part of ministry now, they used to be a part of ministry, they can't be content that they chose to go fall away and go back out in the world. So now they want to throw disparaging comments out there that we're running slave ships. And you're going to see the scales are going to be falling off people's eyes and all this other stuff. I just don't get it. I don't get it. So you live on community, and we live on community, and none of us here pay a rent or a mortgage. And you have children here. You more likely, if you stay here, everybody keeps a good spirit. You're probably going to die here, get buried here.
Hallelujah.
And then your children's going to be taken over where you're at. And then we're going to continue to keep expanding lands, and that's the vision. Which we're still doing.
And we're going to continue to keep expanding lands, and that is the vision. That's what we're going to keep on doing. But who are you doing it for? Let me get my notes out. Who are you doing it for, Dow? Who is expanding the lands? Who's it for? Who's it contribute to? Who is making the contributions, and to who? Who? To the house of Dow. It trickles down from the foundation. The foundation is controlling all. So the foundation is the thing that's controlling it. So when you're expanding lands, is that not the same thing as Genghis Khan? Is that not the same thing? Expanding lands, taking over new territory. That is a kingdom. You're running a kingdom in which every piece, every community is contributing to the ultimate kingdom, to the house of Dow. All of that contribution goes back to the house of Dow. And all of it is owned and ran and controlled by the house of Dow, by the foundation. You're expanding lands for the house of Dow. You understand what I'm saying? You're building the communities for the house of Dow. Every single last one of you has made this man an idol to yourself, in which you glorify him and not the Most High Yah. You understand what I'm telling you? You're not building in the sight of the Most High. You're building in the sight of Dow, because the moment you disappoint Dow, guess where you're going to go? You think it's going to bode well for you? You think that you're going to survive a disagreement with Dow? Do you think? Why don't you ask Brother Nick, did he survive the disagreement with Dow? Why don't you ask Pastor Rufus, did he survive a disagreement with Dow? Why don't you ask Jordan if he survived a disagreement with Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila? Why don't you ask anybody who raised a question if they survived the questioning, if they were able to be received and still be a part of this ministry and not be treated any different as a brother? You understand what I'm saying? Why don't you ask them? Go ask them. All while keeping you dumbed down on an unprecedented level. All of the knowledge that they have on foundation, on trust, on all these different things to be able to empower the people. Guess what they do? They choose to make them idiots. That's their choice. Instead of having a powerful people that can take control of a courtroom, instead of educating the powerful people that can stand and band together in unity, they choose to make them all idiots instead. But he says we're going to expand lands for himself. You understand what I'm saying? Not for you, not for your generations, but for what? Himself. You don't have any parts to play in that. Because take a look at Jordan's, and then when his testimony comes out, guess what? Take a look at his situation. How much dedication you can have to go to jail for a man. How much dedication. And you can be removed at a moment's notice with a boot and $1,200, right? Why don't you take that situation, right, and try that on for size and say, who's it truly for? Who's he building for? Who? There you go. And that'll answer your question. You understand what I'm saying? Because the moment he stood in that tabernacle and said, do you know who's going to be next up? Who's going to be next in line? Do you know who is? Everybody was saying, oh, Elder Becker, for sure. Pastor Rufus, for sure. He said, bring Hezekiah up here. That's his son. Tell me this is not a kingdom. Tell me that this man has not made himself a self-proclaimed king over you, over all of your assets, all of your lands, and all of your people. Tell me that that is not the situation right now. Bring Hezekiah up here. Game of Thrones behavior. He said he watched it a couple of times. He probably learned a few things from these heathens while watching the Game of Thrones. I want to ask this question to you guys. Let me ask this one question to you. He's the senior pastor here in this ministry, right? Let's say that something happens to him. He's incapacitated. Who's going to take over this ministry? Who's going to take over the ministry if he's incapacitated as a senior pastor? Will it be Corey? Corey Phillips? A man who can barely get his thoughts straight? Corey Phillips, the babbling buffoon. Corey Phillips, man who barely could run his own community. Corey Phillips, who beat a child 3 times a day for 30 days straight. The same Corey Phillips, who's now the senior pastor if Dowell is incapacitated. How many of you will roll and rock with that behavior? With that slow, methodic speech that he does over there, preaching a word all slow, methodic. How many of you would stand behind a Corey Phillips who beats a child 3 times a day for 30 days straight? I'm not even confident he knows the difference between his own asshole and his mouth, let alone being able to run a community. How many of you are confident in a Corey Phillips running the whole community? I'll do you one better in this question. Dowell's incapacitated. Let's say that Hezekiah is the next in line. Hezekiah is too young. Hezekiah is too young to be able to run a community. So who is it going to fall upon? Sister Summer. Summer is going to be the next. Summer, that is her heir. She's giving birth to Hezekiah. How many of you is going to stand with a Summer running your community, running Straitway, being the one who inherits the rings of Straitway because she's the one who has the heir? We're talking Game of Thrones, baby. You understand what I'm saying? What will the environment be like with a Summer in charge, right? What does that mean for a Carol? What does that mean for a Nellie? What does that mean for the rest of these wives who have to submit to Summer because she's the one who holds the heir? What does that look like for Straitway? What does it look like? Effectively, we know who's doing what, how they're building, what they're building. What does it look like? He doesn't even trust Summer. He don't even trust her. I want you guys to ponder on that question for a minute. You're building lands and building kingdoms for this man. All of the hymns of Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila, who introduced the elitist mindset of the people not being even, who cares about the people? A contingency plan for who? My family, me, my family alone. Who's going to inherit all these lands that have been put under Dowell's foundation? All by the guidance of a Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila who's introduced the elitist mindset to the people, to Dowell. Now we introduce the thought of the Essenes running the show and their doctrine and the way that they conduct their communities through fear is how they conduct their communities, not through love. And Yeshua came to preach a message of obedience through love, not an obedience through fear, y'all. An obedience through love, not fear. Love. Obey because you love, not because you're afraid that you're going to be excommunicated, that you're going to be ostracized, that you're not going to receive another wife, that you're not going to be able to reach eldership or pastorship or a higher level. No, for love. Obedience through love. Not forced to obey, not contractually submitted. I'm trying to tell you now, why does a pastor need an NDA? If you don't believe me, let me show you. Let me show you what I mean by when I say, why does a pastor need an NDA? Shout out to Elder Chris Paul with exposing and revealing the truth. Why would a pastor ever need an NDA? Except for if he has an elitist mindset. Who are you, Beyonce? Are you Beyonce? Why do you need an NDA as a pastor? And your name and your ministry's name is Straitway Truth Ministries. If you're always in truth, then why do you need to hide? What does the hiding mean? You said that you're an open book for all men to be read of. Then why do you need an NDA? Pastor Dowell, you see it right up top here. You understand what I'm saying, brother? You had to charge your phone, man. That was dangerous territory right there, dog. That boy, Elder Chris, man, he walking on a wild side. that battery need to be charged, dog. You're a busy man. Listen, take a look. Brother Ray kept 80% of his pay, plus was going to give him another $4,000, but he would not sign the papers, the NDA. The non-disclosure agreement. He would not sign it. And I say shout out to Brother Ray for making a stand. What does a pastor have to do with an NDA if he stands in all truth? If he stands in all truth and he's in an open book, easily be read of all men, why do you need an NDA? What do you need an NDA for? A non-disclosure. We've learned that 501c3 shepherd. He's a 501c3 pastor. We've learned that he's Airsoft Dowell. We've learned that he's not only taken Nelly, but he's also taken Summer from another man. We've learned so much over the course of the times we've been exposing this man. We've learned that not only is he trying to commit fraud by filing UCC-1 financing statements to what? To commandeer property from other individuals. That's something that'll get you some time. That'll get you some real time, especially if somebody has vested interest in the property. You can't commandeer the property by using a UCC-1 financing statement or a quick claim deed in order to take somebody else's property. That is illegal. That is fraud. We've learned that he's tried that. We've learned that he's attempted that and currently in court for something like that. They're going to find those things to be fraudulent. You understand what I'm saying? That's no joke. That's nothing to sneeze at. And we've learned that he's an NDA elitist. As a pastor who claims to be an open book, why do you need an NDA, Dowell? Please answer that question for me. On top of that, answer this question for me. Who are you willing to follow, Straitway? Are you willing to follow a Corey Phillips, who's a senior pastor? Are you willing to follow Summer, who has the heir, who's too young right now? You understand what I'm saying? To take the throne. Who are you willing to follow? Are those options something that's worthy? Something that you're willing to commit yourself to? You understand what I'm saying? Please tell me. I want to know. I would love to know. a man who can't even run his own community. He introduced the idea of the Essene. You know why? They are preaching Essenes had it right based on community. It's because of the simple fact that they want to cover up their wickedness. They want to cover up the fact that Yeshua never preached and taught to submit through fear. Submit or quit is not the words of the Messiah. That is not his personification. That is not his goal when he came. His goal was for you to submit through love. In fact, he preached the total opposite of the Essenes. In fact, he wanted you to clear your mind, your conscience. He wanted you to find peace. He wanted you to find love and understanding forgiveness. Where the Essenes had no room for love. They had no room for forgiveness. The moment you did something wrong is the moment that was your rear end. You were out. You understand what I'm telling you? You were out with nothing. And anybody else who associated themselves with you had to walk in fear of communicating with you once again. You know why? Because they also suffer the same fate. That is submission through fear, not through love. Not through with opportunities for forgiveness and being able to be forgiven. Repentance. All of those things are out the window when you're running a community based on how the Essenes and how the scribes and the Pharisees ran their communities. If you want to run a community properly, you look to the teachings of the Messiah. Those are the teachings you really need to adhere to. You know why? It's obvious that you don't read it enough. It's obvious that you don't focus on Yeshua enough, on Jesus, the Messiah. You don't focus on his teachings enough, because where the Old Testament would tell you an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, whatever, Yeshua will come back and tell you, hey, it's not an eye for an eye. You need to bless those who curse you. It's time for the cycle of vengeance, the cycle of bloodletting to end. It ended with Yeshua being nailed to the tree. The cycle of unforgiveness and excommunicado and put them out. That ended with Yeshua. They want to sell you this doctrine of the Essenes in the Dead Sea Scrolls because they don't know Yeshua. Yeah, you honor him with your lips, but your heart is far from him. You don't have his heart. You don't have his love. You don't have his compassion. You don't have the ideas and the thoughts of forgiveness that Yeshua had. You understand what I'm saying? If you're willing to adhere and submit yourself to what? The Essenes in the way that they taught and preached life. You understand? Wake up. Wake up, O Israel. Wake up, people of Straitway. It's time to wake up. It's time to understand that questions breed positivity. It breeds knowledge. It breeds autonomy. Questions. Not submit or quit. Not submitting without even asking any. Blindly submitting. The questions is what will set you free. It'll give you freedom. You have to understand this. Let's go back to the video, guy. I know I went off on a tangent, but listen, we needed to hear that. And my thing is this. He said that he was going to build and continue to expand for himself. That's what one part he's not adding on. We're going to be forever. Let's go ahead and let this video play. I'm going to let this thing go through. Okay. I got my notes here. I got my timestamps. We're going to go ahead and raise a few questions in regards to this video. I promise you now, the level of this man jumping out of bed, he still got his PJs on while they got workwear. Okay. They're out there working and getting it on the land. Listen, he just got out of bed. Breath stinking, funky. You understand what I'm saying? The first order of business is to make this video to try to dispel all the truth that's going to be coming forth that has beaten down his house. He's so nervous about. He's so afraid that the truth is coming out. The brother didn't even take the time to brush his teeth and actually put on some real clothes before he addressed the situation. Straight out of bed in the PJs. You understand what I'm saying? All I can say is that we need to keep up the good work. You understand what I mean? Because listen, if you ain't even thinking about brushing your teeth before you come out, then something is wrong.
Something is wrong here. Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you very much.
Dead giveaway.
Thank you very much for your time.
My thing is this, right? You can't stop the truth. You can't stop it. I don't care what you say. The War Sheep podcast ain't going nowhere. I'm going to continue to light this fire. I'm going to continue to stoke it. I'm going to turn up the heat even more. And the more who have bravery to come out and actually tell their testimony, they're going to have a floor. They're going to have a space right here, right now, and respect given to them to come out and tell a testimony, to come out and speak their truth, because this is where you do it. This is where you're going to be safe. This is where you can speak. You can't speak in Straitway, but you can speak here, and we can speak for you. You understand what I'm saying? Can't stop us, man. You can't stop the truth from coming out.
Ain't nobody balling like me, really. Swishy, nipply.
Ain't nobody balling like us, man. Come on now. I'm just saying, let's get it. Let's go ahead and get this thing played. Let's go.
We're doing this even without their scrutiny. We're doing this without knowing their scrutiny. We're doing it even without their labor. Yeah. But bro, what's your take, man, on these attitudes of these people, man, and that's got they really have bad spirits on them, man.
Man, it's all wrapped up in the word, like you know. I mean, it just speaks of you everywhere, you know. You can't stand the light now that you've found out, we have found out your deeds are evil, and yet there's nothing else in this world but the light. So you got to keep looking at us. You're still listening now. You're watching this video. Welcome to the Unashamed.
You got that right.
I mean, and they talk this slave stuff. So I had some guy commented on my Facebook. I don't even get on Facebook, but
What an idiot.
I had to say something. It's word on the street is what he said. And so when he said that, I said, word on the street means that you're a gossip and a slanderer. And that's all I said, because if you go word on the street is, that's what you are, right? And so he takes back like he's going to hurt me, you know. Well, word on the street is you live in a tool shed. And
oh, boy.
And are driven like a slave.
Let's go to timestamp 264. Let's go to this timestamp real quick, y'all. I want to point something out that I just got done hitting hard on. You got to hear and listen what he's saying, okay? You got to 246, okay? Let's go back to that timestamp real quick. You got to hear what he's saying, y'all. You got to hear it. Listen closely. And I know I've been stopping. Let's go back real quick. Come on, let's go.
So you live on community, and we live on community, and none of us here pay a rent or a mortgage. Mm-hmm. And you have children here. You more likely, if you stay here, everybody keeps a good spirit. You're probably going to die here, get buried here.
Hallelujah.
And then your children's going to be taken over where you're at. Yep. And then we're going to continue to keep spending lands and that's the business.
Listen to what he's saying, y'all. Listen to what he's saying closely. Listen to what he's saying. I'm going to slow it down, okay? I'm going to slow it down real quick. Let me go back. You got to listen. You got to listen closely, because this is what is so important. Listen. You got to listen closely, y'all. Let's go back real quick. I'm finna slow this down. Listen to what he's saying closely. You have to, because he didn't want to tell you the truth. He don't want to tell you the truth. He's sitting here feeding you lies, but he's hiding his true intentions. You got to listen to the intentions, the intent behind the words. Listen.
So you live on community, and we live on community, and none of us here pay a rent or mortgage. And you have children here. You more likely, if you stay here, everybody keeps a good spirit. You're probably going to die here, get buried here.
Oh,
listen.
And your children's going to be taken over where you're at. And then we're going to continue
your
to keep
children
expanding lands, and that's the vision.
Your children are going to be taken over where you left. This is generations of slavery, y'all. Generations upon generations. As long as you're there, you're but a slave to the house of Dowell. You know why? You have no real assets. He's intending for you, for your next generation, for your next offspring to take over, pick up where you left off, to continue in having no assets, to continue in having no benefits. You understand what I'm saying? To being a placeholder, to being put off the land at a moment's notice. What if your child has a mind of his own? He wants to stand up for what he wants in life. He's going to leave with absolutely nothing but work and slave labor. You understand what I'm telling you? Listen to what's being said. He's intending for your generations upon generations to continue to serve the house of Dowell as he passes this thing off to Hezekiah. Hezekiah is going to take the torch. And who's to say that Hezekiah is not to come up and be that next Pharaoh to enslave all the people of Israel, to enslave the people who are committed and dedicated to literally Straitway Truth Ministries? You understand what I'm telling you? What does this mean for your future? The children are your assets. Your wife is your asset. Those are your assets, and those assets belong to what? Dowell, the house of Dowell, and that foundation. If you wish to buck the system, pose any questions, you lose everything. That same AMG that he claims he could drive, he won't be able to drive. He'll be back on the streets. Bud, he was a homeless man before he came to Straitway. Listen, he will be back on the streets without the ability to drive an AMG. He's not leaving with an AMG with all that building he's been doing on the land. He's going to give him a boot and $1,200. You think he's not? He's not going to be leaving with a four-wheeler, brand new. He's not going to leave with that. He's going to leave with a boot and $1,200. You understand me? Effectively losing everything he worked so hard to build. But he's happy and content with a tool shed and a piece of ass. That's all the Dowell needs to give you. You understand what I'm saying? You heard it for yourself just now, y'all. You heard it for yourself. I slowed it down for you so you can really absorb what he's saying. He's not adding the pieces of his own mind. And listen, his true goal is to enslave you and your future generations. This is slavery. This is not nothing other than that. You can't call this thing, look, this is indentured servitude, if you want to call it that. But listen, the book speaks contrary to this. The book speaks contrary to it. Let's go to Sirach. Let's go to Sirach 33. 30. Let's go to Sirach 33:30, y'all. The book speaks contrary to this. Sirach 33:30. Oh boy. This is not what the Father intends for his people. He does not intend for this for his people. Sirach 33:30. He don't intend for this. This is not what the Most High would give you the authority for, the power for, the position of leadership for, to abuse your authority, your power, and enslave the people. If you have a servant, let him be as yourself. Now you tell me this, y'all. Where are the people being treated, right? They are servants, right? He says they're servants. Are they not? They're just servants of the house of Dowell. But where is it that they have what Dowell has, which is a legacy? He said he's passing this thing down to Hezekiah. Where's your piece of land that you can pass down to your generations? Where's your four-wheeler that you own yourself, that you can leave and walk out of that place with? Where's your real assets? That Dowell has acquired many assets and owns your assets currently. Where are that? Where is that for you? He said, what? If you have a servant, let him be as yourself. Meaning if you acquire assets, then that servant can acquire assets. If you acquire lands, then the servant has acquired lands. We want to preach and teach the doctors of the Essenes, but we want to go back to Sirach and hold to the values and teach this. You don't want to expose this to your community. You don't want to expose this to your servants, your slaves, that they need to have the exact same as you, Dowell, as you, Kabeer, as you, Mirror. They need to have the exact same rights. How can you effectively accomplish something like that? How can you do it? Form a trust and make each man of that are priests in their homes a trustee within that trust. Then they have all rights to assets within the trust to be able to make decisions when it comes to the assets in the trust. And guess what? Their offsprings are beneficiaries within that trust. That's the only way you can accomplish this right here, to make sure that your servants have as you have. Call them a servant. They're servants of Yah, servants of the Father. You can call them that all you want, but where do they have what you have, Dow? Where do they have it? And because you have bought him with blood, he needs to have what you have. A lot of times back in the day when they formed a contract, it was a blood oath. It was a blood contract. Now it's not so much bizarre as it is now, but back then that's what they did. They literally would slice their thumb open, and then they'll put their fingerprint on there, or they would put a seal on it with wax. You understand what I'm saying? That's how they perform. That's how they behave. An agreement is a contract. So if you agree to serve or be a servant of servitude on the land of Straitway, guess what? You have made a blood oath. You have made a contract. You have made an agreement with these individuals. And so pursuant to this, Sirach 33:30, you should be receiving as they receive. You understand what I'm saying? You should receive as you receive. Yeah. You should be able to receive what they receive. Now, I will drop the link because I'm seeing something here, and I don't mind Kabeer and I don't mind Jordan coming on and speaking live. I'll never shut up anybody from having a voice. If you disagree, come on. Like, gird up your loins, grab your balls, and speak on it. I still got a little bit more to go, though, so y'all gonna have to wait. But the link is in the chat. I'm looking for Kabeer. I'm looking for Jordan. We're gonna go through the rest of the show here. I got more to point out. I got more scriptures to bring. That's not it. This is not it, y'all. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go to Leviticus 25:39. That would be the next scripture we'll hit. Leviticus 25:39. But let me get back to this scripture. Let me get back to this video, y'all. I wanted to make that very clear. I had to slow that part down for you guys to really absorb what he's preparing for your future generations, which is to serve his family, to serve the house of Dowell. You're being complete servitude, but your family is totally and completely at the whims of his household. Whatever you're at, you're hanging on. Listen, if you do anything wrong, you are literally going to be removed with nothing. Everything you work so hard for, your generations work so hard for, it's all but lost. The moment you have it, the moment you lose it. Disagree one time if you want, and then let that disagreement start to influence others. It's over with for you. You're gonna lose everything. Your generation is gonna lose everything. Let's go.
Yes, which we're still doing. And we're doing this even without their scrutiny. We're doing this without knowing their scrutiny. We're doing it even without their labor. Yeah. But what's your take, man, on these attitudes of these people, man? And that's got they really have bad spiritual
slaves.
Man, it's all wrapped up in the word, like you know. I mean, it just speaks of you everywhere, you know. You can't stand the light now that you've found out, we have found out your deeds are evil, and yet there's nothing else in this world but the light. So you got to keep looking at it. You're still listening now. You're watching this video. Welcome to the Unashamed.
You got that right.
I mean, and they taught this slave stuff. I had some guy commented on my Facebook. I don't even get on Facebook, but I had to say something. Is word on the street is what he said. And so when he said that, I said, word on the street means that you're a gossip and a slanderer. And that's all I said, because that if you go word on the street is, that's what you are, right? And so he takes back like he's gonna hurt me, you know. Well, word on the street is you live in a tool shed and are driven like a slave. How's that feel to be such a tool?
Well, yeah, to me, I'm like, I don't know what your perspective is.
Correction, he's a slave driver. He's a slave driver. How does it feel for him to be used as a tool? Now, I didn't say it, but obviously that's what he meant. He's a slave driver and being used as a tool. Let's get it.
You take it. This is my life. This is the best life I've ever known.
Listen closely.
This is everything I ever dreamed of. Everything I desired,
Listen.
The desires of my heart are being fulfilled before my eyes, and it's magnificent.
Now, we know that the heart is wicked and desperately evil above all things. The desires of his heart are being fulfilled. Let's listen to what his desires, the desires of his heart. Listen to what's being fulfilled in his life based on the desires of his heart, which we know is wicked and evil, desperately evil above all things. Let's listen.
Magnificent to me. I'm sorry if you don't get it. Go back to your miserable existence. Enjoy.
Yeah. Let me see you live in a tool.
He just went jabbed. He thought he could hurt me. It's like, I'm living the dream. Me and the wife were driving down here because Izzy had my car, and we're in a brand new four-wheeler coming down the hill. Vehicles everywhere. Like, I don't want for nothing. You see what? Shit. I got an AMG if I wanted to take you out to eat. I ain't that guy. But if I wanted to, I have everything. I'm a cattle on 1,000 damn hills. I know you're upset because I'm content with my tool shed and it bothers you fiercely. I get it. You go back to your 9 to 5, work for the master. Chef, you say he's driving me. All he does is tell me to slow down, take a break, bud. I have been driven. And I'm sorry if you don't get it, what it's like to be driven. That's on you. All my life, I wanted to produce something, and I'm surrounded by men that desire the same thing. This is living large.
This is living large.
I sold my soul to the devil. I know it's a crappy deal. Lisa came with a few toys like a Happy Meal.
Selling his soul to the devil for a few toys like a Happy Meal. Nothing spiritual about Bud. Nothing spiritual about what he just said. He didn't say anything about learning and growing more in the Messiah, understanding the truth of Yeshua. Only thing they can speak on is material things, things that are of this world, things that have bound him to Straitway Truth Ministries and does not allow him to walk in the spirit of things. Because the very first thing you would mention on how free you are spiritually, how less tormented you are living amongst the people, living on that land. Where's your spirituality, your spiritual state? The fruits of the spirit is all but depleted. And this is not the fruits of natural carnal, whatever you see. Oh, these are, look at our fruit. That's not the fruit. It's the spirituality. That is the fruit. And as you can hear, he has none. The Father is not concerned with how many vehicles you have, your AMG Mercedes. He's not concerned with your four-wheeler. He's not concerned with your cattle and your hills. He's not concerned with all of the things you just mentioned. He's concerned with the conditions of your heart, your conditions, your heart's conditions. And when you slave drive on these projects and you speak to these brothers in unseemly ways, and a lot of times, listen, you're speaking from the heart, because out of the abundance of the heart, what the mouth speaks. And not only that, pursuant to Matthew 15:17, that what is in your heart is what defiles the man. What is in your heart is what defiles your man, what defiles the man. It's not about what you have. It's not about the traditions that you're keeping. It's not about your AMG Mercedes. It's not about you having the ability to ride around in a four-wheeler that ain't yours, that you can lose tomorrow. Dow can't lose it tomorrow because he belongs to his foundation. You can lose it, bud. Tomorrow, it can all be swept from you. The Most High has ways of working in mysterious ways. He can definitely show you how worthless all of this stuff you just named is to him. And in fact, he's actually effectively working on showing you how worthless your lands are, how worthless your AMG Mercedes is, how worthless your four-wheeler is, and all of your ATVs and all this other stuff that you brag about, how worthless it truly is to him. He'd prefer you to be homeless on the street corner preaching the word than to be sitting up here loathing and enriching yourself on the backs of the saints, all while telling them that they're not in slavery, not in bondage. Everything's at peace. Lies. Nothing spiritual about this brother. Not one bit. Where's your heart at? Where's your spiritual state? Let's go.
JC, what they say, we live on a slave ship. What say of you?
They get confused. Slave ship. We are servants one to another. They get that shit confused. I don't understand how anybody could wake up on a daily service to Yah.
You just heard him. We are servants one to another. We are servants one to another. Sirach 33:30. If you have a servant, let him be as yourself. If you have a servant, let him be as yourself. After you entered in this oath, this contract, this agreement, let him be as yourself. Let's continue, y'all. They telling on themselves. They are telling on themselves, yo. None of them have what Dowell has, the control, the level of assets. He owns all of their assets. He is the controller of all of their assets. His foundation owns their assets. He controls them, as well as the rest of the foundations. He is the umbrella. He's the umbrella. Everything else falls under it. Where is it to where they have as yourself, Dowell, assets to pass down to their future generations? A four-wheeler ATV for themselves, running water to their home, an actual home, not a tool shed. That mansion you're building could provide all that to the people down the hill. You're going to move up the hill so you can forget about the people down it? What's going to take place? Because you've already forgotten about them. Let's continue.
And feel serving self is the fulfillment of what the book says. I can't imagine living in a life. Because if I feel like I'm just serving myself, every day I'm already starting off as a failure to Yah. Every day I got to worry about everybody else more than my own self. And we're living a book, living that way. Every single thing I do, if I got to pump water, if I got to take out trash, doing the chicken coop, whatever the hell we're doing, even building the man of Yah.
You're being a servant.
Yeah. And yes, man of Yah, which we love to address him as, because he is that. But when you're looking at that type of society, that type of monster, even when we were driving back home, all that traffic, gridlock traffic, I just told Bird, I don't miss any minute of this. Any minute.
Can't wait till we get home.
Can't wait to get home. It's sad because I know all these exits off the top of my head from all that work. And they actually
imagine being JC, who lives on this land, and because he wants to take on another woman, he's going to buy his time. But imagine being JC, who's being pulled into making videos like this and trying to save face and keep the peace amongst whoever it is. Let's keep in mind the list, y'all. Let's keep in mind the list of individuals. Let's keep in mind the list. Pastor Rufus spoke to this very truly before. The list of those families who were burdened and felt like they were in slavery on this land. Let's keep in mind the list. You had who? The Bells. You had who? Beckers. You had who? Ray, brother Ray. You had brother Vincent or Victor. And JC was also a part of that list. Now, all the rest of those families have but left now. They're all gone. The only one that still remains a part of that list that Pastor Rufus said is JC. He's the only one that's been left. Imagine being pulled into these videos time after time after time where you have to save face and protect yourself, right? And speak like this about a man you probably just totally disagree with. Let's continue. That shit's crazy, right? Yeah. What? I gotta sit here and speak like this, and I'm not in agreement spiritually. I don't buy it, JC. I think you're full of shit. Honestly, I don't buy it. You got to be strategic though when you're behind enemy lines. Let's go.
Y'all used to that shit, and they're calling what today is living that type of mindset. What is evil, they're calling that good, and they're calling what we're doing under oppression.
Amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
But we don't owe nobody nothing.
We don't owe anybody nothing.
And here's I'm glad you said that one statement, because that's another statement that people.
They don't owe anybody nothing but Dow. Dow, they owe all their assets to. They owe them to Dow. Okay? That is oppression. When you have nothing to pass down to future generations, that's oppression. We do not have the same as the one who claims to be your master, right? Your man of Yah. That is oppression. Let's continue.
We're taking issue with. So when did that start? The man of Yah. The man of Yah. Well, it's actually been in the Bible for a long, long time. But to make it simple for y'all, over in 2 Timothy, if you would turn in your book, chapter 3, verses 15 and 16, it says, all scripture is given by inspiration of Yah and is profitable for correction, for reproof, in doctrines. Is all right?
Yep.
So that the man of Yah may be perfect and thoroughly furnished unto all good works. That's what it says. Go check it out.
Yeah.
The man of Yah. The man of Yah. The man of Yah. You're a man of Yah. You're a man of Yah. You see what I mean? Now, what they get at, they talking about, okay, the man of Yah. What's the problem with that?
Yeah.
What's the problem that when Messiah even read and said to the people, have you not read that you are gods? Now, that don't mean you know demigod. That don't mean you know Pharaoh. You ain't up on a statue or you're some type of god like they would do, make with their hands and stone and to be worshipped. That's wrong. That's wrong. He ain't saying that.
Yeah.
He ain't saying it. And you know what? I'm not going to spend all day trying to explain it to you if you don't have ears to hear.
That's it.
But the problem is, man of Yah.
Yeah.
And so now you don't have issue with the people who are saying it. You have issue with the book.
That's it.
Because there's an anti-Messiah spirit.
Well, the saints can't live off of you, Kabeer, because of the simple fact that the saints are the ones who are giving to your charity, to your foundation. You're the controller of the foundation. So whatever they produce is given over to you. So how are they living off of you and not you off of them? Make that make sense, Kabeer. If they were living off of you, Kabeer Gbaja-Biamila, listen, you would be the one working by the sweat of your brow. And they will be the ones just taking care of the land with no obligations to give to your foundation or donate or to do any work at all if they were truly living off of you. But you see how selfish and self-centered your mindset is. Just because they're in your home, on your property, in your land, they're living off of you, but they labor. Everybody in slave land should be offended by that comment that they are living off of him. And they work. And they sweat and they pour into that property, in that foundation, into the foundation, giving all of their assets over to Kabeer. But they're living off of him. Go figure. Go figure. That is so offensive, Kabeer. Did anybody teach you PR, public relations? Anybody teach you how to have proper manners? Or to show appreciation to the people that's on your land? They're not living off of you, bro. They're actually supporting you. They're actually keeping you afloat. They're actually are literally your lifeline, because your foundation would not be surviving if it's not for your people on your land. You don't give them what they need. Listen, you take from them and then give them what they've earned. That is not living off of you, sir. That is a mutual agreement. Is a quasi contract. You know what that is, Kabeer. It is unilateral, meaning only one party is going to benefit from this particular situation. And the moment that they can no longer be a benefit to you, Kabeer, you can remove them from the land and keep all of the assets they produce for you. How are they living and working off of you and not you off of them if they cannot leave with their assets? They can't leave with everything they produced for your foundation. If they can't leave, but with a boot and $1,200, how are they living off of you, sir? Please make it make sense to me. You show me the books. Let me see the books. Let me see how much you earning for your community. Let me see everything, because you just made a statement. Honestly, I want to see if it's you who solely are providing and producing for your community, and they are living off of you. Just because they're living on your land don't mean they're living off of you, sir. They're pulling their weight. They're putting their blood, sweat, and tears into that place. They're not living off of you. They may be sojourning amongst you and with you, but they're not living off of you. You've made slaves of these people. Let's continue, y'all.
And there's a reprobate mind that is in operation. There's a play.
Yeah.
And well, I can tell you right now. Let me see. You got up Sunday morning early, left out here about 3 o'clock in the morning. Y'all went all the way down to the new community we're developing in East Tennessee.
Yep.
Worked out there all day long.
Yes.
In that heat.
So 7 that night, 17-hour day.
You and brother Brad and
in fact, I dropped the link, Kabeer. I'm gonna do you one better than what you done me. I came in your comments and I was very cordial, very respectful to you, Kabeer. And I still was just trying to talk to you. Listen, you called me wolf sheep, and then you proceeded to block me. You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna do you something solid. You can speak live. You have a voice here. Ain't nobody blocked you. Ain't nobody got rid of you. You're saying whatever you need to say in the chat. I'm giving you an opportunity to speak live. Say it to my face. You understand what I'm saying? Say it live. Ain't nobody running, ducking smoke. Ain't nobody doing none of that. I got real questions for you guys over there. For you so-called leaders of Straitway. I got real questions for you. And these ain't soft questions that you can try to duck and hide from. Listen, these are real questions. And if you follow any of my work, you got to know when you get up here, I'm not gonna handle you lightly. I'm not gonna handle you lightly. You're gonna have to answer my questions. So don't come up here with half stepping. Don't come up here without being prepared. I got you one solid. Whenever you're ready, click it. I'm gonna let you right on. Listen, you blocked me. You blocked me. I want the truth to be heard. And if you can make it make sense to people who are opposed directly to your opinion, you got to understand that's what's going to happen. They don't agree with your position. Can you make believers out of us? As Yeshua did in his time, in his day. Can you make believers out of us as the disciples did in their time, in their days? Can you make believers out of us? Can you tell us and make this make sense as how these people are living off of you and not you living off of them? And you can't tell me because they live on your property. You got to have come with something more, a little bit more tangible than that. Because I respect the people in your community. Listen, even though that they are piece of shit people, some of them, and cowards, a lot of them. The ones who are respectable are respected. And they're deserving to be forgiven too. Come out of being cowards. Come out of being lied to, being manipulated, deceived, controlled. Come out of being controlled by fear, oppressed by fear, needing to submit out of fear. If you say something wrong, do something wrong, you're garnished of your wages of $50 a month. $50 a month, and you still gonna take something out of my pay? That makes no sense. You still want to take something out if I do something wrong. So now I'll get even less than $50. That makes no sense to me. Oh my goodness. Wow. Sounds cruel, doesn't it? Let's continue, y'all. Let's continue. You got opportunity, KGB, to be a man, to make yourself a actual man and not some vagina in the comment section. You see you're not blocked. You see that you ain't went nowhere and nobody booted you, sir. You are fully right here. You are fully right here and able to speak your mind and say your piece because you got protection and safety here. I was blocked from your channel and I was very respectful, very cordial. You called me wolf sheep and blocked me. I've given you an opportunity. So you got an opportunity, Kabeer, to do what you need to do. I got a brother who wishes to speak real quick. You got to be quick, brother. I still got quite a bit to go over with this video. So brother Yoga, go ahead. Let's make it. Let's do it.
Hey, we're gonna make it real quick. Hey, Kabeer, it's real funny. Now you over here in the chat doing all this explaining and copping, please, because you scared Jordan gonna hit the link. Kabeer, please stop it. I met you. I shook your hand. I even came straight way to the meeting because of you. I was watching your channel first. Now I can understand, Kabeer, why the wife might have left you with the 12 kids at first. Now I see it because you ain't standing on nothing. Hit this link and get out of that chat explaining to everybody. Hit this link and talk to this man to man. I'm gone. Yoga. And Dowell, we know you watching too.
Salute to the brother. Yoga. Salute.
Carry on.
And carrying on. The link is in the chat, Kabeer. KGB. The link is in the chat. NFL Hall of Famer. Elitist. Self-centered, self-focused, self-absorbed. You know, based on your story and testimony in the NFL, I can tell that you're self-centered. Because if you do your job right, then the whole team wins, but you're just going to focus on you, even if they losing. Your team is losing. Y'all suffering over there. You see your so-called leader, your so-called man of Yah. You know what you mean by that. Frantic, flustered, nervous, terrified, really. Y'all think that y'all something, right? We tearing down droves, tearing down idols. Let's go.
The brother. Yep. And so I got up Monday morning, left out 3 o'clock in the morning, got there. It was hot as Hades. It was literally hot as Hades. It was hot. And what do you want me to do, bud? Tie the building together. I'll tell you what, be my cut man. All right? And it was hot, man. I had to have everybody taking breaks about every hour and a half. Yes, y'all sit down and hydrate, man. Yep. It's going off of us fast, right? So they stay and they still, I take off. They're still framing. Still framing. Wake up. As a matter of fact, when I got there that day, I thought we was going to frame all day. We had a setback. We said, that's the end of our day. We packed up and left. Yep. Said, hey, ain't no need for us sitting around here looking at each other. Yep. We got other things. We got other things we can be doing. And mind you, we're talking about a 3-hour and 40-minute drive one way. That's a 7-hour day by itself. Yeah. Yep. By the time you fuel up and get gas and stuff, and that's including working. So then we turn around and do the same thing again Wednesday morning. Yep. Go down there, finish. We start putting the roof up.
All right. So this is what you call saving face. This is what you call somebody who's explaining something that really don't need to be explained. He's just trying to paint a picture that it's just not what it seems, I guess, right? He's just trying to make it seem like, hey, yeah, it's not so bad. No, the reason why you have to do something like this is because you know what the truth really is. And you're really just trying to save face. I've never seen this man so flustered in regards to a situation or circumstance before. And it seems quite odd, honestly. You understand what I'm saying? It seems odd that he is acting the way that he's acting. Let's continue, y'all.
Roof up. They had a crane and everything out there. Another guy came with a crane. Y'all got that roof up that day. That day. 60 trusses. That's what it was. 60 of them. 60 of them.
I want to point out something very
and complainers. They sit back and they point fingers at us while they themselves do nothing. Yes. You can see our fruit, but you can't see their fruit. And this is what the world is accustomed to. They're accustomed to people pointing the finger, and then people are experts at looking at where the finger is pointing rather than the one who's doing the pointing. Exactly. You need to be looking at the person who's doing the pointing and see what they're all about, because you're going to find out they're about nothing. Their whole life is about nothing. They haven't accomplished anything and never will accomplish anything. They don't know what unity is or the brethren because they're not in unity themselves.
So what you just got done hearing is him speaking curses over the lives of people who are speaking truth. You got to know, he said they never accomplished nothing and never will accomplish anything. Now he's speaking curses. You understand what I'm saying? And the book directly tells you not to. You understand what I'm saying? Yeshua said, bless those who curse you. He just got done sending curses directly to every individual who disagrees with his position. What pastor does that? You tell me. Those were all curses that I honestly don't receive. I cast that down in the name of Yeshua, in the name of Jesus, in the name of Yahushua. I cast that down right now to the pits of hell, speaking curses openly. Contrary, that is antichrist spirit. You will know them by their fruits, and by their fruits you shall know them. By their fruits you shall know them. That is not of the Messiah. That is antichrist in spirit. That's not sending back curses. That's speaking them, professing them openly. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go.
But the problem today is the people paying attention to people who point the finger, put forth accusations, and then all of y'all go contrary to the scripture, and you hold yourself not guilty, and you want us to be part of the scripture the way you interpret it, but you're way off. You're not even on point in your discernment of the scripture.
You have no fruit.
It's crazy, isn't it?
You're right.
So we're producing all this fruit. We're still doing what we've always done. They're not doing anything but sitting back, content creating, making videos about us, and we're not even paying attention to them. No, it comes to us because somebody told us what somebody said. Go ahead, Bud.
No, they're just caught in their evil imaginations, bringing up all this that we can't relate to. You're telling us about us, and we are us. You know what I mean? You're telling about the oppression that we're under, and like we're rejoicing. Now you can believe it or not, just because I say it. But I can tell you right now, in the heat of the day, and all we're doing, we're rejoicing, man. This is good.
It is.
We're supporting the vine.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. When he's saying go to work, we are in the body of Messiah, waking up saying, what can we do to serve this great body that we've been brought into? We're not slaves like you think somebody driving us. We're driven.
You got that right.
That's the difference between us.
Listen close.
Driven.
We'll accomplish stuff. Y'all bless the fruit of our hands.
Hallelujah.
Carolina, that's your husband.
Listen closely, y'all. Let's go.
Right there. You're a slave.
Listen closely. Pay attention to this part right here. Pay attention very closely. He stops.
Carolina, that's your husband right there. You're slave driven.
No.
Are you there?
A whimper. No. Look at his face. Look at his face. Are you there, Carolina? Shocked. JC, count your days. Count your days, JC. Look at him. Look at his face. He like, hey, answer the question. Answer the question, but don't answer how you answer it at home. Don't answer it how you answer it at home, but answer the question. Come on, hurry up now. Help me out. Look at his face, y'all. Are you there? No. Who was on that list that Pastor Rufus spoke about? It was the Beckers. It was the Bells. It was Brother Ray, Brother Victor or Vincent, JC. And he's the only one that's left that was on that list. And you hear his wife literally exposing the truth. Dead silence. Do you feel like you're slave driven? Let's go back.
No.
Look at him. Look at him. He got.
No.
Listen. Let's go.
You're slave driven.
Come on. Let's go. Count your days, JC. Count your days.
Carolina, that's your husband right there. You're slave driven.
No.
Are you there?
No.
Oh, okay.
Are you there? Count your days, JC. Your wife's telling on you. And I'm going to tell you this much. Dowell understands and he knows based on the woman. The woman will tell you everything that's going on with the man in the man's heart. That's why I don't buy his shit. Him sitting here making these videos with Dowell. I don't buy that bullshit. You understand what I mean? The wife will tell it all. She will tell it her actions, what she does is going to expose, honestly. And it's a shocking thing for Dow. You know why? Because JC he seems so sold out. JC was the one who's a part of that list. And I believe that's the reason why Dow keeps pulling him out and keeps making him make videos like this. You understand what I'm saying? He wants more of a testimony from JC because everybody who was on that list has already left. You understand what I'm saying? JC's the only one who's still sticking around. You know why? Because they promised him a woman. If he can be able to receive that woman, I believe he probably just gonna bounce after that. Listen, I don't mean to tell you a play-by-play, JC, but listen, I smell a you just waiting for another woman before you leave, JC. You understand what I'm saying? Dow don't trust you. That right there was even more of a distrust because he felt like he probably could trust you. Oh man, but your wife will tell it all. Let's hear it. Let's one more time. Let's go.
That's your husband right there. You're slave driven.
No.
Are you there?
No.
Oh, okay.
Self-driven. Like
Self-driven.
No. You know for a fact that she didn't want to lie, but she also needed to protect her husband, right? Like, damn, if I say the wrong thing, that's gonna be a wrap for us. Yes, she does feel like she's slave driven. Yes, she does feel like she's worked too tirelessly to the bone. Yes, she does feel that way. And that's how she would answer it at home. But they're not at home. You understand me?
Yeah.
And you got to understand one thing. He starts to target Caroline after this. He starts to ask more questions and include her into this even more. And at the end of the video, of course, what? Asks her, hey, was this a good video? Why are you asking this woman if it's a good video? The behavior seems very suspect. Now he's turned his gaze. Count your days, JC. Count your days.
No.
Are you there?
No.
Come on, you gotta speak. Come on, JC. Count your days, brother. Count your days. Count your days, JC. He like, you gotta speak. You gotta speak. Come on, come on. And don't answer it how you would answer it at home. Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all can't see his face. Don't answer it how you would answer it at home. Look at him. Look at JC's face, man. Look at Dow. Look at JC. Look at his. Oh shit. Oh shit. Cover is blown. Blew your cover, bro. I never bought it in the first place. I never bought that you were sold out. I never bought it. I'm pretty sure you saving face. You're a part of the list, bro. Everybody else that was on that list is all but gone. Look at how he's looking at Dow. Oh shit. He's trying to gauge the level of what he's thinking. Oh man. Listen, look at it. Look at it all play out before your very eyes. The truth is what's really going on that land. And he should have never asked that sister, was she slave driven? He should have never asked her. It should have never been a question. But you know what? The Father moves in mysterious ways, and he wanted to bring the truth out. And this is the reason why he had him ask that question.
Y'all bless the fruit of our hands.
Yeah. Oh, Lord.
Carolina, that's your husband right there. You're slave driven.
No.
Are you there?
Are you there? No. Are you there? Look, 3 buffoons. 3 buffoons. She's gonna tell it all. The whimper in the voice. The no. Bless that sister. Stay strong, sister. Keep rocking it out. Keep supporting that man of yours. Allow him the opportunity to wake up to what pain you're truly under, what turmoil you're truly under. Allow him to have the sight to see it truly. And if he already sees it, allow him to have the cojones to actually leave that place and free you from your bondage, from your slavery. Because he's capable. He's capable. He can do it. And shout out to you. Shout out to you for protecting your man, for protecting him, for being sure that he is not being seen in a very bad light. But honestly, you just kind of exposed the truth. You didn't have to say it. The truth is yes, you do. That's what you want to say, but you can't speak on that truth. But guess what? We will speak on that truth for you. Count your days, JC. Let's go.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm self-driven. Like
self-driven.
Yes.
So I'm driving down the road and I'm picking up the mule, right?
Yes, sir.
Your hands all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I see her on her hands and knees out there cutting down on these nice hostas, right?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, okay, maybe I think she just weak. So I call.
All right, y'all, real quick. Like this video, like this live stream, and share it with those who need to hear this truth. All right, we need maximum effort to get this word out.
Maximum effort.
We need maximum effort, y'all.
Maximum effort.
And those who are hating on me, feel free. Please feel free to hate on me.
If there's any haters in here right now that don't have nobody to hate on, feel free to hate on me. Sit back there and say my hair ain't luxurious when you know it is, bitch.
Since I'm a mop head, you know what I'm saying? You know it is. Let's go.
Like from top of the hill, she's still down there.
Yes.
In the heat of the day.
Yes, sir.
She don't have to be out there, but she's still down in the heat of the day. And I said, you don't cut them all down? You know what's going on? She says, Pastor, if you cut them all down like this, by the time tabernacles come around, they'll be fuller and in a better bloom or look better.
Yes, sir.
Something of that sort, right?
Yes.
And so I'm sitting there thinking, I said, okay, so you let one of these disgruntled people come down here, and they'll come down here with a camera crew. Look at this, From a distance, oh yeah, try to get on the other side of the gate. Look at this.
Heat of the day. He's got her out there, hands and knees. When the truth is, she's seen that, looking forward, wanted it to be beautiful for all the saints when they got here, and she took it upon herself to do it, and that's us.
Absolutely.
That's the difference. That's the difference.
Absolutely.
So the
Absolutely. It's all telling.
spin is in. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, no matter how righteous you are, people can spin it. I told you. You remember I kept telling y'all that being in the faith now is just like looking at politics.
It is.
You're looking through the lens of the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. You follow me? And you can't get people to agree when they disagree. Because two can't walk together unless they agree. And that's just it. But what's most amazing to me about all this is that these people can't be content with the choices and decisions that they made. And Straitway is so much more a part of their life now than it was when they were here.
It just made the book true.
They can't live and breathe without us.
Yeah, no, before they would stop listening. You knew they did. And now that they're gone, they're hanging on every video. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. You've been consumed with an evil spirit.
They're filling up their cup.
Fill it up.
Fill it up. And I don't mind saying, the righteous, we don't want nobody but the righteous. And we got a lot of people that are righteous in. That's all we want, because this community, boy, in the last month, man, it's been wonderful. It's been beautiful, man. That heavy spirit that was it's gone. We breathing easier, relaxing well. But I can tell you one thing, man, I have no answers for any of y'all. You can believe what you want to believe. I will say you believe what you see, because by their fruit, you're going to know them. Watch the action and pay attention to the spirits that these people are in, because they're not happy, they're disgruntled, they're angry, they're vindictive, they're harsh, they're cruel, they're judgmental, all of the above. Everything that the book tells you not to be, not many of them have the fruit of the spirit. Hey, I don't mind.
He said that we're harsh, disgruntled. Listen, what he's going to say next in the next breath. We're in the same video. Harsh, disgruntled. Listen to what he says, not the fruits of the spirit. He says that we don't have that. Listen, I've been loving on Dowell. I've been loving on him well, thoroughly. He's been getting some thorough loving from over here at the Warsheep Podcast. And every individual who has come up here, he's sounding real ignorant right now, real stupid.
Yeah. Shut your stupid ass up.
And backdoor in the same breath, you're going to hear the level of just The same thing he just claimed, he's going to do the exact same thing. Let's listen in. Let's go.
I'm telling you that we've been actually helping. I've been actually putting people out of the ministry that sow discord among the brethren.
Hallelujah.
The book says, cast out the scorner, and sin and strife will cease.
Yeah.
What the book said. You go back to first century, which I still think they had it right. They was living in what we call the biblical day in the community area. You follow me? So they would tolerate people with insubordination, conduct unbecoming, disrespect and dishonor. They would excommunicate you from the community.
Yes.
That's what they would do.
Yeah.
Because they recognize there's no way you can have the spirit of Yah in you and conduct yourself like that.
There's no way.
You have become dysfunctional.
Anyway, I think we just said enough here for the day on this area right here. Actually, this video is that I hope that some of you can actually get something from it. If it can't recover you, that's not our business. It's between you and y'all. If you're still encouraged, we're looking forward to seeing each and every last one of you, especially during the feast days. We only got a few more months for the feast is here. Anyway,
not done.
And we'll be ready to receive the true Israelites to have a good spirit. You know they even try to poke holes in the feast day of Pentecost when we had that mighty move of y'all going on. People receiving the baptism of the Holy Spirit. Man, it's anti-Messiah all the way around. It's antichrist spirit all the way around. Why would you get mad and be upset that somebody received the Holy Spirit? And I ain't seen that sister that I laid hands on. She received the Holy Spirit. She been gone. We ain't seen her in church.
Dow, you're wearing your emotions, Dow. You're wearing your emotions. You seem flustered.
You'll get no sympathy from me. You want sympathy? Look in the dictionary between shit and syphilis.
You seem flustered, Dow. Y'all smell that? It smells like what the war sheep is cooking. Y'all smell that? I smell fear. I smell fear. I smell pride. I smell you getting real flustered, Dow. What is this? A 501c3 requesting what? Non-disclosures. What the war sheep is cooking. I smell lies. It ain't my fault you don't know how to defend yourself. You don't know. You can't even bust a grape in a fruit fight. You can't even bust a grape in a Welch factory. You can't stand up against this warfare that's tearing down every idol, every drove. We learned that you're not even truly a paratrooper. You're not truly even attended. You're not 82nd. You're Airsoft Dow. You're the radio man over on Fort Polk. Somebody teach this man how to squabble.
Teach a man how to squabble.
Tainted. Tearing down droves. Tearing down this idol. Coming for your whole kingdom, Dow. The one that you're continuously building on the backs of the saints. You understand what I'm saying? Because you know what? Just about that action, boss.
I'm just about that action, boss. You ready to go get it. You just like to do it. That's what it is.
That's what it is. Let's go.
Wow. Have you seen her?
No, sir.
I ain't seen her at all. I guarantee you somebody got blood on their hands. Wow. They don't spit their former doctrine with their foul spirits. Wow. Oh, you watch these spirits, they foul. Wow. Oh, here's the last one. Oh, yeah. They man worshiping. Well, the man that actually admitted that he was worshiping me, I asked him, what the hell are you doing? I ain't never taught y'all that.
You have?
The book don't teach you that. Why the hell would you want to worship me? Damn flesh and blood. Are you out of your mind? He admitted that. I said, bro.
So how do you worship the Most High? How do you worship? You worship in what? Spirit. In spirit and in deed, not in words. This man's professed words to Dowell. So now he got to check that, because if he don't check that, then everybody's going to assume that that's what position he's taking. But the rest of these people that's in Straitway worship Dowell in spirit and in deed, not in words. It's what they're doing, their actions, spirit and in deed. Let's go. And we don't got to worry about the words. They're worshiping you in spirit and in deed, based on the spirit that you provide to them, the level of fear that you control them under. This is the reason why they're worshiping you in spirit and in deed. Their desire to please you so much so they can be able to maintain a level or a space of gratitude, right, of acceptance amongst the Dowellites. You understand what I'm saying? That right there is worship. The worship of Dowell, the house of Dowell, the servitude of Dowell. Y'all don't get what Dowell gets. Guess what? You're still serving and worshiping him, though, right? All of your assets go and belong to his trust and to his foundation, don't it? Okay, that's worship. You sacrifice your assets onto this idol of a man, to his idol. You're sacrificing your assets. That includes your children. That includes your wife. Men, they are your assets. That's your offspring. Let's go.
You need to repent.
Yes.
You got to make sure you're right with y'all, because you're on your way to hell.
Yeah.
No, what you said
it ain't my fault, because it ain't the tree fault because you choose to worship the tree. It ain't the rock fault, the stone rock, because you choose to worship the rock. It's your fault, because the word says you shall not have nor the mighty ones against my face. You. And you want to flip the script and blame it on me when it's you.
There you go.
Listen what he just said, y'all. So if he's enticing you, influence you based on him telling you how much mighty works and all of these deeds he's doing, look how great I am, and he's causing you to stumble by worshiping him and his great and mighty works and sacrificing your assets onto his house. Listen, he's saying it's not his fault. He's washing his hands. You understand what I'm saying? And he's saying it's your fault, meaning you are the one who needs to hold the blame for the sacrifice of the idol is onto his house, the sacrifice of your assets onto his house, the treating him like he is just the epitome of all righteousness. You heard the song that worshiped and praised him, right? They said that you need to look for strength. If you need to see what strength looks like, you need to look to Dowell. From the front lines to the Most High, he never even seen battle. For some reason, they decided to lie on that song. But the epitome of strength for these people is Dowell. That is worship. That is praise. Let's go. That's worship and praise.
Bad. It's bad. And guess what it did? Took them right on out. Took them right on out. And it don't make no difference. As soon as we had one family move out, we had a better one move in. Yeah. That's going to produce right off the bat. My issues, man, they say, I ain't going to go in there, but man, you seen how much they've been working on this shit.
They've been getting to a new level. They was already bringing it. More was required, and those are stepping up, all of us. And it's not because we're told to. It's because we want to.
Because we want to make these challenges.
Because now...
He said on the high hog ain't doing a damn thing while everybody else is giving blood, sweat, and tears.
Everybody got worried.
But it's
you're wearing your emotions, Dowell. You're wearing your emotions. And the other two right there supporting you in all of this nonsense. They just gumpies and gobblers.
Nigga, I'm Mike.
They're just gumpies and gobblers. You understand what I'm saying? Sitting there supporting a man like this. Listen, wearing his emotions, heart on his sleeve. Let's look at it. Look at how emotional he is right now. You know it's getting to him. You know the truth is coming out and being revealed. My thing is this, right? Satan knows he has but a short amount of time. You don't think Satan gets nervous? You don't think Satan starts to wear those emotions, especially when things are coming out that's factual and truth? You don't think that that's what will take place while the gumpies fall in line and don't even have a mind of their own?
What's your sole purpose in this army?
To do whatever you tell me, drill sergeant.
God damn it, Gump! You're a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding.
To do whatever you tell me to do, drill sergeant. Let's continue, y'all, because there's something that I really want you guys to see and hear for yourselves, right? I know you heard it, but I want to point this thing out. He just literally said that, you know, the fruits of the spirit, and honestly being what? Cruel. You understand what I'm saying? He just got done leveraging charges and sending spirits in directions of those who are telling the truth about what he's doing over there in Straitway. Let's continue to listen in and see what he does. How cool this is.
You probably feel like you're falling short.
That's good.
That ain't our fault that we set the standard too high.
Look at his face. Look at it. You're wearing your emotions, Dow. You're wearing your emotions. It's starting to show. Your emotions is starting to show, bro. Your true feelings. What's going on in your mind? That's truly starting to wear on you. Look at it. You showing it. You got to tighten up, bro. You got to tighten up. You're wearing your emotions, Dow. Still in your goddamn PJs. Didn't even have an opportunity to brush your teeth and put on some regular clothes.
For you.
Now, I did tell bros that, though.
Yeah.
I said, I'm telling you right now, you had, at one time down there on that community, you had 3 58-year-old men out there on that building. Myself, Brother Bud, and Teacher Shane.
That's true.
3 of us. Out there in that hot damn weather out there. You follow me? Now, that is setting the bar high. Because we got men in their 50s that wouldn't even dare get out there and do nothing like that.
That's true.
Are you following me? So I told him, I said, if y'all waiting for the standard to drop, you can forget about it. It ain't going to happen. I'm setting the bar so you know what you need to accomplish, what you need to obtain to in order so that your family and you can be better in life. You need to invest in yourself. You need to get under instructors and tutors like this that is willing to give you the wisdom that they got so that you don't be an inadequate piece of shit when later on in life. I mean, what the best you got on your resume, you can empty trash and cut grass. You come on now. Come on, you don't take too much education to do that. I guess somebody got to dig your graves. Yeah. Somebody got to empty the garbage. Yeah. But damn it, that's all that you are. That's the sum of you as a man.
I say you took the talents and you buried them.
A slave, a servant, somebody who has no real assets to pass down to the next generation, who's serving a man, the house of Dowell. Is that all that you are? That's all that you are as a man, to leave behind no real assets or no inheritance for your future generations? You're going to serve the house of Dowell all of your life for generations to come, for all the blood, sweat, and tears on that land? That's all you are as a man? Really?
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
A literal slave, giving all of your assets over, having nothing upon departure. That's all that you are. That's all that you have to show for it. That's it. Your future generations enslaved in servitude to his house, because he's going to pass down straightway to Hezekiah, not to anyone else. There's no beneficiary, board of beneficiaries, or people who actually contributed to the land. His offspring just automatically inherits everything that he just literally built off of your back. That's all that you are as a man. Really? You see what I just did there? You see how that Uno reverse could hit? At least me personally, I can build my own legacy. I can have my own assets to pass down my own legacy to my offspring. You can't do any of that. He owns you and your children and your wife. That's the reason why he's able to speak to Carolyn the way that he was speaking to her. He almost started to bless her out. He was very close to getting real disrespectful with her. Are you there? Who speaks to another man's wife in that tone? Are you there? He was very close to getting really upset with your wife. That's because he owns her, JC. You count your days, bro. Count your days. That's all that you are as a man, is a servant, is a slave. That's it. That's all you are.
Because you sure didn't grow up. That's what
But you'll get mad at the people who's producing. Yeah. That's crazy.
Producing what?
All right, Caroline, thank you for holding.
Nobody's mad at Bud, even though he's an idiot, even though he's a moron. Nobody's mad at JC, even though he's absolutely retarded. He's an idiot as well. He's a moron until he leaves. I mean, get the hell out of there, bro. Nobody's mad at these two, but we are absolutely looking and honing our sights on Dowell here. So he's only talking about himself in this equation. Let's go.
We're gonna call on you more often since we know that you got the stamina to hold that thing with us. But it's crazy though. Oh, yeah. It really is insane. It's I got a brother over in Australia mad as hell at me. Over what? Nothing. I've never even met the man. You know what he's saying? What? I'm trying to take his wife.
You don't even know his wife's name, but she in Australia.
Listen to how cool this is. Listen.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna say it.
Now he's only talking about this story because he knows it's going to come out. He knows the testimony will come out, and he does not want to bite him in his rear end. In fact, people who are very nervous of something coming out about them, they typically try to get ahead of the story before it actually hits. Now, this brother probably doesn't have a bone in his body or whatever to be able to tell that testimony as to what was truly going on in his household. But listen, Dowell wants to get ahead of this curve. He wants to get ahead of this story. He thinks that this thing's going to bite him in his rear end. You know why? Because the truth is what the truth is. He was coaching. Listen, you don't tell something and talk about something that you know that you're not guilty of, unless you're guilty of it and you want to get ahead of the curve on it. We call those guys what? Narcissists, and they're also what? A pathological liar. Somebody who lies about something in order to protect their own image and reputation. Let's go.
Again, if a man can take your wife, you ain't shit. There you go.
If a man,
want your wife.
listen,
why would I?
If a man can take your wife, you ain't shit. How does that sound? Doesn't that sound kind of cruel to say? Let's go.
Sloppy seconds. Come on. From where you been. Yeah.
And the fact that your wife can't get her eyes off of him.
And the fact and the fact that
have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Today, Junior. Couldn't barely get it out. Listen how cruel what he says is. This is cruel. Now, this is something very interesting to say to somebody.
That's just because you're standing.
This is
your wife can't get her eyes off of him. That's just because your standard's so low. Mm-hmm. If she saw something better in the world,
speaking of that,
he ain't talked to her.
That's because your standards are so low and she saw something better in the world. This ain't nothing biblical, yo. Bud, you're not saying nothing biblical, fam. Yo, that is demonic. To say that man's wife saw something better in the world, she couldn't get her eyes off of Daddy Dowell. You know what I'm saying? Papa Dowell. What? That is demonic. There's nothing biblical about what he just stated. That's actually actively adultery. It starts in the theater of the mind, right? Because if you thought about it, guess what? You've actively participated in it. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes people got to know when to be quiet.
Silence. I ain't got no.
But you need to be quiet, bro. You understand? There's nothing biblical about what he just said. You can see what type of man it is now. Very cardinal. He can't get her eyes off of the man of Yah, Daddy Dowell. Wow. Somebody else's wife, you're speaking about her like that. Speaking about him like that. It's crazy.
He don't know nothing about this situation. Where
and laughing about it. How sad.
They live in Australia. He got his family living in a tent in a campground. There you go.
So why are you blasting this man's living situation all out for people to hear? How cruel is that? Why not help the brother instead of sitting here blasting him for his living situation? You know why? You see how your family needs to come first before the community. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you can't adequately provide for your family because you're too busy investing into the community, to Dowell's community, guess what? You're going to be blasted for it. No matter what sacrifices you've made to be able to support somebody else's life, you're going to be blasted for it. For whatever conditions your family is living in, you're going to be blasted for that. You're not going to be supported. You're going to be blasted. You're an infidel because you sacrificed for the saints. And those sacrifices led your family into a tent on park grounds. But you sacrifice for the Most High because you say, seek ye first the kingdom and all of his righteousness, and all will be added onto you. So since that is your plight, right, and you put the saints first before your own family, guess what? You're going to get berated. You're going to get disrespected, and you're going to have your wife influenced to leave you because of the simple fact that you made sacrifices for the rest of them, and you're not going to be appreciated for it. This is what he's saying, blasting this man's personal information all out for people to hear. That is not his business to tell. Let's go. How cruel is this?
The you are, he said,
cruel?
We're not going to be going straight. We're not going to be no longer straight. I'm not leaving the faith. I said, okay. So she's communicating with Carol. So I told Carol, I said, well, tell her, since, you know.
He said that she's communicating with Carol. What he's not letting you know is that Carol is allowing her to understand that if he wishes to leave Straitway, that she don't have to go nowhere. She's actively telling this young lady that she can stay put and leave her husband, who's desiring to leave Straitway in its entirety. That is not biblical, Carol. That is not biblical, Dow. She's in communication with Carol. Why is she in communication with Carol? You're actively telling Carol what to tell this woman. Telling her that, oh, you can stay with Straitway. You don't got to leave Straitway. Trying to set precedents for this man's house. Like he's not the priest of his own home. Like he's not the one in charge. You trying to control his house. You damn well, you know that you were trying to take his wife. You were working on influencing her to leave her husband. That's the reason why you telling the story the way you are. Why you blasting his personal information out there to make him look bad. So you can be able to take his woman. What's his living situation like? Oh, okay, well, Papa Dow can do better. I will want another piece of ass. Brother Carol, tell her what she needs to know. And so, Carol, are you actively performing as a madam for Dow and facilitating the taking of another man's wife? How diabolical is this? He didn't have to offer up this information. In fact, he was supposed to be done about 20 minutes ago, about 15 minutes ago. He should have been done. He was just closing out the whole video, but he went into this whole spew talking about this man's livelihood and what he's able to provide, and then saying just because he felt like he wanted to leave that he's an infidel, and talking about his situation and circumstances. And not only that, he wants to put it out here like he wasn't trying, but he was actively putting forth the efforts to swindle this woman, to be a serpent and beguile this woman to stay with the ministry so he can take her on as well. You understand what I'm saying? Through Mother Carol. Tell on yourself the whole time, Dow, man. Come on, bro. Like, come on. This is too easy. These are easy layups. You understand what I'm saying?
Ain't nobody balling like me, really. Swishy, nipply.
Oh, my goodness. You just telling on yourself, bro. Sometimes you got to just learn how to keep your mouth shut. But you know what? The Father will always have you reveal all truth. You even speaking on the topic in a certain situation tells me that you know that you didn't do right in that situation because you don't know no good, Dow.
Don't you know no good? Don't you know no good?
Don't you know no good, Dow? Come on now. Oh my goodness. Tell them on yourself. Let's go.
They're not leaving the faith. Tell her they need to find a commandment keeping church.
This is not your house, Dow.
That believes in the Holy Spirit. The baptism in Yeshua's name. Are you following? All the things that you've learned.
No, sir. This is not your house, sir. You don't set precedents over these people's life. You can't tell these people and force these people where to go and where to serve and how to praise and worship. That is you overstepping your boundaries. You know why? You're putting pressure and applying pressure because you wanted the man's wife. You wanted what the man had. You're covetous. You wanted what he had. That's the reason why you made those stipulations and intruding in his life. You understand what I'm saying? Because you wanted a presence that he was not the man that you are. What a real low life. What a real piece of shit. My thing is this, right? That was not right. That's not something you're supposed to do to people. You're not supposed to blast their private information out there like this because you didn't get what you want. Because Daddy Dow didn't get what he want. I'm going to take my ball and go home. Blasting him, disrespecting him. You think that makes you a bigger man? And the rest of you two numbnuts sitting there listening to this man just shit on another man in his circumstances and situation, and you go and you add on to it. Man, I just feel like a lot of y'all.
It's turned into bitch ass niggas.
Oh my gosh, yo. This is a sad situation. Let's continue, man. This is heart-wrenching.
Go find that. You know what he did? Cuss me out.
Look at that. Look at that.
He cussed me out.
You worse than an infidel.
That's Australia. They're like 15 hours in front of us, man.
Wow. Jesus.
Stop the foolishness. Did you hear that, Carolina?
Yes.
Stop the foolishness.
Absolutely.
That's something.
He's mad because his wife don't think that he has the ability to lead. She's afraid he is going to lead her away from the faith. Mm-hmm.
Listen to his speech. He's mad because his wife don't believe that he has the ability to lead, that he would lead her straight away from the faith. That's speaking like a man who's lusting after this woman and wants to provide something that she's fearful of, saying that I am the one who can fill that void. You understand what I'm telling you? I understand that speech well because guess what? These manipulative, slick mouth Negroes are the ones who speak the same way. You understand what I'm saying? When they seen a nice piece of ass that they want, excuse my language, ladies, you understand? When they see that, right? And they say, oh, I want that. And listen, they observe and they analyze the relationship and they say, you know what? This man ain't got the ability to do this and that and the third. She wants this and she wants that. They slick mouth, slick talk just the way that he does. So by their fruits, you shall know them, and you shall know them by their fruits. Listen, you're going to tell on yourself every time. And this whole video, you've been snitching on the whole operation, Dow. You're wearing your emotions, sir. You are wearing your emotions. You're going to give this ministry the final kiss of death.
Don't struggle. Let go. You won a lot of fights, Wallace. Not this time.
You won a lot of fights. Not this time, bro. You're not winning this one. Not when the Most High Yah is leading the charge in the destruction of your kingdom that you've built for yourself. You've put yourself on a throne. You've put yourself above Yah. You've put yourself above Yeshua. You've put yourself above the people. You've enslaved the people of Israel. And I say you need to set them free. Let the people go. Let the people be free. Let Yah's people go. Let them go, Dow. Stop trying to prey on these men. Prey on their wives. Stop trying to be a predator. Let these people go. Let them go. And if you're truly a servant of Yah, guess what? You would have no problems with giving all, meaning giving lands to those who sacrifice blood, sweat, and toil in building your kingdom. You have no issues with that. You know why? Because Yah will provide. But you've gained yourself more lands, more property. You've hearkened yourself even more wealth. Guess why? Because you are full of lust and greed and the pride of life. You are bound to the things of this earth and not the things of Shemaim or glory or heaven. You're bound to the things on this earth. You love the things that you've acquired, the accomplishments, and you give that the praise and the glory more than you give Yeshua. Yeah, you honor him with your lips, and yet your heart is far from him. You're using the Essenes to dominate these people, to bring fear and rule and reign with fear, and through fear, obedience through fear. Listen, that's what you're doing, not through love, but through fear. Dow is where you are enforcing your obedience. Enforcing your obedience. Let's continue.
You know, well, no woman can't leave no man. No woman can't leave. Well, if the unbelieving depart, let them depart. A brother and sister's not under bondage in such cases.
Yeah. And he's worse than that. He's not providing for his house.
Yeah. If a man doesn't provide for his own, he's worse than if
JC, stop it. Stop it, JC. Stop it. You ain't providing for your house, bro. Stop playing. Dow's providing for your house. You don't got no assets, fam. You don't got no assets. You got nothing. You have nothing, JC. If a man don't provide for his house, he's worth an infidel. How are you going to provide for your house if you have no house? If you have no legacy? If you can't leave behind anything for your future generations, how are you not worse than an infidel? You've made a poor decision and given over all your assets, and you own absolutely nothing, not even a stench of land. And you think that you can sit here and say that? Stop it, JC. Stop it, bud. Stop it. Y'all need to stop. Y'all got nothing. You don't own nothing. You don't control nothing. You're a slave. Stop it. At least the man has a tent to leave behind. You don't even own that. At least the man has whatever resources he's acquired in life to leave behind, even if it's a couple of dollars. You don't got that. The moment you put out, guess what you got? A homeless shelter if ain't nobody willing to take your ass in. Stop it. Stop with the bloodletting. Stop it. This is sad. A man who has nothing and too busy building for another man is sitting here telling you that a man who has the opportunity to leave behind a full legacy with no one taking his assets, that he's worse than an infidel. Or at least he's not bewitched and under a deception of having things, but truly you don't got nothing, bro. You got nothing that you can call your own. Oh yeah, we live in community, bro. Then why ain't Dow sharing? Why ain't he sharing his wealth? If all is common amongst you, why ain't he sharing his lands with y'all? Why ain't he sharing his wealth? Why ain't he sharing all of these things with you and putting things in y'all's name for your future generations if all are common for you? You understand what I'm saying? No, everything is for Dow. And you guys don't have all common. Yeah, he might let you borrow his stuff here and there, his toys or whatever here and there, but don't mean that you are going to receive it. Don't mean it's in your name for your future generations. We already done read how he should be giving you guys what in Sirach 33, right? Sirach 33:30. That if you have a servant in which you guys are depicted as servants, right? Let him be as yourself, meaning assets. You guys should have those. You guys should have assets, right? Stop it, JC. You ain't got nothing, bro. You ain't got a pot to piss in or nor a window to throw it out of. The moment you kicked off that land is the moment you're going to really realize how much you truly got. And you're going to be looking at when you call that man worse than an infidel. You haven't provided nothing for your household, your legacy. Come on now, let's go.
He's worse than an infidel.
No, and if you get to 50 with a family and children, and the best you can do is give them a tent, temporary shelter. Yeah, I don't blame her for being a little nervous and scared looking at the future because so far you've done nothing with it.
Well, here's the bad part about it is, you know, I gave Elder Rufus and them on that community down there in Georgia everything.
That's a lie. He just lied to your face. JC, he lied to your face. Bud, he lied to your face. He didn't give him anything. He didn't give him nothing. Pastor Rufus started that community on his own with his own resources. So why would he sit there and blatantly lie? He wasn't saying that before. Blatant lie. Come on.
Bought the land, bought the property, let them live there all them years, rent free, no mortgage, no nothing. And behind the scenes, he's been rearing up a coup. Yeah. To try to overthrow. Wow. He had a coalition of elders that they've been spitting in each other's ears for years. Yeah. They put him up.
Listen to his speech.
Then they put Krago up as the man.
To overthrow what? Your kingdom? Can they overthrow you? Unless you're building a kingdom. So overthrow. Okay, come on, let's go.
That he was the one that was going to hang.
This was mindset.
Ecclesiastical court. Yeah. You know, because he wasn't going to vote no matter what. He wasn't going to vote on the side of righteousness. He was already tooled over here. Yep. You following? Yeah. And the Most High, y'all through wisdom, like we see all the time.
Wow.
Remember that over in the pocket with Suzanne?
Yes,
sir. The man rose up with wisdom. It's over in Job. You had a man with wisdom. Guess what? I caught him. Yeah. Caught him red-handed. He got a hand in a cookie jar. Caught it. Exposed it all.
Wow.
Be so shocked that men of notoriety rise up. When you saw that court taking a beer. That's what makes the front so convincing. That's how Satan convinces.
You're wearing your emotions out.
That's right. You get notoriety involved. That's the point. They still rose up against the man of Yah. It's Yah still back. This one man.
He sure did.
These 250 rulers.
Or swallow the ground, open up,
oh
swallow alive. And then the rest of the camp wants to kill the man of Yah for doing it. When it was Yah himself.
When the righteous is in rulership, the people rejoice. I see a lot of people not rejoicing and leaving and fleeing from your land. That when the righteous is in rulership, the people rejoice. I'm going to go through a few. Listen, we're going to go to Leviticus real quick. You guys and I have heard enough from these three clowns. You understand what I'm saying? We've heard enough. We went through it and they've exposed themselves greatly. Greatly. Let's go to Leviticus 25:39. Leviticus 25:39. We're going to get into this word. Leviticus 25:39, y'all. Leviticus 25:39. Let's let the word speak. Let's let the word speak to what they're doing over there. Let's let the word speak. Leviticus 25:39. Let's go. Leviticus 25:39. This is the most exciting part, y'all. This is the most exciting part. We're going to let the word address the level of servitude, right? And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bond servant. Even if he's been sold to you as a Hebrew man, you're not even supposed to treat him like a bond servant. You're not even supposed to treat him like that. He's not even supposed to come close to a servant. You understand what I'm saying? Even if he was sold to you and he's indebted to you, you're not supposed to treat him like a bond servant. Meaning he has no legacy, nothing to leave behind, no assets. But as a hired servant, meaning they should be compensated. Meaning they should be receiving what their just due is for whatever they've contributed to your community. You understand what I'm saying? But as a hired servant and as a sojourner, he shall be with thee and shall serve thee unto the year of Jubilee. You should allow him to receive what he is just due for his servitude. 7 years and only $1,200 in a boot. Is that what is what's just due for Jordan? Did you give him what's just due to him? $50 a month of allowance while you're spending $200 a month in liquor. Is that what's just due? Or are you just trying to get drunk? Huh? What is it? Let's go to Deuteronomy, okay, y'all? Let's go to Deuteronomy 15:12. Let's go to Deuteronomy 15:12. Deuteronomy 15:12. Deuteronomy 15:12. And if thy brother, a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, be sold unto thee, if they've contracted with you, if they're living with you, if they're indebted to you, right? If they be sold unto thee and serve 6 years, then in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free from thee, right? And when thou sendest him out free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. Thou shalt not let him go away empty. Thou shalt not allow him to go away empty. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of thy flock and out of thy floor, meaning the very foundations you will give to this man. Everything he deserves, you will give to him. And out of thy what? Wine press. Everything you've been able to accomplish, you will allow him to have a piece of what you've been able to accomplish. Of that wherewith the Elohim thy Yah have blessed thee, thou shalt give unto him. So $200,000, yes, he's just due. Guess why? Because he's built a multi-6-figure business to support your slave land community, Kabeer. So what should you be giving him? Everything he deserves, you should give to him. You should give him everything he's owed. Everything you've been able to accomplish, guess what? He should get a piece of it, depending on what his worth is, depending on what he contributed, his contributions to your legacy, your building, your community. You should give him it all. You should give it to him freely, as Deuteronomy, the law states you should. Not $1,200 in a boot after he's produced so many thousands of dollars for your community from a company that he built, that he developed relationships with. Does Deuteronomy agree with you giving him $1,200 in a boot? Does it agree with you allowing Brother Ray Dowell, agree with you allowing Brother Way to keep 80% of his pay and leave with nothing because he wouldn't sign an NDA? Does it agree with that? Does it agree with you giving rest of these individuals who left something that they were not just due? Does it agree with that? The word does not agree. Whatever they produced, whatever the value they brought as a Hebrew, as an Israelite individual, you should be giving them a piece. If they acquired lands for you, you should be giving them a piece of land. If they acquired that, you shouldn't be swindling them out of anything. You understand what I'm saying? And thou shalt remember that thou that was a bondman in the land of Egypt, that you were a slave in Egypt. Listen, and the Elohim and thy Yah redeemed thee. Therefore, I command thee this day, this thing this day, to do this day. Listen, you were in the same circumstances, position. Whatever you lacked when they did not arrive, whatever you lacked, they added to you. The value they added to you, you should repay them the value that they added to you upon departure. Upon departure, they should get what their worth is. Every man should get due what is owed to him. Don't care if he's a servant who was sold into slavery or who sold himself into slavery. You understand what I'm saying? They should get what's just due. They should get what's just due. Let's go to Exodus 21:2. Let's go to Exodus 21:2. Why these buffoons are laughing at people's pain and suffering, why they're being cruel in their speech. Exodus 21:2 will speak. Exodus 21:2 will speak while these people are cold and calloused in their heart, and they speak antichrist speech and language and trying to sell you a seen doctrine. Let's go. If thou buy in Hebrew servants, 6 years he shall serve. You have a certain amount of time you're going to serve. 6 years say you serve. And in the 7th, he shall go out free for nothing. Meaning he shall go out with something. Right? He shall go out free for nothing. If he come in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. Somebody has some speech, right? You understand what I'm saying? In regards to owning all assets. And we need to have a clear understanding as to what that is. You understand what I'm saying? Now, in Exodus, of course, there is no real permanent slavery. You're not supposed to be stuck in slavery. Among the Hebrews, these were protections, right? To keep brothers from just doing whatever they wanted to do to each other. For economic reasons. For destructive reasons. Not for licenses or for ownership. You understand what I'm saying? So when we're speaking about him and he's in true servitude and he's paying off his debt, this is somebody who's truly indebted to you and not a servant who's serving you, right? But adding value to you. This is somebody who is in the deficit when they're speaking about that this individual, this Hebrew man should go out with nothing. But if he acquired a wife while he paid off his debts, guess what? You don't get ownership over his asset, which is his wife. You don't get ownership over that. If his master have given him a wife and she have bore him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her masters, her husbands, and he shall go out by himself. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of these things we got to understand. These are stigmas for individuals who owe. You owe. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free. Then the master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door or unto the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through within now, and he shall serve him forever. This is somebody who's indebted to this man. And these are the stipulations to that debt. Who's indebted to this man? This is not somebody who is just there to be a blessing and to serve the Most High Yah. So when they're using this scripture to try to manipulate the narrative, to try to say like, hey, you're really supposed to do this and do that. And no, this is the judgment. This is the judgment of those who are in servitude, who have to pay off a debt. You understand what I'm saying? Oppression, bloodshed. We got to understand what that really is. You understand what I mean? You got to understand what that really means. So let's go forward. We're going to go ahead and open up because we are already making our rounds. Okay. We're going to go to Malachi. Let's go to Malachi real quick. Malachi 3:5. Let's go to Malachi 3:5. And I will come near to you to judgment, and I will be a swift witness against the scorners, and against the adulterers, and against false swearers, and against those that oppress, against those that oppress, the hireling in his wages, the widow and of the fatherless, against those who oppress, and that turn aside the stranger from his right, and fear not me, saith the Elohim of hosts. Listen, you already know that when it speaks like this, withholdings. The withholdings. A worker's fair wages is a offense. It's an offense that calls down judgment from the Elohim. If a man provides what he provides, the value, and you fail to repay him upon exit, the value that he's worth, judgment will come down upon you. Judgment will come down upon you against those that oppress the hireling in his wages, saith the Elohim. Judgment will come down upon you. If he produced, he should go out with whatever value. You should break them off a piece, period. Let's go to Jeremiah 34:13. Jeremiah 34:13. Jeremiah 34:13. As these guys are being cruel in their speech, they want to talk about somebody else. Thus saith the Elohim, the Yah of Israel, I made a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, saying. Now, my thing is this: he brought them out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. When we're speaking about Jeremiah 34, we're going to read from 13 to 17. Listen, Yah is furious. Let's listen in and let's read what he said. The Most High Yah is furious when we enslave our own or re-enslave our brothers and our sisters. It is called. You are really actually polluting his name when you're re-enslaving your brothers and sisters pursuant to Jeremiah 34:13 through 16. Let's take that account one more time here. Thus saith the Elohim, the Yah of Israel, I made the covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, saying, at the end of the 7 years, let ye go every man his brother in Hebrew, which have been sold unto thee. And when he have served 6 years, thou shalt let him go free from thee. But your fathers hearkened not unto me, neither inclined their ear. And ye were now turned, and had done right in my sight. And have done right in my sight, and proclaimed liberty every man, freedom for every man to his neighbor. And ye had made a covenant before me in the house which is called by my name. Come on. But ye turned to pollute my name. You turned to pollute my name, and caused every man his servant and every man his handmaid, whom ye have sent at liberty. Ye have set as at liberty at their plea, at their pleasure to return, and brought them into subjection to be unto you for servants and for handmaidens. You brought these people a straightway into subjection to be servants and to be handmaidens. They have no legacy. They have nothing they can leave behind for future generations. They don't have what you have, Dow, and what you should provide them with whatever you have if they're your servants. They don't have what you have. And so you brought them in subjection through fear, through obedience, and telling them to submit or quit. Tell them they need to submit. No murmuring, complaining, no backbiting. Don't listen to nothing that nobody has to say but me. You turn them to serve your house, the house of Dowell, as you pass down your legacy to Hezekiah, and he will take over the reins of Straitway. Guess what? Everything that you produced and everyone else who helped you produce it off the backs of those saints, guess what? They can leave with absolutely nothing if they don't like it. They're servants. They're slaves. That's what that means to be a servant or slave, meaning you have no real assets, meaning you own nothing. You own nothing. You control nothing. So anything you produce, you got to leave it behind, the whole thing, to someone else's household, someone else's kingdom, someone else's legacy. And this is the very thing that the Most High hates, is when you bring them back into subjection and bring them and make them servants unto you and handmaids unto you. Therefore, thus, and he states, therefore, thus saith the Elohim, ye have not hearkened unto me. And proclaiming liberty for your brothers and sisters, that they are free, meaning they are old, they're 40 acres and a goddamn mule, meaning they are free to make their own decisions and keep their own assets that they're producing on their own, that they're able to receive something for their future generations, that they're not worse than an infidel and giving all of their wealth and squandering all of their youth on a man's own legacy, on one man who wants to build a kingdom for himself. Yeah, you're worse than an infidel if you're deceived enough to give your youth, deceived enough to give all your assets, and your future generations are left with nothing but slavery and servitude as an option. That's all that they have. Everyone to his brother, and every man to his neighbor. Behold, I proclaim a liberty for you. You're free, saith the Elohim. This is not thus saith Moses. This is not thus saith Jeremiah. This is thus saith Yahweh, that you are at liberty. You are at freedom. You are not to be oppressed and to be oppressed with fear. You are to be free, to be able to think as free men, as free women, to have autonomy as he designed you to have, and not to be beat down with the levels of fear that they produce in the Essene doctrine that is antichrist. The very thing that Yeshua stood up against is what they're trying to preach and teach to you as okay. To the sword, to the pestilence, and to the famine, and I will make you to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. This is something he despises, and he'll bring judgment upon you to put yourself in to bring your brothers and your sisters into servitude, into being handmaidens and bondservants. He despises it. He despises that, for you to bring them into some sort of form of slavery and some sort of form of servitude, where they're not reaping any reciprocity or benefits from it. They have no benefits from this thing. They're just placekeepers. They're just mules, cattle being used and being worked. This is a quasi system, unilateral, meaning it only benefits one party. That is not of the Most High Yah. In fact, we know that system all too well. We look at it in our intergovernmental system all day long, Kabeer. They are not serving the Most High Yah. But they do have quasi contracts that are very unilateral, meaning one party is the only party that benefits from the situation. That sounds like Satan to me. Somebody who's the only party that benefits from it.
I sold my soul to the devil. I know it's a crappy deal. Lisa came with a few toys like a Happy Meal.
At least you got a few toys. Let's go to Job 31. Job 31:13. Let's go to Job 31:13, y'all. Job 31:13. Job 31:13. Job 31:13. Just a sec, y'all. Okay, use the bathroom. All right, let's go. Real ones, they already know that this just ain't a show, y'all. This is a movement. Introducing y'all to the official gear of the chosen ones, of the warriors, of the sheep, of the ram, of those who are go-getters, of Yah's real soldiers, War Sheep and Shepherd Code. Y'all land on my website here. You can scroll down. You can see I got a collection here. You can choose your weapon, y'all. You can scroll down even further. You see that I have some things going on here. You can be able to sign up for. Also, we got featured items, right? Featured products. You choose your weapon and how you would like to represent the Father. Me, myself, we got a newcomer that just arrived, y'all. That's right. Called Servants of Yah. 100% brew. That's right. 100% brew. Hebrew. 100%. GMO free. Contents may vary in shape, in color, and beliefs, as you already know. All your ingredients is according to the fruits of the spirit. So let's get it, y'all. Get you about 50 of those joints minimum. Represent the Father in the ways that we know best, right? In style, in custom apparel. You already know what it is. Designed in-house by yours truly. As many of y'all know that here at the War Sheep Podcast, we don't cry about a struggle. We conquer it. And that we don't fold under pressure. We praise under pressure, y'all. 1 Thessalonians 5:18. War Sheep and Shepherd Co. ain't just for anybody, y'all. It's for the called. It's for the chosen. It's for those who truly are of the Most High Yah. The war sheep, the ram, the ewees, the ones who are out here who are elegant, women who are exceptional, and the righteous alpha men. This apparel represents that wholeheartedly, customly. So y'all go ahead and head on over to War Sheep and Shepherd Co. That's warsheepshepherdco.shop. I said warsheepshepherdco.shop. It should be in my description box as well as in the description box below. Y'all can also roll over to my shop right here on YouTube. We got plenty of custom designs over there. Get y'all about 50 minimum, y'all. Represent the Father in a way that you know best, right? With custom designs coming from the War Sheep and Shepherd Co. And now we're going to go ahead and head back to the truth that they don't want you to hear, y'all. All right. My bad. I had to use the bathroom, y'all. Job, let's go. We're back on track. Back on track. Let's get back to it. All right. Job 31:13. Job 31:13. All right. 31:13. Job. If I did despise the cause, my manservant, or of my maidservant, when they contended with me. Okay, when they contended with me, if I did despise them, what then shall I do when Yah raiseth up, and when he visiteth, what shall I answer him? Did not he that made me in the womb make him? And did not one fashion us in the womb? Now, when he's speaking about this over here in Job, you got to understand that all people, right? Servants and masters, all together, all alike, servants and masters, leadership and saints, you understand what I'm saying, are made by the same Elohim. We're made by the same Yah. There is no divine right that belongs to somebody who's in a higher position and authority in someone's life, right? That's absolutely right. When he speaks about this, it means like that we are the same. We've been fashioned the same. You understand what I'm saying? We have been fashioned the same, cut from the same design of the Most High Yah. You understand what I'm saying? And this is what he's speaking to. We have to understand this is exactly what they're saying, right? So dominating one another, right? Who are of the faith. Dominating them through fear. This is something that is not permitted. This is something that you should not do. In fact, it's unethical biblically to dominate your brother. So when he's standing there telling this man that in Australia that he must, if he wishes to stay within it, he must go find the command and keeping congregation, telling him and giving him stipulations and guidelines and dominating his house, his priesthood. In order to, honestly, what it was a muscling and trying to show his authority to his wife and trying to muscle his house to make himself seem like something that he ain't supposed to be doing. That's exactly what he's effectively trying to do. So we're going to go to Galatians 3:28, y'all. I just want to make it very clear as to what we should be. Galatians, we're going to go ahead over to Galatians 3:28. Galatians 3:28. Galatians 3:28. All right, 3:28. Let's go. There is neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither bond nor free. There is neither male nor female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus, in Yeshua. You are all one in Yeshua. Right? We are all one. There shouldn't be a dominance over someone. Yeah, I mean, maybe positions to where we understand how to move as a team, as a unit, as the body of Messiah. There's going to be those who spiritually can guide you and lead you, but dominating you is something that is totally against what Yeshua would stand for. It's totally against what the Father would will for another believer's life. Is dominance. You understand what I'm saying? Now, Yeshua unites us. Enslaving another believer is against the spiritual mission. It's against the gospel, it's against the teachings of the Messiah. Completely and totally against that. You understand what I'm saying? Completely and totally against it. And that's just the truth. He did not preach a message of enslaving one another. Let's go to Philemon. Let's go to Philemon to even back that up even more. That's going to be 115. 115. For perhaps he therefore departed for a season, that thou shouldest receive him forever. Now, not now as a servant, but above a servant, a brother beloved, especially to me. But how much more unto thee, both in the flesh and in the Elohim, both in the flesh and of the Elohim. You understand what I'm saying? In the new covenant, right? And this new contract that was formed with the blood of Yeshua, the brothers that is in the body of Yeshua, in the body of Christ, are equals. They are not somebody who is supposed to lord over each other. You understand what I'm saying? Spiritual guidance, right, is totally different. It's totally different from dominating with fear. There is no justification for enslaving a fellow believer. Not one. Not one justification for it. Right? Not one justification. If thou count me, therefore, a partner, receive me as myself. If thou count me, therefore, a partner, receive him as myself. Receive him as myself. You got to understand what's being told here, the level of gravity and how they're treating and enslaving you. They're not outwardly professing that you're a slave. They're doing it through works and through deeds and through spirit, spiritually oppressing you, making you fearful of not making the boat, of not making it into a community before shit hits the fan. And you want to make it in community, so you must do what? You must submit. You must obey. You must show yourself to be the perfect slave. You must show yourself to be somebody who without a voice. If you want to make it on these communities and save your soul, save your salvation, you want to do what? Become a slave in order to make it onto one of these plantations. And once you make it onto one of the plantations, in order to stay in the plantation, you must behave and perform the same way that it took to require you to be there as a servant, as a slave. That's what you must perform like. That's what you must do if you want to fit the mold. You got to go into this bondage, and you can't be considered and be counted onto a partner, right? And be received as himself. You can't be received as him, right? We're supposed to receive each other, almost though we're receiving Yeshua. We're supposed to embrace each other. We ain't supposed to enslave each other through fear. A lot of you who are desperately trying to get on these communities of Straitway, guess what? You're going to have a rude awakening when STF truly happened. When shit hits the fan, you're going to have a rude awakening. You're going to see the real beast, the real person comes out. You think he's the man of Yah. I see the true animal and beast that he truly is. I see the evil. I can discern it. I've had visions about it. The way that this carnage is going to take place, the calling of the saints, the ones who are useless, enslaving or economically oppressing your fellow Hebrew brothers and sisters is a grave sin the Most High condemns. He does not justify it. He condemns it. And he commands justice, compassion, and liberty to be bestowed upon all, to be able to have freedom to decide how they want to build their legacy, their homes. You're worse than an infidel if you're not leaving behind a legacy for your future generations. You're not producing anything, JC. You're worse than an infidel. You're allowing yourself to be taken advantage of and all your assets to be ripped and stripped from you. You're not leaving behind anything for your family or producing anything for your family. Dowell is producing that because he controls it all. Rather, under the law of grace, listen, Yah's heart, it is full of liberty, of choice. It is not full of bondage. So how are you placing yourself in the seat of Yah by putting people in bondage? Something that he absolutely, completely hates for his children is for them to be in bondage mentally, physically, spiritually. And you're placing them in bondage through fear, through bloodletting. You're placing them in bondage spiritually, mentally, physically, emotionally, tugging on their heartstrings. If they don't make a community, they're going to be finished. Placing fear in their hearts. If they leave this so-called ministry, straight gay truth ministry, that they will be signing their death certificate, their hell certificate, that they're not making it to the kingdom. That was said to one of the brothers, Brother Brandon. That was spoken and preached about. If you're not a part of Straitway, you ain't making it to the kingdom. These things are putting you under spiritual bondage, emotional bondage, physical bondage, literally, to where you can't make yourself your own decisions and have self-autonomy. Let's reflect. I'm going to reflect on these questions. I'm going to share the link. Anybody who wants to come on, you can come on live. I'm going to go ahead and share the link now because I got a reflection on these questions and that need to be. So I'm sharing the link. If you want to come on live, please. Come on live. Come on up. I like to open the floor. I like to hear, even if you disagree. Even if you disagree. You understand what I'm saying? Come on up. But questions, right? Shalom, shalom. Welcome in, Pastor. Welcome in. Bless you.
Shalom, my brother. How am I coming in? Y'all can hear me good? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Okay. Hold on a sec. I don't know if I'm hearing you.
I'm trying to make sure y'all can be heard.
Go ahead, speak some more.
Can y'all hear me, chat? Hold on a sec.
Okay. Loud and clear. You in now. Go ahead. Go ahead, Pastor. My apologies.
Good. Chat so they can hear me good. Hey, very good show. Very good broadcast tonight, brother. And again, it shows the lack of character, the lack of chutzpah. They're always talking about cojones and having jewels and get your balls back and see when it's really time to get down to the nitty gritty and answer the real questions. They throw they rocks and hide their hands. See, Kabeer had an opportunity to bring his punk ass in here tonight. See, Jordan. I'm sorry, brother Jordan. Jordan is wise. He understands it's an emotional time he's going through right now. The Most High is moving on his heart. He's having him reach out and call a lot of different people that he said things, done things to. He's getting it right. So he's very wise by not engaging in anything of this magnitude at this time. I've been through that process already, so I'm fully ready to engage in it. And you notice, as soon as the link went up, he went ghost. He went chicken. Now, I want y'all all to understand. He's still here listening, and I know that for a fact because I could pull it up in the chat room. He is still here listening through the whole thing, but he's a chicken, and he wanted to use the excuse of putting Jordan out because he called a melanated brother the N-word. Now, let me tell y'all something about Wisconsin up there. Okay, ain't nothing straight about them, ain't nothing to praise about them. They ain't got no land up there. All those brothers use the N-word up there. All the white brothers, Hispanic brother, Mexican, they all use the N-word. But now all of a sudden, after a black Negro named Elijah assaulted Brother Jordan. Now, mind you, Jordan's having a conversation with Xavier. Xavier listened to the lies that Kabeer has put into his ears. They're having a conversation. They're heated in the conversation, right? This wannabe bully, Elijah, comes in and tries to bully Jordan, pretty much trying to get him to shut up. And Jordan told him, back up. And Elijah says, if I don't? And Jordan told him, look, you don't intimidate me just because you took some boxing classes. And guess what Elijah did, y'all? He pushed Jordan. He pushed him and punched him. Now, he knew he could get away with that with Jordan. He wouldn't do that to a real man. And I ain't saying Jordan not a real man. I'm glad Jordan didn't have no weapon or no gun on, because reaction probably would have got Elijah lit up. So I'm glad he didn't have any of that on the work site with him that day. But stepping to somebody that's about that life, he'd have never done it. Just like his chicken leader, Kabeer, will never do it. Just like his chicken leader, Dowell, will never do it. All of this easily could have been handled spiritually if Dowell would allow me to come before all my so-called accusers. All these people that Dowell poisoned their mind with these lies. You up here telling stories that nobody believes, not even you. Caught me with my hand in a cookie jar, you lying dog. And the good thing is, all of this is going to come out in court, y'all, since his foolish self tried to sue me. Then he gets up and lies about that. Hey, I only sue people that threaten to sue me first. Now, I got an actual video telling everybody I'm not going to sue Dowell. Even though I got multiple legal grounds to do it, I'm not going to sue him. I'm going to move on. So then he goes and files a false lien against my property. Then after that, after I contested that, this fool goes and files a frivolous lawsuit. It's going to cost him in the end. He thinks his dollars is long because he's spending the saints' money. Like what's the name? Brother Mike said in this video, how the hell you can afford all this? You ain't had a job in 30 years. You ain't had a W-2 job. You ain't done in 30 years.
30 years, yo.
And now he's got all the people out here believing that fruit is work. So do we give the people that built the skyscrapers and the highways and all this, do they got more fruit than all of us, y'all? This is what he wants you to believe, that physical work is fruit. All of us physically work in some way, shape, fashion, or form. All of us on here are men and we taking care of our families in some way, shape, fashion, or form. See, what his problem is, y'all, is that he doesn't get to see the spiritual things that we do, because that's between us and the Most High. See, we're not foolish like him and put everything in our life out there for people to see. It's not for you to scrutinize. You don't need to see our gardens. You don't need to see our fellowships. You don't need to see the stuff we building. You don't need to see nothing. And even for the brothers that ain't doing nothing, as long as you taking care of your families, as long as you being the priest of your household and you ministering to your wife and your children, you're being the man y'all called you to be. And the best thing you are is free. See, it says, he who the Son, the S-O-N, sets free is free indeed. You were reading that in Philemon, bro. I wanted you to read 17 so bad because people need to get the understanding. He said, I'm going to go away for a little while. Why? So that you can get a true understanding. That you can get a true understanding that you are above. I think that was verse 16. You're above a certain. You are a brother that is beloved. Tell somebody a straight way to prove that text and what they do on a daily basis. Tell somebody a straight way to do that. And it says both in the flesh and in Yah. That's why I'd ask the question. Are you going to be able to do it in both? Then it come right back in 17 and tell you, if thou count me therefore a partner, if you look at me as a brother, receive him as myself then. Christ is telling you, if you're receiving him, receive your brother as him.
Yeah.
Tell me one individual that's still a straight way now that can live that text out. Where's the fruit when it comes to that straight way? Why was Jordan no longer your brother? Because he asked one basic question that none of you numbnuts, I'm talking about Dowell, I'm talking about Shane, I'm talking about all leaders. Any of you that's still left there, Mitchell, Mir, any leader that's still there, I'm asking y'all. When Jordan asked that question, he said, everything that I have here, up here in Wisconsin, has been given to me and can be taken away at a moment's notice. If that is truly the case, what makes me different than a slave? And you know, not one leader answered his question. But what they did is they started plotting and slandering and drawing division from the brothers on him. Why? Because they knew he knew. They knew that Jordan knew at that time that the gig was up. Now this man created a six-figure business, bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars for that community up there. Other brothers up there, like Brother Ross, gave hundreds of thousands of dollars. I can't wait till the Most High take the scales off Brother Ross's eyes. I can't wait. Because when he takes the scale off Brother Ross's eyes and he leaves, I want to hear down them say he didn't give anything. Because Brother Ross gave over $400,000 when he came. Now, another wicked brother squandered like half of that. But even when he moved to Kabeer's place up there in Wisconsin, Kabeer received over $200,000 of money that man brought. I wonder if you're going to give that back to him, Kabeer, when he leaves. Or you're going to make up another excuse because Ross been up there using the N-word like the rest of y'all. You are a simp. You are a punk. And you are a chicken like your girlfriend, Dowell. Dowell has known from day one. The reason he will not get in a room with me with all you saints is because he know y'all will show you whose side he's on. He can get up here and quote text and quote Deuteronomy and quote Leviticus and quote Numbers all day. He ain't doing it because in no situation did he bring me and him, the two that had the controversy, before all the saints in Yah. Explain that, King Pharaoh. Explain it to the people.
That's right.
Your day is coming. And everybody sees it crumbling except you and your puppets. And this is so sad. The passion you hear from me is sad. All of this, hundreds of lives, thousands of people.
Yeah.
Being dictated and controlled by one man's feelings and emotions. Sister Carolina, everybody know what you're feeling in your heart. You don't have the you don't have it like Sister Ashley got it. See, Ashley could hide that stuff real well. Yeah. She can tell you what's really going on while she's sitting there and you thinking she on your side, but she not. She did that several times on videos with Dowell. Carolina couldn't do it. She just one of them real ones from South Miami, y'all, from South Florida. She couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. Yeah. But you gave her good props. She stood for her weak ass husband. I'm talking about you, son. I'm talking about you, JC. The one that put the burr in you to become an electrician, JC. You know you had issues. Elder Becker didn't lie to me. When he told me about them 4 families up there that had issues, your name came up, son. Now tell me publicly not to call your son again. And dad will show up. Been dealing with you since your teens, son. And you want to get on there and talk crazy. No damn well I ain't stole nothing from nobody, especially you. I haven't stole anything. I haven't committed adultery. I ain't took nobody else's wives. Son, none of my wives were married to anybody before they were married to me. Son. When Becker told me about those 4 families, he said it was JC's family, it was Ray's family, it was Brother Victor's family, and it was the Bells. And I told that dog, that devil dog, Mir, about those families and how I had to find out who I could trust to protect these families. And I told his punk ass I didn't trust him because he was a liar. And he lied in front of all the elders up there in that meeting. Tell Dowell to produce the audio tapes of the Wisconsin meeting. Y'all will hear Mir lying for Dowell. And we all caught him. Hell no, I don't trust your punk ass, Mir. I don't trust you, Rob. I don't trust you, Corey. I don't trust none of you devil dogs. Corey, you so full of rejection. Coming up with all this crazy stuff, looking in the Dead Sea Scrolls and the first century scholars and all this kind of stuff to try to justify a position that you will never have. Dowell will never trust you, Corey. I'm going to tell you again, because it ain't like I ain't told you this before. He will never trust you because you ain't going to never be able to produce on the level he thinks you should. You'll never get it. You full of rejection, son. You're full of it. And you're coming up with these false doctrines, these scenes, and all this dumb crap. A nation of people, not even a nation, a small handful of people that's self-destructed. The Bible don't even mention them. And you think they were the example for us to follow? No, what about the disciples? Didn't they give us an example to follow? Going house to house? Didn't they give us the example? Didn't they follow the Messiah? He didn't speak about the Essenes. So why are you? You lying devil dogs, and your day coming. Keep mocking. I love it. Keep mocking. You ain't going to be mocking much longer. It's crumbling. It's been crumbling. All because you won't get in line with the will of the Most High. All because your ego is more important. You'd rather die and go to hell than actually repent and get things right. You devil dogs. Now y'all see why I wouldn't let Mir and Corey set foot on land that's got my name on it. Now you see. Now y'all see. Devil dogs.
So I got a question, Pastor.
I'm listening.
In regards to this scripture and what Yeshua said here, Matthew 20:25. Shout out to Jordan. But Jesus called them unto him and said, ye know that the prices of the Galatians of the Gentiles exercise dominion over them, and they that are great exercise authority upon them. Mm-hmm. But it shall not be so among you, but whosoever will be great among you, let him be your minister. And whosoever will be chief among you, let him be servant. And when Yeshua is telling us that we're not supposed to be exercising that dominion, what are we gleaming from this, Pastor?
Anybody that's got the Spirit of the Most High in them, that's full of the Holy Spirit, knows what this is. Mm-hmm. The higher you go, the more accolades you get, the more of a servant you become. That's right. Which one of you can say you're serving me now? Y'all know. Which one of y'all that have left Straitway and have called on your brother, pastor, elder, brother, it don't matter what you call me, Rufus, can say, you got to come serve me. It's simple. The more Yah trusts you and the more he brings you up, if he makes you chief in wisdom and knowledge and understanding over, you become more of a servant. See, Dowell wants you to believe him going and building a few buildings 2 or 3 times a year. That's him being your servant. Him preaching a lying gospel to you, a lying mixed doctrine of Catholicism, of Christianity, of Hebrewism. I mean, he's just mixing anything together that fits his narrative at the moment. He thinks that's him serving you. But how about serving these brothers that say, you know what, brother, I'm sorry. I know I gave a lot. I know I was here to serve. I just don't agree with it anymore. I want to leave. See, even the wicked, perverted R.G. Stare had enough love in his heart for these people. Go back and look at the records, y'all. Even the wicked, perverted R.G. Stare had enough love in for the people. When they left, he still tried to do something for them. Gave them money. One man said, I need 20 acres of land. He went and bought it for him, y'all. Took him 6 months to find it, but he bought it for the man. Even wicked, perverted Stare didn't let the people leave with nothing. But Dowell got him, his girlfriend Kabeer. He got Muscle Man, Musclehead Mir, and Confused Corey out here justifying all of this wickedness towards all these people that gave. You telling me Jordan didn't bring nothing? He didn't come with anything. What did he create while he was here? Who cares what he came with? Even if he came with nothing, what was his labor worth? You just read the scriptures. You just read the text in Deuteronomy. You just read it in Leviticus. What was his labor worth? You treating a man worse than a slave is supposed to be treated. And you actually think you're going to have favor from the Most High? Show us, this is a better statement. Show us in the scriptures. Show us in the text. Show us in the letters. Show us in the gospels. I think I covered it all, right? Show us in the Apocrypha. Well, when a brother decided to part ways, you did nothing for them. You treated them like an infidel. Paul didn't do that to Barnabas. He agreed it was sharp, it was contentious, and they separated. Where did you see Paul bashing? Where did you see Paul speak him into hell? Where did you see Paul consistently speak curses over this man in his house? You called it right, Brother Barak. That stuff Dowell speaking is witchcraft. And he's trying to speak curses over y'all. You better learn how to cast them things down. They're chickens. I've told them from day one, all of them are chickens like their leader, Dowell. If he really thought he was the man of Yah, think about the things that Moses and David and all them did. When any man that was wicked rose up against them, they actually went into prayer mode. They would rip their clothes off, fall on their face. Like, no, don't do this. Don't force y'all to judge you like this. They actually had pity on him. Where's the pity that's coming from Dowell? Where's the falling on his face, begging y'all for those individuals? If I'm so wicked, Dowell. I told all y'all 18 months ago when all this started. Dowell he keeps saying there's no sin. The spirit of Pharaoh, I've been saying it from the beginning. Now you want to blame the people in this last video you did on them treating you like a king, but you require it. Because if they don't, they got to leave. You bragged about putting people out. You're lying, dog. You ain't putting nobody out. Yeah. You're just a liar. Everything come out your mouth is a damned lie. No love from anybody in this ministry, from Scott Baja to JC to none of y'all. All of y'all are on the take because Dowell has something he's dangling over you that you want. Take that bottle of honey Jack Daniels away from Bud. Let's see how he acts. Tell him he can't drink it no more. Just go work, Bud. Since it's dreamland for you. Since it's dreamland for you. No more Jack Daniels for you, sir. No more getting blitzed by 3:30 p.m. every day. And see, that ain't had to come from me. Y'all saw it in the chat room. That was a brother that worked with Bud every day for 3 years. He said every day the man was drunk by 3:30 p.m. Every day.
That's ambitious.
He ain't got no levels of accountability because he's doing all Dow's dirty work, meaning he does the work, not Dow. Jamie told y'all that. Don't be fooled. He does a floor, go help. But when it come time to land block and build a little, he'll go help for that. How many times in a year do you see him go do that, though? Don't tell me you working when you're going to show up 3 or 4 times a year for somebody. Oh, busy. Yeah, you busy planning for you and your family, planning your 6 luxury vacations. I thought you deserved 1, not 6. And I hate the fact that I agreed with you because you were the punk ass one, Dow, that asked me to go ask the Saints. See, I didn't come up with the idea myself. You asked me to go ask the Saints. It look crazy coming from me. And I said, you know, I think you deserve it, so I'll do it. But you came up with the ideal of vacations, not me. Tell the truth. And you're getting on here lying till you bought us and gave us everything. You had our savings, Dow. Our savings paid for that land. Tell the truth, Dow. You don't want to tell the truth because you're mad how we even got that savings. That the Most High put on another man's heart to bless me. He's in your ministry because it's yours. It ain't Jesus. The ministry does not belong to Yeshua HaMashiach. So it's in your ministry, but another man came in and said, you know what? I had a dream. The Most High told me to bless you, Brother Rufus. I wasn't no elder. I wasn't no pastor. I was a brother. And he said, I'm supposed to bless you. And I'm going to make sure you get it. And my dumb ass, as soon as I got the offering, I gave it to Dow. Told him to hold it for us. Because in that time, they had no communities besides Georgia, which I established. How much rent did you pay? When we established Georgia up on the mountain, on Lookout Mountain, I was up there today. When we established that back in 2011, August, September, how much money did you pay towards the first month rent, security deposit, last rent? How much you paid towards that, Dow? To get the utilities turned on. Y'all know how that stuff is. How much you paid for that, Dow? How much money did you give us? When it came to moving a family like Jamie's from Michigan, moving my stuff, and moving Brother Jerusha's stuff, U-Haul trucks, all that, how much did you pay towards that? You didn't give a dime. Neither did Jerusha, lying ass. Me and Brother Jamie paid for all of that. And as soon as he got there, because Jamie was a carpenter, he could work, you snatched him up and took him the Straitway and made him a slave. That's why you ran him away from the faith. His blood is on your hand. Keep thinking it's not, Dow. His blood is on your hand. You ran that man away from the faith. He couldn't even receive love by the time you got done with him at Straitway. I wish he was strong enough to just call me and tell me what the hell was going on back then. He never did. He admitted that to all of y'all on this video he did. He never told me. And by the time I could sense something ain't right, I asked Dow, let him come back to Georgia. See, at that point, Dow was done with it. Yeah, sure. Now I get to look like I'm being benevolent. I'm trying to help. No, you wasn't. I saw he was struggling. But at that point, it was too late. He said in the video, he said it was too late. I was done. Didn't matter what they did. They was trying to help with delivery. It was too late. I was already made my mind up. I was done with the ministry. That blood is on your hand, Dow. It's on your hand. These guys are all chicken. Kabeer probably still in here. He'll never face me. Dow will never face me. The only time they're going to see me is probably in court. They'll never face me, though. I would love, still to this day, to get me, Dow, and all them numbnuts that hang with him in one room with all the saints. I'll even do it at Straitway. Or you ain't worthy to step on this land. What about, you got all these other adulterers and all these other liars and slanderers there. Why not? Since I'm so wicked, I'm an embezzler. Y'all pathetic. No, but I come up here to stand for Jordan today. He's doing the right thing. Get your heart right, brother. Get your heart right. Deal with the things that the Most High is telling you to deal with. Deal with the people that he needs you to deal with. Repent to those you need to repent to. Had a conversation you got to have. Get yourself in the right. Get established. Get established. You don't owe YouTube shit, sir. I don't care what videos you put out. You don't owe YouTube nothing. And I don't care what no man tell you. Now, when the Most High move in your heart to reach out, do it. If he don't. It's that simple. And if somebody's due an apology, y'all get to you in due season. Give it time. I'm happy that the scales have been taken off. I'm happy that your ears are open. I'm happy that you, your wife, and your 2 children are free. See, that brother in Australia, he knew what was up. You got Carol spitting in this woman's ear, telling her everything Dowell's telling her. Definitely got her believing if he leaves, you free to not be with him anymore, and we'll take care of you. And this is why the man accused Dowell of trying to steal his wife. Same thing Randall did. And it seemed crazy to us back then. We were like, what is this man talking about? This man came and showed up to fight Dowell. Now it makes sense, though. Now it all makes sense. Back then in 2013, 2014, it didn't make no sense to us then. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Oh, now we see the witchcraft. We see them. I put the video in the chat earlier. Probably ain't in there no more. You remember I did that video, Brother Barack? It was called Bad Behavior, or was this coincidence or bad behavior patterns? And I showed
yes, sir.
How he got all these women, how he manipulated and got these women. That spirit's still on him. He trying to do that to the brother in Australia. The brother in Australia just exposed him, and then Dowell come on here, this dumbass, talking about it like he's trying to mock the dude. Brother Barack, he brought it out perfect. He trying to get in front of it to steer the narrative, y'all. But the fact of the matter is, this man has had his wife, Carol, spitting in this man's ear, this man's wife's ear, and he don't like the shit that Carol is saying to his wife. But where's Carol getting it from, y'all? Where's Mother Carol getting it from? Dowell. And I guarantee it comes with a promise. If your husband leaves, he's an infidel. He got you living in a tent. She was happy in that tent before y'all came along.
Yeah.
I'd rather live in a tent and be free than to live on that oppressive, tyrannical land that you got there. Put me in a tent. A $50 Walmart tent, to say that, in the middle of winter in Milwaukee, on the lake. Get it as cold as you can get it. I'd rather be there and free. Me and my woman can make body heat. I'd rather do that and be free. Be up under your witchcraft, your cloak of maliciousness. Boy, when the Most High pull that cover off, it's going to be something. You know how Dowell used to talk about all the time, yanking that chain on that dog's neck. Watch when the Most High yank the chain on this devil dog's neck.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Y'all are here from Becker and the Bells when they get ready. Y'all, I mean, we don't get to determine the people's healing, y'all. Now, I'm going to just keep it a buck with y'all. The Most High didn't let me. He got me to a point where I need to protect my family, get them away from them devils, right? But he didn't let me do it. I'm not going to put that same expectation on Elder Becker and on Deacon Bell. When they want to speak, they will. But y'all, man, pray for them. I ain't been through what they've been through. They've been living on that land for 25 plus years, y'all. I was free in Georgia. We were free. We weren't under that oppression. We have no idea what these people have been through. I got nothing but mercy and pity and empathy and sympathy for these people. That's all I got. I don't care that he didn't stand for you. So what? He's standing now. Well, they could have backed you back then. I don't care. The book says, Yah says they will hear my voice. I don't need them to hear Pastor Elder Brother Rufus. They need to hear Yah. And guess what? Yah spoke and they left. They took the leap of faith like all of us have. And Yah's blessing them. Let them heal. Let them recover. Let Yah minister to them. We don't get to determine when they speak. I don't care if I never hear from them again. They don't owe me anything. The book says, oh, no man, nothing but love. Elder Becker, Deacon Bell, I don't do nothing but love y'all. And I'm glad you're free. I'm rejoicing. My family's praying. My family's dancing daily because y'all got free.
Hallelujah.
These devil dogs, though, they will never face me and you before Yah. And I say you as the congregation, as the body of Christ. I'm speaking to everybody that Yah knows your name. These devils, these dogs, these chickens, they will never do it. Because they know, for one, I believe the book. Bump all that line about fruit, because fruit is not your physical works. Sorry. For y'all that's foolish to believe that, keep believing it. Keep believing it's your physical works that Yah is caring about. Because you can do a physical work for a lot of motivated reasons. Most of you do your physical work for the reason of making money. That's it. It ain't the love of the brethren. It ain't. Ain't that right? What's it? Dumb Bud. Dumb Bud, because you work for the Honey Jack. You work for the Honey Jack, and the opportunity to get on here and look like a clown on some of these videos. Talking about you living in a dreamland, you living in a shed next to motor oil and compost. That's the dream for you. And it ain't that you serving the saints. You think you got some, I worked them hard. Who are you, a slave master now?
Slave driver.
You a slave master now? I don't see nowhere in that book where it requires us to work like that, except when we were in Egypt. When we were in Egypt, it spoke about how hard we had to work. Let's go.
All right. So do you think they'll be able to answer this? Feed the flock of Yah, which is among you, taking the oversight thereof, not by constraint, but willingly, not for filthy lucre, but of a ready mind, neither as being lords over Yah's heritage, but being what? In samples to the flock.
No, they're not going to answer it. They're not going to answer it. They're going to ignore it and act like we didn't say anything, because any kind of answer they give will expose them even more. No, anytime we come with the real truth, they never respond. Never. And if they do try to, all it does is run more people away, because all they try to do is coerce the scriptures. They try to entangle the scriptures. But the saints ain't stupid. They've been actually reading their word. They've been actually calling on the Holy Spirit to lead and guide them to truth. So they hear you say the word and realize the Holy Spirit ain't confirming it in them. And then they go read it and he shows them what it really means. And they say, man, God, how did I not see this? You can't entangle this. Neither as being lords over God's heritage. We belong to him, not you, Dowell, not you, Kabeer. Kabeer even refers to them saints up there as staff, y'all. Go listen to his videos. And they so stupid. David, Deacon David, I've never been more disappointed in a person in my life. I ain't gonna put your business out there today. I ain't gonna say I'm not. I ain't gonna put it out there today. I've never been more disappointed. I thought you could be the voice of reason for this man. I was excited about you being there because I thought you brought spiritual balance. But your lust, your empathy, your lack of self-control got you in a trick bag with this Hamite. I've been warning you saints for a long time that Kabeer ain't Hebraic. He's a damned Hamite. When he come up with all these Eastern doctrines and Eastern customs, it ain't Hebraic customs. I've been trying to tell you saints this. And you did a great job of showing them this is the stuff he brought, this elitist mindset. That these people are beneath us. I'm a god, I'm a king because I can play football. Till your knee get blown out.
Yeah.
Till your shoulder gets separated by a real man. Man, I don't fear none of these dudes. All of them are punks to me. All of them. They're punks, they're sissies, and they're chickens. Because guess what? Ever since, March of 2024? I've been asking one question. Get me, get Dowell, and all y'all that believe with Dowell in one room. And let's see whose side y'all is on. Let's see. Then you come with the excuses. Oh, well, the Bible don't work like that anymore. Why not? Why not? When it benefits you, you quote it for yourself. Did not Bud just quote that same thing? Oh, they wanted to kill the man at y'all because y'all did a new thing. Guess what? Let's see what new thing he'll do if me and Dowell gets in one room with all you believers, all you that are a part of the body of Christ. Show up. I'll pay for the venue. I'll pay for it. Show up. Let's see. I'm more than willing to test that boast. Because from day one, my story ain't changed. I ain't had to add nothing to nothing. All the lies, all the slander, all the manipulation, all the witchcraft will come to an end. When you follow the book from Genesis to Revelation, the book tells you if you got and it can't be worked out, bring everybody before the Most High Yah. The leaders, the saints, and the ones that are quarreling have to come before Yah. Dowell has avoided that like the plague because he already know. Just like his head is balding and he got a diseased scalp, he knows what the Most High gonna do. It's gonna be way worse than them plagues. Way worse than that disease he got. You can insult me, you can call me fat, you can call me lady, you can do all that stuff you want to do. None of it holds weight with the Most High. Let's see if he think I'm fat and lazy and overweight and don't work for the saints. Let's see, Dowell. I'm still saying the same thing 18 months later. And your seals and your puppets ain't doing nothing. Now they'll say, oh, ignore him. Ignore him. He's nothing. You free rent, Dowell. You get free rent from Pastor Ruth. No, everybody see what a free rent is. I ain't even making videos about this scum no more. You know why? All I can tell you is stay tuned. Because he's put himself in a position where the only person that can really going to do something is the Most High. That's it. That's fine with me. Vengeance is his anyways. I don't need it. I don't need it. I have asked the Most High to make it his will that I bump into him at a Home Depot or Lowe's somewhere. It ain't the will of the Most High. These men are chicken. They ain't willing to die for the Most High. I am, because I know they're liars. I know they're deceivers. Essenes, go look at the new bylaws, y'all. This is why you asked that question, brother Barack. Everything leads to the senior pastor who happens to be Dowell now. But like you said, what happens when Dowell dies? Corey would be the senior pastor in the ministry. Does he take over everything then, the way the bylaws are written? One man having total control, but then you could go back and look at Dowell's teachings. You could go look at an interview he had with the one guy back in 99, telling them, if anybody does this, you need to be aware of this person. If they're building mansions and driving $100,000 cars and trying to tell you that they're the sole way to heaven, Dowell was warning people about people like this way back then. What happened? Y'all go back and look at my videos. I did the reaction to it. Jim Searcy. Go Google Charles Dowell, Jim Searcy. Watch what come up, y'all. Watch what come up. He literally did an interview with this guy named Jim Searcy and telling him all this stuff we seeing now. He was telling them that the people need to stay away from anybody doing any of these things. Building mansions, driving fancy cars, going on expensive vacations. Then he told them that the land should never be in the name of the person that's in charge. It should be in the name of the saints. What happened with that, Dowell?
Wow.
They don't want y'all to see that. They don't want that to circulate. You lying hypocrite. I mean, you got a person that actually had to make a channel because you live in hypocrisy. And we know where the hypocrites are going to end up at. And the lake that burned with fire and brimstone, where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. It's sad, bro. I would love for guys like Randy the Skidmark, Fates and Gates, I would love for all of them to show up. Make it public. Since you think I'm such the demon, since you think, because you create your own narratives. You make up your own lies to justify the feelings you have inside instead of being a man and coming to me talking about it. I tell people about Skidmark. When that situation went down, when Melinda chose to leave his punk ass, she didn't have my number. She called the ministry and asked one question. If I leave this dog, will I still be accepted in this ministry? And the ministry told her, yes. Now, if it was such a thing with Randy, people go back when it happened 9 years ago. Go look at Randy at his channel there. Where's the videos about me 9 years ago talking to his wife, stealing his wife, making it? Where's all those videos? Where was they at then? You didn't make one. Now, 9, 10 years later, that now you and Dowell got a common enemy. Now you want to say all this stuff happened? You a lying dog too, Randy, and you will never meet me either. You chicken. All of y'all are chicken. Because guess what? I ain't never been afraid of no man, and I never will be. And I'm willing to die for what I believe in the Most High. I know I'm telling the truth in Yah. And anything I've done wrong, I'll have zero issues admitting to it. Because I'll get it right. Because if I did it wrong, it was in ignorance. It definitely wasn't my spirit trying to manipulate and take advantage of anybody. That I can guarantee. Not like you dogs. Randy, I heard about your Skidmark ass trying to reach out to Jordan. You ain't getting him, sir. You ain't going to be able to manipulate him like Kabeer did. Keep trying, sir. Oh, I got a place for you here. Where'd you get that place from, Randy? Telling Jordan, I got a place for you here. Where'd you get it from? Where'd you get it from? Did you buy it? Or did Brother Ron buy it when he came there and you stole the houses from him? Or did Junior pay for it? Where'd you get it from, Carol? You boogers are dogs. You boogers are dogs. And again,
so I got another question.
I'm listening.
I don't mean to break your wisdom. All right. Will they be able to answer this, Pastor? 1 Corinthians, okay, 7:22. For he that is called in the Elohim, being a servant, is the Elohim's free man. Likewise, also he that is called, being free, is Yeshua's servant. Ye are bought with a price. Be not ye the servants of men. Is there an answer that Straitway can provide in regards to Paul writing this to the Corinthians?
Nope. And again, they will ignore it like it doesn't exist because it doesn't benefit them. It doesn't fit their wicked, perverted, demonic narratives. Dowell wants soul control. Go read the bylaws, y'all. Go read their new bylaws. Go read the thing we put out showing you their covenant agreements that all the people that's going to live on these communities are going to have to sign.
Wow.
They're going to have to sign it. And they think they're going to be legally protected by this under these ghost foundations. They got another thing coming. Watch, y'all. I keep saying, stay tuned. Stay tuned. No, they're not going to answer that. Because in their mind, oh, we're all servants. No, we're not. Because why are you dictating and lording over these people? Why are you controlling these people? Why are you, if you have a disagreement with these people, now they're causing division and discord. All the slander comes. All these crazy stories. Now all of a sudden, Kabeer wants to justify the N-word and say, this brother got to be kicked off the land. I heard brothers that live at Straitway, white brothers, use the N-word. I ain't never been offended by the N-word. If a white person use that to try to hurt me, I know I'm in total control. I literally laugh. It don't send me in no rage because it's just words. But I've heard brothers throughout the ministry using that freely. White, Hispanic, black. Now all of a sudden, it's the final straw. And because after a man gets assaulted, he uses the N-word, now you got to put him out. That's what that man needs to do. I've already told him. I've advised him. Do what the book saying, use the law for the lawless. Let's see how many people Elijah want to punch in the face when he got to serve probation for 2 years. When he got to spend a night or two in jail to think about his dumb actions following behind an idiot like Kabeer. Same thing Jordan had to deal with. Let's see if the I man model worked for you, Elijah. When you got a physical, what's the word? Victim involved. Let's see if it works for you then. Let's see. See, Jordan was able to get out of that. Why? Because at the end of the day, they didn't do anything. They had guns, but it ain't like they used them. Nobody was in danger, no nothing. Let's see what happened with you. When the man, unprovoked, get pushed and punched by a punk. Let's see what happens. I told Jordan, use the law for the laws. I would file. I told Jordan, I would file. If I was him, I would file a complaint and I would press charges. Because he didn't do anything to provoke that. Him and another brother was having a conversation, and Elijah got involved. And then Kabeer, just like he did when his, I ain't even finna go there. When his, oh, I'm so close. I'm so close. Let me say it like this. There are other levels of assault going on up there in that community, of that compound, ain't a community. And it's going to come out in due season. It's going to come out in due season. The day of y'all just getting away with assaulting people, sexually assaulting, physically assaulting, abusing children, is over. Kabeer. Now call me on that one. Call my bluff on that, Kabeer. Get on your little weak-ass channel and call my bluff on that and see what happened to you. I'm about done with y'all and the abuse of these people and treating them like they're nothing. They give you decades of service and you want to throw them away and act like they did nothing for you. And you would have nothing without these people. You would have been a dead man hung in your house, Kabeer, a noose around your neck if I didn't show up there with Dowell. If these saints didn't show up and save your suicidal self. Let's keep it real. That woman had you so jacked up, you simp. Took you and your children. You would have hung yourself, sucker. And now the saints ain't done nothing for you. This man was so loyal to you, he was wanting to go to jail on a gun charge for you. Now you mad because he called a nigga a nigga? Stop it. Get that man what he's worth. You asked him what he's worth. He told you. You should have gave it to him. Now you want to trump up. Oh, he's trying to extort the ministry. Pay him what he's worth. You got a successful business up there being run by them brothers because of his idea, his skills. Now he's nothing because he called a thug a nigga? Man, stop it.
Straight thug.
What a coward. And everybody that advised you was punks. Your day coming. Your day, man, your day coming.
That's a funny thing, Pastor, because Elijah, I did a sparring with him. He and I sparred, and I told him to do the best he could to hit me. I'm like, go your hardest, do the best you can to hit me. The brother couldn't touch me. I was showing him how to do the Philly shell. And he think because he trained for a little bit that now all of a sudden he got some sort of what, like, bro, all you need to do is just get your ass whooped one time. That'll humble you completely. Like, you're acting as a wolf and not a sheepdog, not a shepherd, not somebody who's trying to protect someone. You learning how to box to protect others, to protect yourself. And you sit there and you bully people with things that you're learning. You're a coward. You're a coward. And it's just that simple.
Brother Barak.
It's that simple.
I got no formal training in nothing. Not in boxing, not in jiu-jitsu, not in karate, not in MMA. I ain't got no formal training.
Yes, sir.
So all you that think because you got some level of training that you want to step, go ahead. Let's see. See, when righteous indignation come into play, none of that training ain't gonna mean nothing. Because you can get hit in the head with a smooth stone, just like Goliath did.
That's right.
My trust come in the Most High, and I'm standing for something righteous. I'm not being Mr. Badass or Mr. Bold. I'm standing for righteousness. Every scenario situation I was in the ministry came from people trying to be wicked towards other people. People trying to be unrighteous. Oh, he wants to be a. But back then, you thanked me for protecting the saints. Now you want to call me a bully. I just know y'all chicken. Because honestly, ain't no man ever going. But I promise you, let them call me out. Y'all gonna see. Let them say, Pastor, Elder, Brother Rufus, show up at this date at this time. If you love y'all, watch me show up. Watch me. They'll never do it. See, Dowell ain't dumb. Them devils that's controlling him, they know. They know who I am. They know who I am. Test that boast then. Since I'm so wicked, I'm so vile, I'm embezzled money, I've stolen from the saints. I've taken advantage. You caught me with my hand in the cookie jar. Ain't this the stuff you trying to, what do you say? I try to do a coup and take over the ministry. This dude is
that was crazy.
I can't say the R word on here because it'll get you flagged, but he is absolutely insane. Say that before me and all the saints and the Most High watching. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Wow.
Let's see what happens. I've been saying it for 18 months. I'm still saying it. With a pending court case. Take this video, take a snap of this, and use it as evidence. Let's see how far it gets you. Because truth is still true. Truth is still true. You've avoided the biblical process because you know you're evil and you're guilty. That's why you, Mir, Corey, Kabeer, none of these weak so-called leaders have ever made it happen. Dowell got a video that I think Big Screen B had to call him out on, right? Saying that if any man ever called his pastor out like that, he would be banging on his pastor's door saying, man, this man calling you out. I think this man calling you out. You need to show up. And if that pastor said, nah, we ain't gonna waste our time with him, he said that'd have been my last day serving that pastor. Why is none of you young men listening to that? Why is none of y'all listening to him? He said if the pastor gets called out and he ducks the smoke, it should be your last day with that man. I've been calling Dowell out for 18 months and y'all still serving that chicken. That alone should make you walk away from him. What is he hiding with these NDAs? Why does a brother have to sign papers to get money that belongs to him? It was his savings. It was his savings. But because it's in your hands, you own it, right, Dowell? Don't worry, the Most High gave him that and some. Keep the 4,000 and take it to hell with your ass. Take it to hell with you, Dowell. Since you refuse to repent, you're going to ride this train all the way to a living, burning hell, huh? This thing all could have easily been dealt with. All it takes is me and you in the same room with the saints, Dowell. That's it. Me and you in the same room. Whatever it's at, we'll call that the tabernacle. That's the tabernacle. Y'all gonna show up. I believe it. Why don't you? Ain't he the main one telling everybody it was written, it's gonna happen again. It was written, it's gonna happen again. When he want to put fear on you, he'll tell you, hey, y'all took our Ananias and Sapphira, he gonna do it again. But when I say y'all did a new thing, when when Korah Dathan and Abiram challenged Moses, he opened up the ground and did a new thing, he gonna do that again. Let's see if I'm Korah, Dathan, or Abiram. Or is that you, Dowell? Is that you, Mir? Is that you, Corey? Is that you, Kabeer? Let's see. Let's see. Because it looks like to me, I'm the man standing by himself. I'm the man standing by himself. You got your coalition of so-called leaders.
Let's go.
Let's see. Let's see if I'm Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, and y'all will do a new thing. Or is that you, Dowell? Or is that you, Mir, Corey, Kabeer? All you other weak leaders. All of you. Let's see. if I represent the 250 false prophets? Let's see. Or do you? I believe the book.
Now, Pastor,
Let's do it.
I got Galatians 1:10 up here, and I know that you mentioned the contract. Is it? Is it all right if I disclose a paragraph in that contract?
Go ahead.
Okay, yes, sir. All right, so we're going to disclose a paragraph that I found to be very interesting. The rest of the contract, I'm going to leave it up to those who can speak to the real experience of the contract to break it down for all of the viewers here, for all of you guys. So if Jordan wishes to come out and make a video on that in the near future, hallelujah, I'm going to support it, but I'm not going to break down this whole contract. I found this paragraph to be very interesting.
The
What was
whole
that?
contract wicked. I can tell you that right now.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely wicked.
Entire contract is wicked, and guess what? It ain't even legally binding. Watch what it does to them. Their own wickedness and mischievousness is going to be what bites them in their butt. Watch, y'all. Watch what I say.
Absolutely wicked contract. Now, that's Galatians 1:10. For do I now persuade men, or do I seek to please men? For if I yet pleased men, I should not be the servant of Yeshua, of Christ. Listen, pleasing man don't give you servitude in Yeshua, don't give you favor in the eyes of Yeshua. It just gets you what? Favor amongst men. And so I'm going to grab this contract real quick. I want to now I'm going to show you proof, of course, that this is the proper contract, and this is not false or fictitious. I didn't just mock this up myself. And I want to share the paragraph here that I found to be very interesting. Okay. Because I believe that we all, we should know a little bit more about what's going on, that we ain't just talking about these people. Listen, this is what is this? His servant foundation. You see that? Y'all, let me make it big so y'all can see it. This is his servant foundation. This is the I'm not going to disclose that, but
y'all saw where it's from in Green Bay. So this is Kabeer's foundation.
Right. This is his foundation. So yeah, his servant foundation, right? This is his communal contract. Okay. Now, I'm gonna break down some information is redacted for obvious reasons. Now, this information has been redacted. A lot of times they redact it because there's court proceedings, but I'm not gonna go there. All right, but I'm gonna go to the actual contract that I found very interesting. This portion of it is which is the most interesting thing to me. This covenant shall remain in effect as long as I walk in unity with the foundation and continue in obedience to the laws and order of the Most High Yah. Okay, I understand that any judgments regarding rebellion, disorder, termination of a covenant, or breach of conduct shall be what? Rendered by the appointed elders of his servant foundation under the authority given by them by Yah, honoring him with the lips, but the heart is far from him. These judgments are final, right? And binding under this covenant. Okay. Should I voluntarily depart from the assembly or be removed due to rebellion, disorder, false accusation, or refusal to submit to righteous order, I understand and agree you're losing everything based on their own judgment. Okay, I freely relinquish all claims to any property, income, resources, everything, or communal support held by or assigned to the foundation. I shall make no claims against the foundation. You won't even come against it. You understand what I'm saying? So they can trump up false charges as they did with Pastor Rufus, kick you off the land, and you lose everything. This is a literal fear contract, a quasi contract. Listen, this whole thing is wicked. This is how Satan contracts with you if you decide to leave the Father. This is not how you're supposed to deal with your brother and sister. You understand what I'm saying? We just read it. We just read it all over the place in the scriptures. How they're supposed to leave what their value is, whatever they're worth. That's what they should leave with. And if we're going to go based on Yah's law, why wouldn't we go based on Yah's law in your contract? Why wouldn't you outline that as well within your agreement?
Thank you, Brother Vic. Brother Vic called it where he said Kabeer is in big legal trouble too now. He is. And see what the people don't understand. Some of y'all that actually care, go study the 13th Amendment. We have a thing in this country that we live in called the Constitution. Go study the 13th Amendment. Then you come back and look at this contract, this so-called contract. First and foremost, contracts are agreements between two or more parties. Is that correct, Brother Barack? Did I get that right? Or did I paraphrase it wrong, or is that true?
No, that's accurate. 100%.
You have a contract. So like you look at this here, and you got to have a contract between an individual and a foundation. Somebody has to represent. You see there's clearly appointed elders of his servant foundation. So one of them would have to sign this contract to make it legally binding, and the person that's entering into it would. You can scroll down to the bottom because this is redacted. You ain't gonna see nobody sign this. See, you got the member that signed it. There were two eyewitnesses. Where is the signature of the person that's representing the foundation? Where is it? Here's another just dog devilish thing. Scroll down just right there. Stay there.
Look right here.
The date. It was signed and sealed on the 2nd day of May of 2025, right? Go back up to the top. Go back to the first page, up to the top, at the beginning. Look at that date. Effective as of June 2nd, 2018. He didn't even have a community on that day, y'all.
Wow.
So now what they want to try to do is retroact all of this all of this wicked.
From the day you joined.
You came there, all of it wicked. This is retroactive back. They think this is legal. This is how stupid they are. They literally think this is legal. What they have done, and I'm trying to help them, what they actually have done is put their criminal wickedness on paper. See, there are laws on the books, y'all, against slavery. There's laws on the book against indentured servitude. Brother Barack just read for y'all. He just read for y'all. They're requiring indentured servitude. And they're saying for every labor that you did, you're not going to get nothing if we deem you're not in good standing. Go read the 13th Amendment. Come back and read this thing. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I'm grateful that they did this. I'm extremely grateful they did this. I'm extremely grateful they put their bylaws on their website, because what they have done is shown on paper. They've shown it to the world. How nefarious, how wicked, and how demonic they are. And also, this is the biggest word, how illegal they are. Illegal. See, they're totally unlawful by the Most High Yah. Brother Barack did a beautiful job breaking down, showing you all these texts and scriptures where this contract don't even come close to matching it. Don't even come close. So we know they're unlawful by Yah, but they're also illegal by the law. And I'm glad they put it on paper. It is all state and governmental evidence. Thank you, Kabeer. Thank you, dumbass Dowell. Thank you. Believe you me, there are laws to protect you from you in the Constitution. You could be stupid and say, I want to just do everything for free. There's laws against you doing it. There's labor laws. There's trafficking laws. There's all kinds of laws to protect you against yourself from slick talking devils like Kabeer and like Dowell. So when I'm saying to y'all, stay tuned, I ain't playing. I ain't lying. One of the brothers said earlier, we wait no more videos from you past movies. I said, I know. Stay tuned. They'll come out when the Most High tell me to put them out. Brother Barack is doing an incredible job. But their intent has been put on paper. And they have gotten men to sign it. Thank you, Kabeer. Thank you, Dowell. And they said public. We got the videos, y'all. We got them downloaded. Don't worry about it. We got all of it. They said publicly, where if you're going to live on one of their communities, you're going to have to sign one of these contracts. And they think they're going to be protected. They think they are.
Now, Pastor, I want to shoot that rabbit while it's running, okay? And you spoke about the contract being illegal, and this makes this contract null and void. And I want to point out a specific reason why and what makes contracts null and void for those of you who may have signed a contract or got an agreement with these devils. You understand what I'm saying? A void contract is not legally enforceable from the start. This means that it's not a valid agreement and the parties involved are not obligated to each other, right? Several factors can render a contract void, including illegal subject matter, lack of capacity of, this is the big one, lack of capacity of a party. If you don't understand what your agreement is, if you don't have full disclosure, if they're not truly telling you what you're doing is actively signing you up for slavery and you're giving away, if they're not breaking it down thoroughly, this makes the contract null and void. If there's illegal practices within the contract, it's null and void. Everything that makes it void.
Read that last part.
Or failure to meet certain legal, right, formalities.
Legal,
it has to be a legal
formalities. The Constitution is a legal formality. It has to meet it to be legal.
That's right.
These dudes are so carnally stupid, they dumb. Because I ain't gonna call them smart. They think they're smart, but they're not. Because again, I told them months ago, because everything you're doing is from a wicked, malicious standpoint, it's all gonna come falling down. It's all going to be exposed. Stay tuned, y'all. Y'all gonna see stuff that's gonna blow y'all mind. Audio recordings, videos. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, Most High not playing with these dudes. And again, y'all's been so gracious to give these guys so much time to fall on the sword and say, you know what, I'm just wrong. Man, let's work this out. Let's get this right with the people. Nope. They right and we wrong. And guess what? We finna find out before the Most High Yah. The least of their concerns should be the alphabet soup groups coming their way. That should be the least of their concerns. What about the Most High Yah? See, David understood. You merciful. Let me fall into your hands. And 70,000 men died. All because he was prideful and wanted to number the people. Think about that, y'all. David was arrogant and prideful in himself, wanting to number the people. If they belong to Yah, why do you need to know how many it is? Think about that, y'all. And that act of vanity, that act of pride by David cost 70,000 Israelite men their lives. And that was David humbly submitting himself to Yah because he gave him an option. Do y'all remember this? He gave him an option. And he said, I can't fall into the hands of my enemies. You are merciful, Yah. And the mercy got 70,000 men killed. These men are not falling on the sword. They ain't being humble. They're not asking y'all to judge them. So they're going to be judged by their enemies. They think Brother Barak is their enemy. They think Pastor Rufus is their enemy. They think Elder Chris is their enemy. They're going to have another thing coming. They're going to find out who their real enemies are. Since they won't humble themselves and be judged by Yah. He's going to turn them over to their enemies. Y'all got to know the spirit of this book, the spirit of this law. You got to know it. They don't.
Wow. Pastor.
Let me read this part. Can I read this, please? I see you got to hide. Let me read it.
Please do.
Contracts that are extremely one-sided and unfair to one party may be deemed void, especially if the imbalance is due to an unequal bargaining power or deception. I'm just keeping it a buck. Y'all think y'all brother, elder, pastor know what he's talking about? From both sides.
Yeah.
From both sides. From the lawful side and the legal side. I'm grateful they did this. It's actually on paper.
That's an active lawsuit.
Their wicked intent.
This is a major lawsuit, actually.
Bro,
that contract.
Believe you me, bro, they are in so much trouble.
Oh my goodness. That's big bucks right there. That's a major lawsuit.
And guess what? Oh, some of y'all don't understand. This is actually us showing them love. This is us showing them love.
You can't just take advantage of people. Like, you can't just do that. I don't care what Baldwin says. They can't just do it. You can't do it. It's not lawful. It's not permitted.
Here's the thing, too, Brother Beret. This is an act of we're trying to show you how ignorant y'all are being and how ungodly and unlawful y'all are being. All the texts were read to you earlier, and we're showing you the stuff you do don't match the text. There's zero love for these brethren. They have labored for years, decades. You telling me Elder Becker, who built Straitway, he did 10 times the building you did, Dow. 10 times. He deserved nothing. But if he did get something, he has to sign an NDA. Deacon Bell, slaving for 25 years at Walmart, and then spending 20 to 30, 40 hours after working 50 at Walmart on that land working to where the man can barely even walk now. Doesn't deserve nothing? Oh, I gave him a boatload of money. Let's give you 20 grand. Let you go out with your family, put you in your Cadillac, and give you 20 grand and go get started with your family, Dow. Go get started. Since you did Deacon a favor, he ain't come with nothing. He came 27 years ago. Who cares that he came with nothing? What did he give while he was here? And guess what? If he was a bad servant, show me the videos, Dow. You do a video on everything else. Show me the videos where you said Deacon Bell is a slouch. Deacon Bell adds no value. If he is, how did he ever become deacon? Because guess what? When I got to Straitway in 2011, he was just brother. But he was moved to deacon. Why? If he's a slouch, if he's added nothing, why was his wife chosen to be the spokesperson for the women? To help educate the sisters. Why? If they brought nothing to the table. You're a lying dog. That's all. That's all. You're a lying dog, and it's coming out. Your NDAs, your covenant contracts, your lies, your backdoor. See, you don't understand all these people you're having these conversations with. They recording y'all because y'all record them. Y'all started that stuff. All these conversations being recorded. All of them. And guess what I tell them? Guess what I tell them in the call? I'm cool with you recording. Oh, no, I'm not thinking. No, go ahead. Because just like I told them brothers, when I met with the brothers in Georgia, the 3 meetings I did, warning them what was to come, I told them, this is why he won't release it, y'all, because y'all going to, guess what? He really ain't going to release those audios now. Because after 18 months, y'all would see that everything I told those brothers in Georgia, all of it has happened. All of it has. And you will also hear me telling those brothers in Georgia, if you uncomfortable with these meetings and you think Pastor Dowell or any other leader needs to know what we're talking about, send them the recording of it. I'm the one that told them to do it. So what am I hiding? What cookie jar? I caught him red-handed, you lying pig. I never wanted to run Straitway. I got brothers, and they're beloved to me. I ain't never tried to rule over none of these saints, and I never will. Barack, you know as well as I do, all these saints that we have helped that have come out, I ain't obligated none of them in anything. 98% of them don't even fellowship with me, y'all. Why? Ain't no requirement to. But when they call, guess what? I talk to them just like I shoot, like we was together yesterday. Because they're my brothers. They're my family. Zero obligation because they're beloved brothers. And they know what? They have all seen me drop everything and come to their aid when y'all's put it in my power. Zero obligation. Let Dowell say that. And guess what? Let one of these brothers, if I'm lying, get up here and tell them I'm lying. Come up here and tell them I did this, and then I obligated you in any way, shape, fashion, form, in anything. Because if I'm lying, I want to be exposed so I can repent. None of these brothers, none of these families, none of these sisters in 18 months since leaving, I ain't obligated none of them. Some of them actually have fallen away from the faith. Not many. I can count on one hand. The majority of them are healing, and they're still connected to the body, and they're still in fellowship. And I told them, what you do is between you and Yah. Go house to house, and they're doing it. And I said, you know what? Don't put your stuff out there for that dog to, oh, look, this woman, all they're going to do is try to pick it apart and say this is wrong, this is that. You see what happened when Brother Tim put their fellowship out there. Beautiful fellowship Brother Tim and them had down there with Mom Muncie, the Bells. I don't know if some of y'all saw that. What down them do? Oh, you got women talking to men right in front of their husbands. You do it all the damn time. You was just talking to a man's wife right in front of the husband. He ain't say a damn thing on the video.
Nothing. I almost about checked her too.
Yeah. Ashley's having a conversation with a brother right there in front of Deacon Bell. Not like he can't hear what the hell going on. You a hypocrite. You constantly talking to men's wives. You wasn't talking to mine like that, though, sucker. Hell no.
Crazy.
You know better.
Now I want to add this real quick. Galatians 1:10. Listen, Galatians 1:10 really highlights the fact that just because you are being elevated by man, being ordained by man, being put up on a pedestal by man, being glorified by man, or being favored by men, it does not mean that you're in good standing with the Most High Yah. And in Galatians 1:10 breaks that down effectively. Go ahead, Pastor.
It says, for do I now persuade men or God? Or do I seek to please men? For if I yet please men, I should not be the servant of Christ. And guess what, y'all? Yeah. A lot of y'all found out. A lot of y'all thought I was a man pleaser. Till the rubber hit the road. A lot of folks came to visit and they say, wow, no, I thought you was a dial. Like, no. If you listen close, I'm praising Yah. I give man credit where credit is due. I've given him credit where I thought he deserved it. But my loyalty always was to the Most High. Always. And that's how it needs to stay. You ain't no servant of the Most High if you serving a man, if you in fear of a man, if you care more about what the creature thinks about you than the creator. You ain't no servant. This is why I'm willing to die. Ain't no big deal for me. Ain't no big deal for me. If I'm wrong in this, cool. I said it. If I am everything that Down them claims I am, I would rather leave this earth and go to hell right now. I don't want to be a hindrance for Israel. If my eternal fate is hell, why not give it to me now? Why wait? At least some of y'all would have a greater chance of making it into the kingdom with me as a deceiver being gone. Now, he says that's crazy talk. I don't think so. Sound like love to me. I actually love you so much, I don't want to be here. If I'm not a benefit to you, if I'm just a stumbling block to you, I don't want to be here. I don't. And I mean that. If I'm not a beloved brother to you, like I know you're a beloved brother to me, I don't want to be here. He ain't gonna say that because it's all about him. He's so vain. He's so vain. And everything about him is carnal and vain. That's all they talk about on the videos is carnal and vain stuff. Fruit. This is why everybody has left the ministry. Because they see your fruit is rotten and wicked. And you're a hypocrite. And you refuse to reason. You refuse, right? You refuse to do things in a decent manner. This him 8 years ago explaining the N-word. Some of y'all that seen, I remember this video.
We'll play that a bit.
That's what
I'm gonna
Kabeer.
go ahead and I'm going to explain.
Go ahead, Brad. Go ahead, Pastor. What you gonna say?
That's what Kabeer need to go listen to, because he's using the fact that Jordan used the N-word after this goon, this thug, right? This thug nigga pushed and punched his brother for no reason. Now, mind you, I'm gonna say it to y'all again.
Right.
The whole community up there used the N-word. White folk, Hispanic folk, black folk. So now all of a sudden, the use of the N-word is bad. And I'm telling y'all, I've heard white folk and Hispanic folk live at Straitway use the N-word. So don't try to come at me and say, oh, that was a final straw. I had to get rid of him when he started calling melanated people nigga. I'm calling you a nigga because you act like an ignorant nigga. Put me in. We've already done it. You've been judged. Don't look like it to me. I've been judged by fools, not by Yah. I welcome Yah's judgment. I welcome his correction. But this dude did a video 8 years ago. He won't care about that unless it benefits him now. I guarantee it.
And shout out to Lee, the brother Lee Christopher on this clip, in which, of course, Dowell was berating and claiming, oh, Jordan called him the nigger, the hard ER, and here we are now with the breakdown, which he was saying, and letting people know what it meant, the N-word truly meant.
Yeah.
You know?
He got Hispanic wives that use the N-word. She ain't no nigga. And again, it's whatever fits their narrative. And Kabeer, everybody heard that fool get up there during that so-called feast day sermon that he gave, showing his loyalty to Dowell, telling everybody, the whole world, that Dowell's his girlfriend, right? This suspect stuff going on between these two, real suspect. He got up there publicly, then made a video. He gave me life. I thought Jesus gave you life. What breath did Dowell create? What lungs did he create? What veins and blood did he create, sir? You serious? And you got up there and did all this, and then you told everybody, if anybody leave our community, they're going to leave with a bag. I'm going to make sure they get a great sandwich package. I'm not going to leave them high and dry. Then when Dowell checked your tail, because he's controlling your money, he said, no, you ain't finna get them people that stuff. If they leave unworthily, they leaving. Then he going to come back and tell Jordan, well, you missed that opportunity. That was then, not now.
Wow.
Man didn't work for you 7 hard years and produce a six-figure income job for that community. And you telling me the $1,200 was a slap in the face. It was a mockery. And if I'm Jordan, I understand you need to get as much as you can get right now to reestablish. But if I'm Jordan, I'll be prideful in that area and I'll tell him, keep your $1,200. Keep it. Just like when Sister Catherine left, didn't give her nothing. She worked there all them months. He didn't give her nothing. Guess what? She didn't need nothing. And she's well taken care of, Most High Yah. She ain't got no thirsty men all up in her DMs no more. All you pissant ass brothers that don't give two shits about her livelihood, don't give two craps about her spiritual life. You ain't in her DMs no more because she got a real lead in front of her. She got a real brother that actually loves her like a sister, that cares for her soul. And he ain't having it. So that's why you ain't hitting her Facebook and you ain't trying to reach out to her social media wise. See, y'all would have looked at that and been like, she's weak. She's this, she's that. And y'all would have been vultures. And then you thought about it and said, oh my God, she's staying with Pastor Rufus. I'm going to go to the next sister that looks weak. And she done grew so much in 7 months. It's leaps and bounds what this sister has grown spiritually. And the number one thing she's learned to do is what? Forgive. She's learned to forgive. You ain't going to learn that in Straitway. Tell me the leader there that's going to preach forgiveness. It's 2 things you're never going to hear at Straitway. How to forgive and drunkenness. I'm waiting on them sermons. Who going to teach in Straitway forgive and walk that out. What does that look like? And who gonna teach about drunkenness since the majority of y'all are drunks? You a drunk Dow, you a drunk Bud, you a drunk Mir, all y'all drunks. This is why you don't speak about drunkenness ever, hypocrites. Liars. You gonna play this video, brother Barack?
Oh no, I was just letting it roll. I'm gonna see if we have it.
Break down the etymology of the word nigger, where it came and all that kind of stuff, why you shouldn't be offended by it. I'm gonna give y'all a little 10-second clip of it. Send that to Kabeer.
Yeah.
He don't even need it because you came in the chat with your simp ass. You came in the chat trying to justify what you did to Jordan just because he used the N-word. Well, listen to your leader, listen to your girlfriend and what he thinks about the N-word, and then send Jordan a check.
And
send him a cash check.
The intent. Let me use that word right there, the intent behind it. All right. I want to speak to white and black folks about the word nigger. All right. White folks say nigger, black folks say nigger. All right. We understand. We're not going to get into the semantics of the word. But I want to explain white perspective and point of view, black's perspective and point of view from my own personal experience. All right. It's obvious that in this country that there has been racism from the very beginning. I mean, I said it once, I said it 1,000 times, I'm going to say it again. You've had an enslaved people. And let me repeat this. Slaves don't come from Africa, and enslaved people came from Africa. All right. Which the people who own those ships are the descendants of those people over there, modern day Israelis. All
right. So we briefed it up, and the word nigger comes from Niger, right? Niger, the land of the scorched faces, all that good stuff, right? And in the context that Jordan was using it in, of course, being pushed and punched. Listen, if you're going to use it at all, if you're going to allow it to be used at all, you got to understand that you got to allow it to be used even in the times where it's valid. You understand what I'm saying? You're going to insult them, push them, and punch them. Listen, I'm not too surprised that he would use the word against you. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not surprised, but you allow it regardless in your ministry. In fact, Dowell preaches about it and says, "Hey, you shouldn't be offended." So why is he offended? After assaulting them, after pushing them and punching them. Listen, he would have got worse. He would have got worse. You understand what I'm saying? He would not only been called that, but also he would have got his ass whooped. So, I think he got off pretty light. Would you think so, Pastor?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he definitely got off light. No doubt. Because again, these wicked spirits know who they can get away with that crap with. They know. Try that. Try that with somebody that love Yah with no real fear. Try it. I'll be right back, Brother Barack.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. And so what we're breaking down here, y'all, is the real truth. And my thing is this, right? When we're doing this and we're showing you guys this, these people are still going to deny it. They're going to backpedal. They're going to continue to ignore it. They're going to blind their eyes, hide their face. They're going to continue to try to tell you that we're not coming and bringing nothing to them. Listen, we just showed you guys the physical contract that they drew up, right? The unlawful contract that they tried to enforce on these brothers, that they're enforcing on the people, actively calling them slaves without actually using the word. You understand what I'm saying? You saw the contract. You saw the details of a paragraph of it, okay? Now, the rest of it will be fully disclosed and broken down by somebody who is qualified to tell you based on experience. Me personally, I'm just reading it. And I can already tell you it's nothing that resembles the Most High Yah. It's nothing that resembles. Then I honor him with their lips, but their hearts are far from him. Now, they might write the name. It does not give it validity as far as what character it holds. This contract does not hold the character of Yeshua, of the Most High Yahweh. It doesn't hold the character of that. It doesn't hold the honor, the integrity of any of that. It's very quasi. It's very unilateral. And Kabeer, you know exactly what that jargon is. You know what a quasi contract is. You know what a unilateral contract is, one that only benefits one party. You know it. So I would think that you've done it. And this was actually premeditated. You premeditated a quasi contract, something that comes from the epitome in the pits of hell. You understand what I'm saying? Because of the simple fact the intergovernmental system only uses quasi contracts. And you know that very well, Kabeer. So that's why I know for a fact you premeditated enslaving the people that is on your land, straight slave land, straight gay slave land. You premeditated that because you're educated to know better. You are educated to know better. So you premeditated putting these people in slavery, in bondage, against the word of the Most High Yah, against the will of Yah, against what Yah would will for them to be, which is free. Free in the eyes of Yeshua, free under the blood of Yeshua. You understand what I'm saying? Under the blood of Christ, under the blood of Jesus. Free. They've already been bought with a price. There is no man that can put them in bondage once again, selling them back into Egypt once again, trying to burden them once again for filthy lucre. That contract was based and surrounded by filthy lucre. If we need to go over, take a look at it one more time here. This contract is solely based on filthy lucre, nothing more, nothing less. It's filthy lucre. This is all about us receiving money and you not taking money away. This is what this is saying. We want to receive your assets. You're not going to take any assets away from me. This is filthy lucre. What did it state? What did we state over here? We brought up the scripture. And go back to the scripture real quick, because he took this in for filthy lucre. Filthy lucre, y'all. Filthy lucre. That First Peter. And taking this in for filthy lucre. This is what this contract is all about. And there's nothing that actually benefits anybody upon taking a look at it. And like I said, somebody who's more qualified can be able to break it down, who's had the experience. My thing is this, right? The filthy lucre portion of it. Everything that you produce, everything that you contribute to straight gay ministries, to the foundation, his foundation, everything you contribute is all theirs. They are retaining it. They are keeping it. You understand what I'm saying? And so since that's the case, right, and we are willfully disobedient to the Most High in regards to this, okay, we are willfully disobedient and we're drawing up false and unlawful contracts. This does not abide to anybody who claims to be servants of the Father. It just does not, because it directly flies in the face of the teachings of Yeshua. And they try to make it seem like the Essenes had it all right. The Essenes had an antichrist spirit. They didn't even understand who the Messiah was. They had a depiction of two different Messiahs. They didn't know who he would truly be. And if they met the real Messiah, they would try to hang him the same way and crucify him the same way that the scribes and the Pharisees did. They would have held the same position. Feed the flock. They said, feed the flock, right? Feed the flock of Yah, which is among you, taking the oversight thereof, not by what? Constraint. Don't force these people. Don't you force these people into fear, forcing them to do things and submit or quit. Don't do that in constraint. This is our beloved brother Peter, who defended Yeshua, who walked with Yeshua, who was in the midst of him. Why would he be preaching against the Essenes? Why would he be speaking differently or contrary to the Essenes? Why would he be doing that? Because that's not the teachings of the Messiah. The Essenes did not teach what the Messiah taught. The Essenes did contrary to what Yeshua would have told you to do, what Jesus would have told you to do. No, not by constraint, but willingly. These people need to be willing. not by being manipulated through fear. And if you don't submit, if you feel like they're being rebellious, whatever you may be, and you're still in that fear in them, are they doing it willingly? No, they're not doing it willingly. You're not going to enforce an unlawful contract on them. You know why? Because they're willingly saying, listen, this is what I'm willing to do. Okay, I'm not willing to do that. You don't force them to do what they're not willing to do. I don't want to do that. Then that's fine. They have autonomy to make that decision, not for filthy lucre. This whole contract that we just took a look at, that was full of filthy lucre. They wanted to enrich themselves.
Yeah, if it wasn't,
and give you nothing.
If it wasn't, why do you care about the monies, the properties, the land?
Exactly.
Why is all that in there if you don't care about the filthy lucre? You do, because you're a devil dog. You're a devil dog. And your day is coming. The storm is still at the gate. Keep mocking. I want to see your videos of mocking the storm at the gate. Because there'll be a day when you definitely won't be mocking the Most High. When you least expect it, that day will come. Because you definitely are putting yourself in the seat above Moses. This dog, devil dog Dowell, thinks he's in the seat above Yeshua. He really does. This dude is sad. He is sad. And he's going to be brought low. All by your carnal, worldly wisdom. All the stuff that you have done, you and your clowns and your cronies, all the stuff y'all have done, y'all have put on paper is going to be the thing that destroys you. Just like the Essenes. Y'all go look and see that not the Essenes become a self-destructed people. That they didn't self-destruct themselves. Not believing in the Messiah. Man, stop. If the Essenes was the example that we were put to follow, the Messiah would have spoke up. He would have told you flat out to follow their example. It's amazing that the Messiah can speak about Samaritans. He could speak about people that were looked upon as dogs, y'all. Do y'all know how bad Israelites looked at Samaritans? But it's funny, the Messiah show up on the scene and he used them as an example, and he used their faith in him as an example. So you trying to tell me if the Essenes had anything in them that resembled him and he wanted you to follow it, why didn't he speak about it? He only speaking about him now because Corey Phillips is full of rejection and he's trying to garner the favor of man, Charles Woodrow Giles Jr. So he's trying to find anything in any kind of book that makes it look like this man is right, so this man will accept him. Make him think he's some grand orator, some real true pastor. Corey has been in his feelings from day one because he has never felt honored or respected as a pastor. And that's your problem because you care about your title. I didn't need you. I didn't need Dowell. I didn't need nobody Straitway to tell me who I was. I told all of you who I was the day I got there, and it never changed. I am a servant of the Most High Yah, and I'm still that. You can ask my family now. Ain't nothing changed for us. Nothing. Nothing has changed for us. I'm still doing the same stuff I was doing, not only back in 2015, in 2011 when I came there, I was doing this stuff in 2008. I was doing this stuff in 2002. I was doing this stuff in 98. Well before I met Dowell. It ain't changing, y'all. Corey's full of rejection. He's never been accepted by Dowell or by the ministry and let him tell it. Never. And this is why he's constantly trying to please Dowell. Same with Kabeer. Same with Kabeer. Been rejected your whole life. Family only use you. Wife doesn't use you and left you. Man, I'm going to tell y'all right now. You know what? You may want to go support it right now, y'all. Because that wife of his, Elaine, is that her name? Elaine? She's going to have a New York bestseller. When all this go down, everybody's going to want to know what she knew way back then. And she put it all in a book. She's going to have the #1 selling book in America. Watch. I'm telling y'all. When it go down, everybody going to run into the stores to buy her book to see, what did this woman know about this man before we did? What did she see? You might as well go get the book and read it now. Because it's obvious she was correct. It's obvious she was correct. She knew this man was a weak simp. She knew this man was broken. She knew this man was hiding behind a facade on a football field full of slaves. You done heard, what's his name? Adrian, not Wilson, Adrian, not Danley. He was a great running back. I don't know if you remember him. Adrian something.
Peterson.
Remember when he talked about how being in the NFL is like being a slave? Man, people were mad because they thought about the money he made. They didn't understand. He was referring it to like the Roman slaves. When you got all the lavish stuff, when you was a Roman slave and you was fighting in them in the Colosseum, killing folk for them Romans. Yeah. They gave you all the women, all the sex, all the drugs. They gave you all the liquor. They gave you everything. You was a celebrity, but guess what? You was still a damn slave. And you still had to do exactly what they told you to do when they told you to do it, or they would ruin your life. That's what he was referring to. The NFL is that way, and the military is that way. Why do you think Dowell was praying for NFL players, y'all? See, all the witchcraft comes out now and it's exposed. Why didn't he pray for NBA players? Why is there no NBA players in the ministry then? Why is there no soccer players in the ministry? Why is there no Major League Baseball, no NHL, Major League Hockey? Why is none of those people in the ministry, but it's football players? Because they got the mentality, because the coach runs everything. The coach is the number one important person, and he controls everything. Your money, your playing time, your future, your contract. If you get to play, if you get saved, if you blackball, they control it all. In the NFL. Other sports ain't that way. Y'all see the NBA. Player get mad at coach. The coach gone. Why? The NBA say, hold on a second. We got Steph Curry here. He's making $60 million a year. The coach is making $5 million. Sorry, bro. You because Steph is unhappy.
Steph is unhappy.
Think about this though. Tell me the player that got a coach fired in the NFL. Tell me that guy. Tell me that guy. If you find somebody, I guarantee you got a small. Now, mind you, NFL been around a dang 100 years. You may have a handful of guys that you could say that about. Nothing recent. He prayed specifically for NFL players because they fit his wicked narrative. He knew they had the mindset needed to submit to him fully. He knew it. He knew it. Same way with these military guys. Never break rank. If a man is above you, you listen to what he said. I've heard that military guys in this weak ministry have made statements, even though they know Dowell is wrong, that they will never leave him unless he goes to some gay stuff. You should have been gone. You got men up here saying that he gave me life and saying I'm like Mother Carol. I mean, what else do you need? He walking around in shirts 5 times too tight. What do you need? You need him to come up and grab your butt? Is that what you need him to do? Is that what you need him to do? He will. Man, I'm telling you, man, it's sad. It's really sad. And they don't understand it's a level of love. You're putting yourself out there and you're showing the whole world who you are. You want to fill your coffers. You want to fill your wicked bellies off the backs of the saints. Man ain't had a job in 30 years and wants to justify all this stuff he's doing. While you still got Elder Scott, which I don't even want to call him the elder. You still got Brother Scott. You still got Bud. You still got Vicky. You still got the single brothers that live in that house that, what's his name, that Teacher Shane used to live in. I'm missing somebody else. These are people I know for a fact that don't have running water. Don't have running water on that land. And you're spending millions on one house for you because you deserve it after 30 years. What does Elder Becker deserve after 30 years of service? What does Teacher Shane deserve? What does Deacon Bell deserve? If we got all things common. I built them new houses, not no mansion. And their family's just as big as yours. Not no mansion. And the fact is, you already had a full brick house before they had a house. You lying pig dog. You took the community center and turned it into your home. A 2,500 square foot brick 3-4 bedroom house. So stop lying, dog. You had a house. You had a house. Yeah, military man, brother SD, no doubt. The military men have left this. NFL men have left this place. There's a lot of dead fools in the grave following men, 10 toes down for ignorance. I'm gonna die for something real. I'm gonna die for Christ. I'm gonna die defending Christ because I ain't trying to manipulate, get over, or take from nobody. Which one of y'all in here can say y'all send me your tithes and offerings on a weekly, monthly, bi-weekly basis? Which one? Which one of y'all can say I've ever required it of you? Some of you have been loving in your heart and spirit and been led of the Holy Spirit to help other saints. Some of you I can trust, and y'all will step up and help saints in their time of need. But which one of y'all can say you've been obligated by me? Man, Pastor Rufus pressures me, man. I got to do this. I got to do that. Say it. Because if I'm lying, I want it exposed. Ain't no obligation in love. The book say, oh, no man, nothing but love. And that's what you're going to get from me. Whether you want to receive it or not. That's what you're going to get. No, Ranger wasn't getting much deliverance. He tried. Kabeer ain't never got deliverance, y'all. Jordan admitted that. He literally confronted Kabeer about it. Because Kabeer was talking to Jordan, confronting him about, he was telling the brothers, well, this is the kind of spirit y'all want, helping y'all with deliverance. And Jordan looked at that book and said, and that's coming from a man that out of all these years I've been here, you ain't never sat in the chair. Kabeer don't even believe in deliverance, y'all. Don't be fooled by that fool. He ain't never once got deliverance, ever. And what did Dowell say about people that don't get deliverance? Now, it's amazing. Kabeer don't got to get deliverance, and you trust him.
Yes.
You trust him. He ain't never got deliverance. Jordan would know if he lived with this man for 7 straight years. He would know if Kabeer got deliverance. Ain't never got deliverance.
Pastor Rufus, how can Kabeer send Jordan up to the school with the guns to see his kids when his wife was alienating him for the kids, and then Jordan get locked up and all this happened? Pastor Rufus, when you consider that a bad teammate? Because in football, like you said, they 10 toes down in the military. You got to die with your next man. Am I right, Pastor Rufus? You don't leave no man on the battlefield. Am I right, Pastor Rufus?
Yeah, that's why I told you they chickens, yoga.
So how can Kabeer be a Hall of Famer in football? And I'm going to say this, and I know Kabeer watching because he's been in the chat. Kabeer, what Reggie White think of you right now, looking down from the heavens? What Reggie White, your mentor with the Green Bay Packers, and he was your religious mentor, and he showed you some things. He went different from what the churches was saying. So what Reggie White thinking about Kabeer right now, with Kabeer sending Jordan into that schoolhouse with those guns getting locked up, and now he done turned his back on Jordan. You not a teammate. You the worst teammate ever, Kabeer. Go ahead, Pastor Rufus.
True. Reggie wasn't his mentor. He didn't receive Reggie like that. He didn't. He was a religious relic. Not Reggie, Kabeer was. And this is why his teammates hated him. Damning everybody's family members to hell and all this. He's just a religious relic running around the NFL. And let's keep it a buck. Kabeer is in the Green Bay Ring of Fame.
Oh, he's not in the NFL Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame at all. No, he's
not. That's a bad teammate. That is a bad teammate. Ain't no way you could do Jordan like this. This man went and got locked up in the system for you. He went in the belly of the beast for you. You gave him directions, Kabeer, to pack his gun, loaded gun, to go up to see your baby in the Christmas program because your ex-wife wouldn't let you see your oldest son. You sending Jordan and all them to your oldest son football game, football practice, and all this to keep an eye out on your kids because you can't show up there and they get locked up. And this is what you doing. So guess what, Kabeer? So now since everybody see the fool you'll play for Dowell and dissed your own soldier, because Jordan was your soldier. So you took directives and dissed your own soldier. So what you think that Dowell think of you? Hold on. I'm being real. The same way, and I'm not trying to be racist, y'all. The same way that we see some African American people, and we call them coons, and they talking racist. They saying the stuff that some racist white man can't say, and we say, why would you do that? And then at the end of the day, we see them get fired from the networks. The networks let them go, and then they get blackballed, and we don't hear about them no more. Because when one person see, is that you'll sell out your own people. And Jordan was his people. Kabeer, Jordan was more loyal to you than any team member in the NFL. None of them people in the NFL will ever get arrested and locked up for you, Kabeer. But Jordan got arrested and locked up for you, came back, stood up for you, was ready to do it again, and did whatever you said do. And you dissed him and cut him off and played him. So what you think Dowell think of you? So Dowell looking at it now is, hey, if them people up there in the government in Wisconsin and the NFL people and the media really lock down on Kabeer and really put some pressure on Kabeer and start hitting his accounts and start canceling his license so he can't be a financial planner and start hitting him and really attacking him and saying, we want you to flip on Dowell. Dowell know you'll flip on him now, Kabeer, because you flipped on Jordan, and Jordan went in the belly of the beast and got arrested for you. And it's the same way in the underworld and on the top world. It be in the streets and go down and you flip on your crew. Your mom and them house ain't safe. And it's the same way, the same principles. Be in the military and be a prisoner of war and give up location and give up phone numbers and give up GPS and give up delivery times and see what happened. Yeah, we won't even, they'll say he was lost forever in POW because the U.S. soldiers gonna kill you and take care of you. So it's the same way, Kabeer. You got a peak game, Kabeer, and I know you're in the chat. You was right there in the chat 2 hours ago. Y'all been watching the whole show or whatnot. So Kabeer, when you do your little brother Jordan like that, and he became your blood brother by blood because he went in the belly of the beast for you, the ex-wife would never go in the belly of the beast for you. She sent you to the belly of the beast, wanted your whole retirement. But Jordan went enough for you. I wonder if that wife you got right now, she'll go get locked up like Jordan did. If you told that wife you got right now, Kabeer, pack her 22, load it up, put it on her waist, put on her shawl, cover her head wrap, and go up there and to that school and make sure your kid's safe and go in and watch them, go to the program. I wonder if that wife will go and get locked up like Jordan. See, I'm just talking real logical, simple stuff. And that's nasty work, Kabeer. Nasty work. So what if these people go ahead and put some pressure on your twin brother that was in the NFL, Kabeer, and say, hey, we're going to get you up off of this Ninja Warrior on ABC. We're going to get you off these morning shows. We got you up here with Jesse Lee and Lewis them and all on these morning shows until you bring your brother Kabeer in and get him off of all of that stuff with that Pastor Dowell guy. And then they put pressure on your brother, Kabeer. See, Kabeer, you playing it safe right now because you ain't really had no real pressure. The only pressure you got, Kabeer, was from that ex-wife and going down to the court and dealing with them kids. You don't know how I feel to really get hit and they put pressure on your brother's paycheck and get you in line. And your brother eating good on ABC, on Ninja Warrior. I just turned on the TV the other day and we was looking and they said, yeah, that's the guy from Straitway, brother, that was in the NFL. I said, yeah, he got the ball here. Yeah, he the one, he do what the system say do. You see, he on TV. Kabeer don't do that. So when they put a clamp down on your brother, Kabeer, see, I know you're thinking, Kabeer, and your brother might be looking at this too. When they start affecting your brother's Hollywood career, because his bosses are the same bosses that P. Diddy and TD Jakes them got. All them, your brother, same bosses that run them networks at ABC. When they put a clamp down on your brother and your brother start contacting you, are you going to flip on Dowell? And that's the piece that Dowell is scared of. And see, I'm talking military stuff. And see, I look at this thing on a bigger level. I've been telling y'all months ago when they first did this to Pastor Rufus, what the strategy was. Now we're seeing it play to fruition. So Dowell, they're going to put pressure on Kabeer brother because he on live TV now. What are you going to do? Because they're going to get something and try to flip this and have them guys to testify you when they come in there and raid you, Dowell. Because that's why they playing the game with Mirror up there beating the boy and the boy eye all black and stuff. They playing the game with him. But you think that other grandmama who called the police, they all of them. So Dowell, look at what's going on. And then you done took Belker, Bell, look at all these guys and left with no assets. You think if I was the federal investigator, you think I can't line this up? Look at all these people that lost their assets. Look at Mir, the football player, his boy got a black eye. They not coming to talk to us as the law because they using trust law and certain things that they done learned through this Pastor Dowell guy. And then they see everybody, Jordan, and then that's what I'm just being honest. When people see how loyal Jordan was to y'all, and then y'all shit on Jordan like that, that's gonna cause some real throwback from people outside of Straitway. Because I'm just gonna be real with you. It's white people that are not in the Hebrew Israelite faith. They don't like to see young white man getting dogged like that perceived by a so-called black man. See, the people that's in the regular church, they don't like to see that. Them Catholics, them Protestants, they don't like to see that. That's cool when Jordan was in there in the community and he was loyal and all that. They say, damn, Jordan was, I'm gonna be real. Jordan was loyal to a guy he likes, Shannon Sharp, the big NFL player with the mansion and all of that. Jordan up there going to jail getting felonies. They finna play Kabeer like Shannon Sharp, but it ain't sexual. They gonna play it like, oh, he dissed he look what he did to Jordan. I'm being real, y'all. They gonna play the race card. They not in Hebrew Israelite. They not on the land. They don't care about that. They the Catholic Church. They the synagogue. They the Christian Baptist Church. They gonna say that powerful black NFL player abused this young humble white guy Jordan, and he was so humble. He did everything he said to do, and he sent them up there and got locked up at the school and all on national news. So you think all these white supremacists, Dowell, not gonna look at that? You think all these other groups online not looking at that, Kabeer? Kabeer, you think the community right up there in Wisconsin, in that matching neighborhood that you in, that they trying to kick you out of there, you don't think that they see that now? You don't think that Jordan is getting offered a bag of money real soon, Kabeer? Jordan was on your land, Kabeer. He's gonna get offered some big money from one of these media people and these behind the scenes people like me. And I'm just being real with you, Kabeer. What are you thinking? Jordan about to get offered a bag of money from one of these networks, one of these private people like me, or one of these people, your enemies, or them church people up there that y'all said all that stuff about in the Wisconsin community. Now that they see you done dog Jordan like that, now it ain't no more Hebrew Israelite. It ain't no more Straitway. It's the big black, strong NFL player got the young white guy in his family like a robot and a slave, and then put him out on the street with nickels and dimes. This might be come out on Sports Illustrated tomorrow, Kabeer. And you up here sitting in the chat with us with Twitter fingers and scared to hit the link. That's when I say, oh, he's in fucking trouble. He over here with Twitter fingers and he don't know the real storm that's on the way. People sitting back with bags of money. They finna put money and checks in Jordan's face and say, brother, we're gonna bless you, Jordan. We saw how loyal you was. We know you so loyal that you went to jail for this guy. Jordan finna get scooped up by some people. I would want him on my team. I would want Jordan as my brother. You best believe it. And I'm gonna land the plane. Yoga.
You made a great statement, y'all. Y'all can look this up, y'all. This is what Yoga was saying. You can go look this up. Y'all remember that church that Dowell debated and got into it with and all that stuff up there, that Ron Young guy? Do you know those people have started like a fund, or what do you want to call it?
Yeah, they're raising money to get Kabeer out of that whole area.
No. They have an organization set up already now that anybody in that area that comes out of a cult, they are willing to assist.
I told y'all it's a bag of money for Jordan on the way. So hold on real quick, Pastor Rufus. So this is for the rest of the saints at Straitway. It's a bag of money waiting on you because they know everybody know you lost all your assets. This is the time now to really get the hell up out of there. Because Pastor Rufus just told you, they got stuff set up where they're going to assist the people that's coming out of Straitway because they know y'all don't got no assets and they see that you're loyal like Jordan. So this might have been a blessing in disguise. Go ahead, Pastor Rufus.
That's up there in the Green Bay area with Ron Young. Y'all remember that? I think he spelled it Y-U-N-G. But I forgot how he spelled it, J-U-N. It was crazy, a different spelling. But that's the guy that Dowell debated. His church, because he was part of these big mega churches and stuff up there and all that stuff. So they were so concerned after all of that, they done put together some type of thing. Yeah, that dude, Rod Young, J-U-N.
There you go. That all white church. I told y'all they're gonna have a bag of money for Jordan.
It's a church that he was affiliated with. I forgot the name of all that, but you can look it up. Wherever he's affiliated, they already got an organization set up to help anyone in that area that leaves a cult. And the only cult they know they got in that area is Kabeer's.
Kabeer, you are in trouble, Kabeer. You are in the wrong position. If we was on the chessboard, Kabeer, look at the chessboard. I hope you know how to play chess. You got to look at what's going on. You're going to be the scapegoat, Kabeer. You are going to be the scapegoat because of the treatment of Jordan and what Jordan took that felony and went and got arrested for your dumb ass.
Yeah,
I'm being real. And white people don't like that. White people outside of Straitway, they don't like that.
I'll put it in there. It's called Jacob's Well. I remember that now. Jacob's Well. Go look it up, y'all. They got a thing set up to where anybody that leaves a coat in that area, they will give assistance to. And ain't no coats in that area. And
But Kabeer, Kabeer, you don't see the game that's being played. Kabeer, I'm telling you, it's going to be a matter of time, just like they do with these other people. You got a license under them. You know the law in the public and the private law. They're going to suspend all them public licenses you got. You got a license to trade stock and this and that. You're going to have to do it privately with silver and gold. They're going to stop that financial planning stuff because they see that that's the catalyst and that's how you maintain the money to try to grow the stuff up there in Green Bay. So they're going to stop the way you get money. The same way you stop Jordan from getting money, the same way Pastor Dowell them stopping the other men from eating and working in there and giving them the money and handing out money to them and they bringing in their whole paycheck. I'm being honest, the white people that run the government up there in Wisconsin, they about to do the same to Kabeer. They're gonna mess with his financial planning license. They're gonna mess with other little stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
I see he pulled it up there as well. It's probably under ministry, resources, something like that. But I found out they got something that helps people that come out of cults. I can't tell you exactly how to get to it, but I found out.
Pastor Dowell, you make a video about this. Bring this up, Pastor Dowell. You bring this up. Why did this other church, Ron Young's them church, set up money and they got bags of money and resources for the people as soon as they leave Kabeer's house? You talk about this, Dowell. You and the other saints. Look at all these people walking away. Becker, Bale, this brother Mike, Jordan. Everybody get done wrong. Everybody get done wrong. It's sad.
Y'all see, I'm a moderator. I can tell if Kabeer is still in here or not. He's still in here. Let me go double check again.
Yeah, Kabeer been in here all night. And that's who I met. And that's why I came to that Dry Bones conference. Me and Kabeer talk straight up, man on man. Me and Kabeer talk. That's when I came to that Dry Bones conference.
He's still in here.
Yeah, he doing all this Twitter finger. All of it got his attention on us. And what we talking about, uncovering the truth and giving a logical breakdown, he don't realize the people, his neighbors right now, his enemies are next door, and they coming financially to get him up out of there. And they're gonna use this Jordan situation because if they are smart as me, if they are as alert as I am, if they can see what I can see, and they got more power and resources and they're local to you, Kabeer, they're gonna get you up out of there. You're not gonna be treating. I'm telling you, you the big black millionaire athlete, NFL player, defensive player. You're not going to treat the young Caucasian guy like that. Not to the Protestants, not to the Catholics, not to the synagogue. They don't see it like Straitway see it.
Oh, go ahead, Yo. You good.
Just real talk. I'm just there. I'm talking about Kabeer is so blinded. Whew. And then this is the thing, and Warsheep said it. So if you teaching it, if you know private law, trust law, why y'all not teaching it all across the board to all the saints over Straitway so everybody can be free, everybody can have the power? Why? Because then everybody say, well, I don't need to be turning over my assets in this way. Well, y'all just have control over it. That's what it is, Kabeer. And that's why Kabeer ran this little silly ass over here, got in the chat. He Twitter fingers. I'm talking about he would put so many things in the chat. He trying to respond to this person, this person, this person, this person, and he trying to respond to Warsheep and the video at the same time. I said, look at here. He got millions of dollars. He over here in the chat over here on this little bit ass channel Warsheep that's telling the truth. And he over here debating, explaining, trying to explain to 9 different people at one time. You silly NFL player. You silly. Your mind and your eyes are so far off the prize. Your eyes are so far off the sparrow. And you don't know that the gangster white people in Wisconsin are about to bulldoze you up out of there. And we're going to see if you're going to go and move in the house that you built down. Because we know what's going on. And look at the numbers over here. Kabeer was over here. Dowell was over here. Corey was over here. All the Straitway was licking. It was about 250, 300 people looking live at this live at one point earlier this evening. I said, look at that. I said, Kabeer over here. All of them over here. Wow. God, basically, we had regular Catholic Baptist church on a Sunday night with Straitway invited as a special guest, Kabeer, and he showed straight up. But then when we called him to baptize his silly ass down in the pool pit, he didn't want none of that holy water. Well, you keep drinking that non-running water at Straitway, Tennessee. You drink that shit that don't run. That shit don't run. Real talk. They got water that not running. Right. What the fuck are any of y'all thinking about or talking about? All this, I'm a man and I got a big trunk. Why is it? Why are people living in huts with no running water? What the hell is that? Man?
Right.
Lord. Then Dowell, do we gotta bring out the pictures with you and Mama Nelly on the beach with the bikinis on? Do we gotta send that to everybody at Straitway, put it on the billboard out there in Macon County, Tennessee, as soon as you come out the Straitway property so they all see it? I'm gonna land my plane there.
Oh, that's so funny, man. That's so funny. This whole situation ain't funny because it's sad that we got to be up at this hour. We've been on here for what, 5 hours, 6 hours, really to try to get folk to repent. And it's sad that there's zero levels of love in their heart, and they have to be exposed on this level because they constantly are coming up with malicious cloaks of maliciousness, wicked, divisive schemes to fool and trick the people of Yah and to continue to make them bond servants and handmaids, even though Jeremiah 34 tells us clearly that Yah came so that we could be in a covenant of liberty with him because we're his people. But he knew that these mean men were going to put his people, they were going to break that covenant of liberty and put his people back into bond servitude and handmaids. He knew it. And you got women on here being asked, are you a slave? No. You there?
I want to talk on that. Rufus, yeah. When Pastor Down in the video asked her, are you being slave? She literally said, it was a whisper. She said, no. If anybody in psychology ever been in police work, detective work, took a college level psychology class, everybody knows a soft no when you're presented with a frank answer in a position and a question is surprise on you. A soft no means yes. It's a distress signal. It's a way of, like the police tell you, or your parents will tell kids, hey, if I ever call your cell phone and you in trouble, the code word would be, hey, is it raining outside? Do I hear raining in the background? And you add it in the conversation. That's kind of what she did. She was like, oh, no. And then once he powered up and said, what you say? Then she said, no. That's clearly, anybody know military, no psychology, that's a soft no. That's she was waving a flag of help me. A soft no means yes. Land the plane there.
I already told them that was a family, JC's family, Brother Victor's family, Brother Ray's family, and the Bell family were the 4 families that Elder Becker told me about that were having major issues in Straitway. The first time I ever heard anybody ever come to me, been there since 2011. This was 2024, February, in Wisconsin. I never had anybody else ever come to me complaining about the living conditions in Straitway until then. But boy, once that came out, boy, the floodgates came out. They came out. But again, he's going to defend his position. But I'm still going back to it. I said that then. Dow came out publicly and said, these people, you lying. And then he forced these people to get up here and testify that they were all happy. Remember? They testified. Remember, he said they testified against him, the Georgia Saints. And he had Victor and he had Ray get up and, I do this, I do that. Next thing you know, Ray gone. Next thing you know, Victor gone. Next thing you know, the Bell's gone. And he cursing Ashley over the live stream. Come on, man. Now I'm asking y'all, who was lying? When I told y'all 18 months ago, there's 4 families that told Elder Becker that they were
you told the truth, Pastor Rufus. You told the truth. Everybody who he got to do a video and to speak against you, every one of them has left and walked away to this day. So we got to give you your flowers. and what they do. You was telling the truth. You was standing on it, and you was speaking to them brothers. You said, "Hey, we had a meeting. Y'all said one thing, then all y'all got behind closed doors and switched it up on me. How can y'all do me like that as a brother?" And we see that they actually heard you, Rufus. Yeah. They heard you, Pastor Rufus, because everyone is not at Straitway right now. And guess what Dowell doing? Making videos and talking about them like he talked about you, and he's recruiting more saints out of the Straitway to make videos to talk about them that just left. Sad.
Yep. And I ain't showing these brothers nothing but love. Every single one of them that turn from their wicked ways of Straitway and decide to walk in the newness of life, I ain't gonna show them nothing but love. Water.
Oh, Pastor Rufus, you were saying something I saw earlier about a couple hours ago, because Jordan just left with $1,200, and you were saying you spoke with Jordan.
He was supposed to get $1,200. He said that on his what's the name? That fool.
So he didn't even get the 12.
He didn't get the 1,200.
That's nasty work, Kabeer. That's nasty work. But you want to say that the ex-wife want to take your NFL retirement, and I see you said F that. Well, you'll take everything from everybody around you, huh?
Yep. Ain't even gave him the 12. And I told Jordan, I'm gonna be honest with you. I told Jordan, don't worry about it. Most High provided. We'll figure it out. We'll raise it, whatever. I'd rather you decline that, because that's blood money anyway. That's blood money anyway. I'd rather us give you the $1,200. Now, saints, a few saints have already stepped up and helped them.
Exactly. Thank you for that, Pastor Rufus. Thank you for that.
Yeah,
thank you.
Helping him and doing a little here and a little there, but then got him something to drive around in. But he needs his own. Like, people are letting him borrow stuff right now, but the brother needs his own. He needs his
Pastor
own.
Rufus. Pastor Rufus. Pastor Rufus, you're a strong ox, and I don't mean in strength. And I mean in emotional strength. And I mean in psychological strength and mental strength. You're a strong ox. You didn't went into this situation, brought your whole family to this situation. This man raised you through the ranks in this situation. He raised you through the ranks. NFL players, y'all get national attention. This man clown you or attempt to clown you and your family in front of at the height of this whole ministry. And now look who's the rock. Look who's standing. Look who's unshaken. Look who's, when they speak, you can hear it. You can hear it. You don't hear it. You don't hear the stress like when you hear Pastor Rufus speak. So I got to give it to you, Pastor Rufus. You strong as an ox, because you done went through something, and your family been brought to the mat. Your wife been brought to the mat. Other brothers, he got a team of brothers to lie on you, and they couldn't even take it, and they all walked away months later. So that's hell to go through. That's the real test. He got other saints, other brothers that you love to lie on you publicly, and then now they done walked away. You done been through it. You done been through it, man. All praises I give it to you, Pastor Rufus. I'm being real, man. I know that shit hurt you, man. That's
to the Most High.
I got it, man. You strong, brother. You strong, man.
Praise Yah. I give him all the glory, because I do it for him and him alone. Without him, I'm nothing, and I mean it. The strength comes from him. The love comes from him, and that's why I'm willing to die for it.
That man tried to rip you apart. That shit's sad. I couldn't believe that. And I done met y'all in person. You know what I'm saying? He ripped you apart. I'm talking about the things he said. Make me, if I saw Dowell in person, I would slap him and choke him. Like, why can you rip a man apart like that and then get you rip those other men's soul apart by making them line up and testify and lie against Rufus like that? That's what's sad about this shit. He hurt them other men by knowing that y'all had true love and true brotherhood and made them publicly lie on you and destroyed their families too, and they had to walk away from that shit. And that's what's really sad about this, man. I've been in a room with these men. These men got real dreams and real families, and they really tired and they want something different. And this is what he did, man. He set these guys against Rufus, and they couldn't even hold that shit in their heart, man.
Come on, let's go.
Real shit, man.
Let's go.
It's sad, man. Man, I'm gonna get off the panel, man. I'm upset, man. But man, that's why I come up here, man. That's just man, that's sad on another level, Dowell. Kabeer, that's sad on another level. Kabeer, you can't even play. Everybody walked away that he made lie on Rufus.
Mm-hmm.
I talked about that earlier, brother. I just said, look, man.
All right, I'm gone, fellas.
I can't believe
Bless you, my brother.
All because of one man and his feelings. And, you know, I don't give his brother much credit nowadays because he's a lying dog cheat too, because he on Dowell's side, because he got made nothing. You know, I can't even say a community because he's not, because Dowell has made it clear he's still in control of that community. But Vernon did say something that was accurate. And he came to me when all this was going down and he said, I don't want to ever put my family in this situation again. He said, why would I put my family in this situation again when one man could get in his feelings and control hundreds of families? He was talking about Dowell. And he told me then, he said, you know, I'm thinking about maybe instead of joining community, just move to South Carolina, live off the land and community, and then just support like Brother Brandon. And him and Brother Brandon over there had a good relationship. So I said, you know what, Brother Brandon, that's a good idea. I really think that's a good idea. And I can't argue with you about the not doing a community situation right now, because you're right. This man has so much control. And the majority of our community down there wasn't even owned in his name. It was still in my name or the foundation name. He only owned one piece of land down there that was 1.5 acres. But to control the lives of people, Vernon said that, and I'm going to give him credit for that. He actually said that to me. Why would I put my family in this situation again when one man could get in his feelings and emotions and control hundreds of families? But when Dowell got a chance to talk to him, oh, it changed. And I got called from brothers because Vernon he was talking on the phone to certain brothers. And then after meeting with Dowell, his speech changed. And then brothers called him out, said, hold on a second. I talked to you a couple days ago. I talked to you last week. You wasn't saying this stuff about Pastor Rufus. Where'd you get this from? I didn't know I was oppressed till Dowell told me. He said that. He said that, y'all.
Wait. How old is Vernon? This grown ass man at his big age. He didn't know that he was oppressed until who told him?
56 and 57. He literally said that to me when I called, because
at his big age,
they were supposed to be going to hear about my so-called sins, right? They were supposed to be going up there to hear that. They come back. Now, remember, I had to go to Texas because remember my mother-in-law was passing on, so I was handling all her stuff, and I was in Texas. And this dude comes back, and I get word from the other saints that said it was BS. You know, the offlanders, they called me, man, it was BS. This meeting was crap, right? They didn't deal with none of the stuff. All they did was bash you and make up all these lies, and then Vernon started lying on you. It's like, I couldn't believe they were saying this stuff. Like, we didn't work with them, and we weren't there with them on the land. Like, we wasn't eating with them every week. And he up here acting like y'all eating Raymond noodles. You ain't never had Raymond noodles. You know, like, they were mad. The offland brothers, they were hot. They were hot. So I called Vernon. I said, and then they said, Vernon told me that they're oppressed and blah, blah, blah. And I called him. I said, so now y'all oppressed in Georgia, Vernon? This what we doing? Man, I didn't know we were until they told us. I said, who told you that? I mean, man, you don't talk with doubt. I said, Vernon, what's wrong with you? You ain't oppressed. You free as about anybody. Boy, just go home, walk in your house. You can see you ain't oppressed. What is wrong with you? This ain't got nothing to do with you being oppressed down here in Georgia. And then now you get down on this last video. What do you do? Look at the body language of even JC and Bud and all that. Oh, I caught him with his hand in a cookie jar. He was trying to do a coup. He got in the ears of the leaders. He got in the ears of the elders. No, I didn't. Guess what I did? I followed the book, y'all. I went to Dowell and Dowell alone on December 8th. It was a Friday. Go look it up. I went to him and him alone and told him what I was seeing in his videos. I could tell it. I'm your best friend. I'm the closest to you. I knew what was up. And I went to him and him alone. And he thanked me. Guess how I know that's true, y'all? Y'all gonna find out about it because there's gonna be multiple people that will come out and testify that after I had that conversation with Dowell, he called them and told them about the conversation. And told him how good it was and how righteous I was to call him and tell him about this. But then something changed. Because the next day, we get to the Sabbath service, and I'm sitting there listening, and I could tell, because you know Dowell does this chicken stuff. He calls it, what do you call it? Shotgun effect. So he don't call your name, but you know he's talking about you. And I knew then, I said, wow. When the spirit of the ruler rise up, you stay in your place. Blah, blah, blah. I said, wow. He rejected everything. So what happened? Because I talked to him early Friday morning, right? While we were doing yard work and all that stuff. And then Friday night on Blog Talk, he was fine. Go listen to it. He ain't say a word, nothing on Blog. Then Sabbath morning, so I knew then one of them wives, whoever he stayed with that night, that wife got into his ear. And he was a whole different spirit that Shabbat morning. And when I saw it, I knew then, because the book doesn't tell me go back to Dowell. Once again, go back to Dowell too. See, this is what Elder Mitchell kept telling me to do. Just go back. No. Why would I do that when the book don't tell me to do that? The book say if he rejects me, that I got to come with 2 or 3 witnesses. And guess what? I just need y'all to see. I didn't have to tell Elder Brent to go watch the videos. He already had seen it. So I told Elder Mitchell, just watch the videos, bro. Just watch it. And if you don't see nothing in there, cool. Let it die. We'll let it fall to the ground. Elder Mitchell came back and he said, now, I've already talked. And this is a couple weeks later. I already talked to Dowell. I was there at the land. And I went to him and I told him face to face, without question. I went and watched the videos on YouTube. I went and watched the videos on Patreon. And without question, 100%, there's no way you can change my mind, Pastor. You got an issue with Pastor Rufus. And this, check this out, y'all. Look how diabolical Dowell is. His son-in-law telling him this, right? His so-called son-in-law. Guess what Dowell's response to Elder Mitchell was? Have you shared this with anybody? His first response was, have you shared this with anybody?
Telling.
No.
Wow.
Because now he wants to know, how many people do I got to deal with that know the same thing you know? This dude is diabolical, y'all. And right then is when he started the real plotting against me. Now, what I did, though, I still followed the book. I told them I am not going back to Dowell about this at all unless I have witnesses. And guess what? From December 8th all the way up to February something, when we had that meeting in Wisconsin, I didn't say a word to Dowell about it. Now, I knew he knew why, because he quit calling. I can show you all the phone records. I'll show you the phone records what Dowell had for me from October for Tabernacles. I'll show, because I had to pull all this up. I got the phone records from November, showing you how many times he called me a day. From December, how many times he called me a day. And then after that December 8th thing, y'all get to see how many times he start calling. Watch how the calls just drop off. And I thought, and see, when I admitted to being presumptuous on the video, that's what I admitted to being presumptuous about, y'all. I was presumptuous to think that I could go to my brother and help him with this situation. I figure if anybody can help him, it's me. Anybody, it's me. And I would have kept it private and dealt with it privately, but he made it public. And when we got to Wisconsin, it was Elder Mitchell and Elder Brent's idea for me and Dowell to meet. And it was my idea, y'all, to invite Pastor Mir. He wasn't invited at first. The elders didn't want him there. And I said, let's invite Mir. And they said, why? I said, because I know he knows something. Dowell has to talk to someone. And I knew for a fact that Mir had something to contribute. I didn't say add Pastor Corey because I know he don't trust Pastor Corey. And I knew he hadn't said a word to Pastor Corey. I didn't say any other leaders. I knew he had been talking to Mir. That's how Mir got in that meeting, y'all. With me, Dowell, Mitchell, Mir, Becker, and Elder Brent. That was the meeting. And we found from the jump, Dowell started off lying, and so did Mir. And we all us elders caught them lying. And the meeting was derailed from that point going forward. Now, did I talk to Dowell like a man? Absolutely. Now, y'all already know I don't use the F-bombs and B-word. Y'all don't hear me say stuff like that. But I did say stuff like, how the hell are we supposed to have a meeting when you up here lying all the damn time? Stop lying. What the hell wrong with you? We can't have a real meeting if you're going to lie. acting like y'all not here. Oh, I talked to him like a man. I was trying to provoke that spirit too, because I wanted everybody to see that spirit that was in. And guess what? We saw it because he got up and walked out. When Elder Becker said, Pastor, this is something you just said on a video. And this was a 100%. We don't do this. You said on a video recently that me and you meet with the brethren 2 to 3 times a week to go over everything that's going on the land. He said, Pastor, we haven't met with brothers in 7 to 10 years. You don't involve me in anything. Me and you don't talk. Dowell said, you got the same spirit he got, and got up and walked out the meeting.
Wow.
Y'all wonder why he won't put the audio out there. And what he's done is tried to manipulate the minds of the people, massage them and tell them stuff, then give them portions of the audio, thinking that it was going to sway them on his side. And guess what? Everybody he did that with ended up getting pissed at him because they heard stuff in there about them or they heard him lying. What he wanted was everybody to be appalled that I had the audacity to talk to him the way I was. I talked to him like a man, but I was really speaking to that spirit. I wasn't even speaking to that. I was speaking to that evil spirit, that King Pharaoh spirit that he had in him, that King Saul spirit. I was speaking to that. He wanted everybody to be just up in arms and see. Mitchell was jacked. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Mitchell had his head down between his legs. He told me, I can't believe you talked to Pastor that way. I said, yeah, man, what are you talking about? You act like I cursed him out. You act like I was vulgar with him. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I didn't back down from it. He's throwing insults and all this kind of stuff at me. I took it. With your fat ass, you ain't finna do shit about that. You could say it all day. You're gonna stay your ass on that side of the table though and say it. I guarantee that. I mean, that's the stuff y'all gonna hear. That's the stuff you're going to hear, like man stuff. But you're not going to hear me calling him F-bombs and B's and all. No, I didn't do that. The insult that he felt was, I flat out called him a lie, and we proved it multiple times in that meeting. We proved Merritt was lying multiple times in that meeting. Then he gets mad at me when I tell him, I can't trust your ass. When these families have been told to me by Elder Becker they need help, I can't trust you because you just lied for Dowell. I don't trust you. I got to figure out in this ministry who I can go to that's really going to stand for these people. And here's the sad thing, y'all. Here's the sad thing. At that time, besides Elder Brent, I couldn't think of one other person that would stand with me to help these people. Not Elder Mitchell, not Elder Becker, even though he was telling me. Not Deacon Bell. Elder Hill. I couldn't think of one other person 100% I knew would stand with me to protect these people. And that dog, Mir, went right back and told Dowell the 4 families I told him about. I knew he would, though. And he got back home, and they said he got on that land and he went on a rampage, y'all. He went straight to these people's houses, face to face with these people. And a week later, he got them up there on Sunday, acting like they testifying against me. And that's why I did the reaction to it. Because I wanted y'all to really listen and see what testimony really came against me during that meeting. Nothing. I showed y'all. Go look at it. I did a reaction to that video. And I broke down everything that was said, especially what Elder Becker said. His testimony was so damning against them because he showed the hypocrisy in not only the Georgia brothers, but in the leaders there as well. All of you leaders heard these Georgia brothers a week before that. When y'all called them and asked them, was Pastor Rufus so in discord? They all said no. Now a week later, you in agreement he was so in discord? You liars. What changed in a week? You got to talk to Dowell. That's it. Tim was influenced by Dowell. Vernon was influenced by Dowell. All because of fear. I don't fear Dowell. I never have and I never will. I don't fear Mir. I don't fear Corey. I don't fear Kabeer. I don't fear Michael Israel. I don't fear Jonathan. I don't fear none of y'all. None of y'all. Because at the end of the day, I'm still going to stand for the Most High, y'all. I cry daily about this stuff. Daily. And a day went by in this whole situation where I haven't shed tears. And most of it is because it's sad. The one word that will not leave my spirit is this is all sad. One man's pride. You were right on that, Brother Vernon. I will give you credit on that. You've been a lying dog ever since. But I will give that right there. Ooh, that little video I did right there. That because I had put a portion. I did a video where it's just Elder Becker's testimony. I actually singled his portion out. But if you listen to what Elder Becker says, and it's only like 9 minutes, y'all, he clearly tells you something happened in a week's time frame. Because people forget that it was 1 week between it. When we got back that Sunday, I met with them the following Sunday. And then after that meeting, the next Sunday is when they did their thing. So in 1 week, what happened? You about to play his part?
Unless you want me to. You want me to play it?
You got it right there. You on that timestamp. You can play it if you want. He ain't no different than Ron. He ain't no different than Dowell. That's how I feel right now. The way they treat these
that's
people,
on my page,
you can't
right?
have an opinion, y'all. All this, brother.
It's the live stream called Kangaroo Court.
Yeah, but I did another one. It's shorter and it's strictly Elder Becker.
All this brother did was sing
All it is
greetings
is
to
Elder
his
Becker's
brother.
testimony.
And they so vexed by that, he gotta
It's
get
not
off the
this
land.
one. This is the whole
He
one.
on the land
I
more than
ended
you.
up- it was actually on accident. I was trying
video.
I was trying to clip that Porch for Elder Becker, and I erased it from that video. So I did another video. This really short, but it's just me breaking down Elder Becker's testimony, and it should have a picture of Elder Becker on it. It should have been a live that I did, because it was a live. I think it was a live. See, that's the Kangaroo Court. There should have been one in there with just Elder Becker's face. You got to go back to the Kangaroo Court thing.
That's Kangaroo Court there.
Go to video, because maybe I had to just post Elders as a video. I thought I did it live though, because it's just like it's a picture of Elder Becker on the screen.
That one?
Where's it at?
This one here, right? 8 minutes.
There it is. Yeah, that one right there. I said, listen carefully to Elder Becker's testimony.
You know, I don't forget who said something earlier that when you all were coming up here that there was going to be a spin on stuff, and it was only going to be our side that was supported. But what people don't know is that the second meeting that we had on Thursday last week is that we spent a good part of that time actually defending Pastor Rufus about a lot of the things that were being said about him. And that's why the subject of discord came up, right? So we wanted to see if there's actually strife and contention. We actually wanted to prove that. So what did we do? We called you. And what report did you give us?
Listen close. Listen close, y'all. Hold on. I want y'all to understand what's going on here. This is probably the most important part of the video. If you've endured this long, is a thank you. Elder got on and said that we spent the majority of the time defending Pastor Rufus in the one meeting that we had. And he said that he was accused of sowing discord. So what they did was call the brothers in Georgia. They called Mike, they called Tim, they called these brothers and asked them, was I sowing discord? Listen to what his response. That's what Elder's asking him now. He's asking Tim, what was your response when we asked you, is Elder Rufus sowing, or Pastor Rufus sowing discord? Here's Tim's response. Let's go.
At that point,
actually, Vernon.
I said no.
Oh, this is Vernon. Vernon get to testify first. I think it's gonna get to Tim too, y'all. So y'all already heard right there. Vernon said no. We already know he done flip flop. Let's see his change and why he changed.
That he wasn't sowing discord or trying to be demeanor toward Pastor Dowell at that point.
Exactly. And he'd already talked to you before that, correct?
Correct.
He'd already briefed you on that, okay?
Yes.
And so we wanted 2 witnesses. So what do we do after that? We put Brother Tim on the phone. And what'd you say, Brother Tim?
No, sir. I didn't think he was sowing discord.
You said you think he's sowing discord?
I didn't think he was.
You didn't. Yeah, that's correct. We all heard that together. And the point is, we never did this biased at all, in any way, shape, or form. I'm just bringing it up to tell you that we were giving him the benefit of a doubt on a lot of these issues. That's why we got the witness from y'all, to hear from y'all, because you were actually there. That's all I had.
Huh. Now, somebody listening to that. Now, y'all, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Michael Israel was on Brainwaves with me the other day, and he said, I listened to all that testimony. Every single one of these elders testified against you. How many of y'all can tell me that y'all heard what Elder Becker just said and you feel like that's a testimony against me? Elder Becker clearly said we were defending him in the meeting. The majority of the meeting, we were defending him.
I mean, they all were defending him in the meeting.
They all were.
Is what testimony
The
is.
truth. They all were.
All of them were
Because
defending.
there was no stand.
That's true.
They never. These accusations. That's where the accusations were coming from, y'all. Pastor Dowell, Pastor Mir, Pastor Corey, these wicked people that had been added. Elder McGill, Elder Rob didn't really say nothing, so I can't say he was doing that. Them the ones they were defending me against. And he's talking about him, Elder Mitchell, Elder Brent, people like that. And they said, look, why do we have to keep assuming? Let's get on the phone and call these brothers. Y'all are saying, and see, this is the part y'all don't know. This is when we met, and they did this after I left. Remember, we had the 3.5 hours of meeting, 4 hours of meetings. I left. Dow forced these men to go back up there to levy a judgment against me. And they told him, we ain't even got a sin against this man yet. They told Dow that. He said, don't leave that tabernacle till you got a judgment against him. They deliberated for a couple more hours. Then Dow added what he considered to be new information. Guess what that was, y'all? It was one of the tapes of one of the meetings I had talked to with the brothers. He submitted that during this meeting and said, this is information that y'all should hear. He's sowing discord in this. That's what Elder Becker's talking about, y'all. Dow told them, I'm sowing discord. They start deliberating about it. They don't hear the discord in it. Of course, them numbnuts, Mir and Corey do, because they already on Pastor Dow's side. But the rest of the elders have said, no, we don't hear discord. And that's when Elder Becker said, look, we ain't got to do all that. Call the saints. Let's see what they say. They had already talked to Mike. Mike wasn't there. That's that first witness. Remember, you heard Elder Becker say a second witness that Vernon was. Mike was the first one. They called him first. Mike said, no, he ain't sowing discord. You even heard Lion-Ass Vernon finally tell the truth. That at that time, I said, no, he ain't sowing discord and he ain't saying nothing negative about Pastor Dow. That's what Vernon said. So that was 2. Tim came on and said, at that time, when y'all called us during that meeting, I didn't believe he was sowing any discord either. You got the 3 brothers that live with me the longest telling the elders that I didn't sow discord. But that's one of the things they still accusing me of, y'all.
So foul play, obvious foul play. And obviously, this is exactly what it's all about. It's apparent. The moment that the wealth start to really come into play when it comes to Straitway Truth Ministries, it just got even worse. It got so worse. It got so bad that they were willing to do anything to be sure they can be able to hearken themselves, right? More riches, more wealth, more filthy lucre, and whatever they need to do to accomplish that, they could. Now, Dow definitely, obviously, could not allow somebody to expose whatever demon he was operating in and under, honestly, which is that spirit of Saul, the spirit of Pharaoh, wanting to enslave everybody that's a part of Straitway Truth Ministries to enrich himself, to make himself more wealthy. The taking of other men's wives, the enticing other women who have a husband to leaving their husband and serving his ministry, whether it be one of his wives or concubines, or just be another handmaiden or bond servant who can be sold off to another brother who's looking for a wife. Because women are a commodity. being able to be sold unto other men who are a part of this ministry because of the simple fact that they got single brothers who are burning with lust. They need to get married, right? And they were willing to commit themselves and sell their very soul in order to find a woman, to be able to marry a woman, one that Dowell approves of, because you cannot talk to a woman, court a woman, or do anything without Dowell's approval. You understand what I'm saying? It must be Dowell who chooses the woman for you. It must be Dowell who allows the courtship to take place. And so with everything being controlled by Dowell, if he feels like he wants a woman to himself, he's going to deter every man from that woman. This is what you're looking at. And I really want to introduce this. Shout out to Brother Jordan. I want to introduce this scripture as well. Genesis 14:21. Genesis 14:21. And I want to raise this as a point. As we're sitting here dissecting this whole thing, listen, we've been unpacking it for at least 6 hours now. But this makes it even further what Abraham is consulting with King Sodom. And the king of Sodom and unto Abraham, give me the persons and take the goods to thyself. So the king of Sodom is telling Abraham to take the goods to himself, to receive the wealth, right? And to take the people, whatever is going on with the people producing. Listen, he said, give me the persons and take the goods unto thyself, right? So the king of Sodom, king of Sodom is asking for these people in regards to giving goods to Abraham. And Abraham said unto the king of Sodom, I have lifted up my hand, and unto the Elohim, the Most High Yah, the possessor of heaven and earth, I will not take from a thread even. Now he's telling him actively, I will not take it. He's not even trying to lay in this and get into this agreement with this with the king of Sodom. He said, I'm not going to take that. No. And then I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abraham rich. He's enriched Abraham, right? He is saying the king of Sodom would brag about this, would brag about what he was doing to sell out the people, to take extra wealth. You understand what I'm saying? Save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of men which went with me, Anir, Exiled, and Mom, I'm butchering the names. Let them take their portion. Whatever their portion is, allow them to have it, because it's well deserved to those men. I don't want you bragging about how you made me rich based on their backs. I want you to brag about how I allowed them to take what they were worth, the value that they brought. And this is what should have been offered to many who have left, as well as Brother Jordan. Whatever value he may have brought, he should have been able to take that value with him as well. But you seeing this all unfold. You seeing it being played out before your very eyes. We literally have broken it down. And they're like, oh, well, how can y'all listen? There's 24 hours in a day. I will take 6 to 10 hours to peel back layers of the truth if the Most High is giving me strength and breath in my body to do so. I bet anything that Dowell is sitting up in his couch with his fuzzy slippers on, right? In his pajamas, looking real zesty, watching his live stream. Brother, you got time to be able to address the truth, don't you? You got time to be able to sit here, right? Kabeer, your girlfriend got time to jump in the comment section and run his mouth. He got time to sit here and make himself look like a fool, look like a coward, because he can't come on live stream and actually talk and address it live for the audience. Not only that, make himself look even more dumb, because while I'm in your comment section, Kabeer, I'm respectful. I'm honorable. I'm still showing you honor and calling you Elder Kabeer. And you block me because I'm raising contests because people can't speak up in that ministry. You can't have a voice in that ministry. There's no way. You'll be rebellious and thrown out of the ministry. I'm just making fine points and you block me because you're a coward. You come in here, you chat in my comment section all day long. Ain't nobody blocking you because you know what? You deserve to have a voice because you're the one who's being talked about. And I give you an opportunity to come on live and settle it. Be a man and do it. Can't do it, can you? Because you know the truth. And when the truth speaks, listen, it don't need to be remembered. You guys have heard Pastor Rufus run it right back down, you guys. And honestly, the events that took place, and none of it wavered. It was all the same that he said it months ago. Point for point, it was exactly the detail, same details outlined. Listen, all this time has went by. Nothing has changed with the testimony. You got to understand when someone's lying to you and when someone is sitting here trying to tell you the truth about the events that took place. You got to know that their truth as to what Pastor Rufus did during that time keeps morphing. It keeps evolving. It keeps changing. They keep placing other things to see if it'll stick or fit. The people aren't buying it. The people ain't buying it. The truth is what the truth is. And the truth will always be easy to remember. Always. You don't have to remember the truth. You don't have to. So as Abraham did, he made sure that these young men had their portion, that they received what they just due. Why is the book all the way back to Genesis speaking contrary to everything that Dowell is indoctrinating your minds with, Straitway? Why is it speaking contrary on every level with every point? Old, new, it doesn't matter. Apocrypha. And why is it that the Essenes were completely destroyed utterly? Why did they not have a real placeholder? Why were they hidden for so many years? Why was that the Dead Sea Scrolls buried for so many years if they were supposed to be remembered and talked about? If their ways were so beautiful and perfect? Why is it that the scriptures that we know now today is the only thing that survived and really was something that we were supposed to hang on to? Why was that buried so deep? They never made it. The Roman Empire destroyed them utterly. And you're supposed to follow after something that Yah has judged and brought destruction upon? Do you want to suffer the same fate as the Essenes? If you do want to suffer the same fate as the Essenes, please walk in their vein, walk in their shoes, do exactly as they do, and you're going to meet the same fate as them. But if you want to walk in freedom and truth, you need to walk in the shoes of Yeshua, of Jesus, the Messiah. He's the way, the truth, and the light. If he is the way, then why are we seeking out ways of the Essene? Why are we seeking out ways of the Essene if Yeshua, Jesus, is the way, the truth, and the light? Why aren't we trying to understand more about Yeshua or Jesus and how he would want us to do things? And not the Essenes who met their judgment, who met their destruction at the hands of the Romans. You got anything?
What you say, brother?
I'll be with us right now.
What'd
And
you
so
say?
that's what you point out. Hold on, wait.
Oh, okay. What'd you say, Brother Ryan? Can you hear me? I mean, Brother Barack. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Can I mute you? Can y'all hear me in the chat?
Oh, yep. I can hear you now.
Oh,
I don't know why I'm gonna. You good? Go ahead, Pastor.
I was just on mute, and then I heard you say, "Do I have something?" And I'm just everything you're saying is accurate, brother. Like I've been telling the people, Dowell claims he's been doing this for 30 years, right? He's had this community for over 25 years. All of a sudden, the Essenes is the example. You're such a studier of the book. You got thousands of books in your library. all of a sudden, now the Essenes is the example for community. This is revelation knowledge you just now coming into. No, it fits your wicked narrative because the Essenes had a soul leader. They had a priest that was a soul leader. And this is why they self-destructed. You're not going to tell the people that. You're not going to tell the people that the Essenes didn't believe that Christ was coming. You actually get on here and try to make an excuse saying at that time, like nobody believed he was coming. No, some people actually believed the prophecies. Most true Yehudim believed the prophecies that he was coming. And they expected it. And when he showed up, that's why they was able to receive him. Not the Essenes. It's so much packed about this group that he ain't going to talk about. Because at the end of the day, all he's going to do is a blanket statement saying, well, I don't believe everything they do. But this part, they had it right. Really. They only got it right because it fits your narrative to control the people. When you book what the Essenes did and you book what your new bylaws are, and then you get with, see, Corey, it's all collab, y'all. Corey comes up with this fictitious, and it's fictitious from, not that these people didn't exist, it's fictitious that they were the example of community. They weren't. They were rebels. Let's just keep it a buck. So he comes up with this fictitious doctrine that fits your narrative, trying to get the favor of man from Dowell. Then your girlfriend comes in, right? And he backs it with this doctrine. I mean, with this, the letter that you showed earlier today, Brother Barak, with the, trying to think of the name of it, the covenant, the little covenant agreement, y'all. You have to tie these all together. The teaching of the Essenes from Corey, the covenant agreement that came from Kabeer, and then these bylaws that came from all of them, tie them all together, it gives sole control over the Dowell. This is why I said, let's circulate the questions.
Yes.
Circulate the questions. Well, what happens right now if Dowell dies? What will happen to the people? Who has sole control over Straitway Truth Ministry? The foundation. Now, by your bylaws, you say all power goes to the senior pastor. When I challenged you and told you that you had a spirit, you try to come to the people and say, I'm a new pastor. I'm getting ahead of myself. Pastor Corey got more rank than you. He's been a pastor longer than you. He's more of a senior pastor than you. Okay, great. If you dead, Dowell, today, say you die today. Say you don't wake up tomorrow, Dowell. And I ain't speaking a curse, so I'm saying we ain't promised tomorrow. Who takes over Straitway? Who's in control? And Brother Barak did a good job because it's one or two people right now. If you're going by your bylaws, Corey Phillips is going to run everything because he's the senior pastor and all decisions go through him. Now, if you ain't, and you're going by what Dowell probably got try to set up, he's told everybody publicly how he wants Hezekiah and them to take over, inherit all of this. Now, he's not going to speak inheritance when he's talking in front of Bud and when he's talking in front of JC. If you go back to the early part of this video, Brother Barak showed you clearly. He used different language and said, well, if you have a good spirit, you'll probably die on this land. And when you die on this land, your children will be able to take over from where you were at. Think about that, y'all. He didn't say your children will inherit all this. He said your children will take over from where you were at. Well, you were a slave when you died. You were an indentured servant when you died that had no assets, that had achieved nothing. So now your children, just like when we came over, our families came over here enslaved on them boats, were automatically indoctrinated and automatically born into slavery. That's what he's saying. They will take over from where you were at. What was your status if Bud dies today, y'all? If JC dies today, what are their status?
Worse than an infidel. Worse than an infidel.
They wives are going to mourn all that stuff. What's their status? And if they had sons and if they had children, what would they get? What they would get is Dowell totally controlling their wives, totally controlling their children while they're going to the grave. And Dowell will continue for all of them to stay in slavery. They would be bond servants, Jeremiah 34, and handmaids. That's what he means by take over from where you are after you die. He never said the word they would inherit because they ain't nothing to inherit because he's trying to give it all to Hezekiah. So if Hezekiah inherited right now, he's 4 or 5 years old. He's too young to run it. Who would have the power? That would have to give it to his only living parent, which would be Summer. But you know Dow don't trust Summer like that. And a woman ain't finna be in control. And from what I really understand, I don't think Dow cares. I think he has provisions and things set up for his wives to be taken care of. If he's gone, other than that, the Saints are on their own. He don't care. And if he do, tell him to put it out here publicly and show. Tell him to put it out here publicly and show us. Because, see, I heard the Jim Searcy interviews way back in 1999 when Dow was lying back then, y'all. He said that land back then was in a trust. Brother Odell came and showed y'all documentation from 1998 to 2002. That land was in the name of R.G. Stairs Ministry in South Carolina. And it was a 501c3 church, y'all. I forgot the name of that church. So it wasn't in no, what do you call it? Trust. But Dow said in the interview that the land here is in a trust and the brothers are over the trust. All these brothers here is that nothing's in my name. Now, he didn't lie about that because at that time it was in Stairs' name. But it wasn't in no trust and it wasn't in the trustees or the brothers' name. He lied. Then when
That's
it
right.
transitioned from Stair to Down them, which was the house of prayer, Jesus Christ, something like that, and then Straitway, it still wasn't in no trust. That land there has never been in a trust, and it's never been owned by the brethren that live on that Overcomers. No, he got a not Overcomers. They got a regular church name. Like Straitway has a regular church name. It's like the House of Prayer, something, something, something. You have to look it up. Yeah, so they have a regular name. Faith Cathedral. Okay, that's what they call Stairs stuff. Go back and look. Odell and them showed y'all all the records. That land from 98 to 2001, 2002 was under Faith Cathedral. It was under Stair. His community was under Stair. There's a lawsuit showing that the Saints in South Carolina sued R.G. Stair. Why? Because he took money from them that he told them was going to go to pay for the radio broadcast. Remember, he was on shortwave radio. But what he did, he took that money and helped Dow start that community. And those people like, we didn't give you that money for that. And they actually won the lawsuit. And I want to say it was like $177,000 or something like that he had to pay back, y'all. Go look this stuff up. The man has been lying from the beginning, and that's the sad part. Go look up the Jim Searcy interview. I think I reacted to it on one of my videos way back. The man said in the interview that this land is run by a trust and the brothers are over the trust. The land's in their name. And then he told the people, if you got a man of Yah, the land should never be in his name. He should never have that control because he's just the greatest servant.
Wasn't that the ESPN interview?
No, you got to go back further than that. You can pull it up, Jim Searcy. This is Jim Searcy back in the 90s, y'all. They ain't have YouTube and all that back then. So these dudes was doing interviews and this stuff would get released on, whatever. But
he was trying to make it seem like he was doing something ethical.
I responded to it, but he was interviewed by Jim Searcy. I think Brother Mitch did it on his channel too. He was interviewed by this guy named Jim Searcy back then, who knew Dow, who knew Stair. They were all talking about these communities and all this kind of stuff back then, shortwave radio. But Dow said in that interview that any man that's doing mansions, any man that's taking all the money from the people, that's trying to have sole control, that is a devil and you need to stay away from him. And he actually said the men of Yah, they don't need to be in control of anything because they're the greatest servants. So if you got a man of Yah that's trying to control everything, you need to run from him. And when we brought that out, guess what? It was crickets from them. Nobody addressed it. And guess what he started doing though? Telling the people, hey, we're going to do these blackouts. We're going to stay away from them. We're going to purge our spirits. Blah, blah, blah. All he was doing, he didn't want them to see that information. He didn't want them to see the high level of hypocrisy he'd been walking in the whole time. See, I had another brother, and I'm going to say his name, Brother Ray, that lived on the land, the brother from Sweden. He's the one that told me this.
Right.
He said that man has been that way for a long time. It's just now being exposed. And that's when all this information started coming out. Then you got the interview with Eric Fund, P-H-E-N-D. I think it's how you spell it, P-H-E-N-D. That's his last name. From 99. Lived on that land for 3 months. Gave Dowell $7,000 or $8,000 when he moved on the land. Took him 3 months. And he literally was interviewed by Cersei and exposed Dowell. And all the stuff you're hearing about now, Dowell actually was doing it in 99, y'all.
Wow. Yeah.
Now, back then, Dowell, they had a lot of money, but Dowell tried to pay this man back some of his money. You think he's going to do that now? You think he's going to give Elder Becker, when Elder Becker and them was in a car accident? Yeah, P-H-U-N-D, Eric Fund. Go look up the interviews, y'all. Y'all can find them. They out there. You think he's going to give Elder Becker back that $500,000 he got when they got hit by that Walmart truck? Him and Sister Diane almost lost their life. They got that settlement and all of it went to Straitway. You think he's going to get any of that back? You said they didn't come with nothing. You think my son-in-law going to get any of the money he gave him back? You think all these people that have given hundreds upon hundreds, you got brother Emiliano's brother, what's his name? Adam, the brother that's crippled.
Yeah.
When Dowell said to them brothers that was fellowshipping in Georgia with me, he said, they serious about community. He did the same shit that wicked ass R.G. Stair did. He said, tell them to send their money up here if they serious. Them brothers sent almost $900,000. 800,000 came from one brother.
Wow.
One brother, the money that he had from his accident that made him crippled. Brother Adam, who's living on the land now. But guess why he's living there now, y'all? Because Adam got anywhere from like $6,000, $7,000 coming in a month. Dowell got his wife there. Everybody else take care of him. He just gets his money every month. Guaranteed. Just like Mama Lily. He gets all of her money every month. That woman worked till she was 77, y'all, in New York City as a nurse. Can you imagine what a pension's like for someone in New York City that worked till they were 77? Can you imagine what Mom Lily getting every month?
Wow.
Y'all think he love these people, though. Let Mom Lily not have no money. Nah, he ain't going to take care of her. Now, he will say, well, I took care of such and such and such. She didn't have no money. Yeah, that's because all y'all was broke back then. All of y'all was broke. And it was the right thing to do. And that's our responsibility. It ain't yours now. This the same man that literally told me. When I told him about Brother Herbert and his wife leaving him, and I said, I just can't leave Brother Herbert over there. His first question to me was, how much money he make a month? I said, Doc, I don't know. I said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. I mean, the man's wife done left him. He's in the 60s. I don't want him out there in an apartment by himself. He said, you're going to learn that these old folk ain't good for nothing. So if they're not bringing in no money, you just going to take on a headache that's going to end up being bad for you. But if they can contribute financially, because they can't do no work, they can't do nothing, but if they can contribute financially, you can bring them on your community. So find out how much money he make. I said, God dang. So I found out Herb was getting a little pension, blah, 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 blah. When I told Doc, hey, that's enough, let him come on land. And I was like saddened by that, like, wow, bro. So if he couldn't make no money, you probably would tell me you don't want me to let him come on the land. If he didn't have no income coming in or very small, you probably would have told me no. And that man talked to me all the time about how much a headache Herbert was to me. And Herbert did a lot of dumb stuff. He's not a wise man. Like, I'm not going to recommend nobody to go to Herb for any level of wisdom. Yeah. But I can't say that Herb didn't love serving the saints. Herb would have done anything for the saints. And he would give anything. But my heart was, this man's wife just left him. I don't want him living in an apartment out here by himself. But I stole from him. I took all his money, didn't give him nothing back. Man, shut up. Shut up, man. This dude is all motivated by money. And if you look, all the moves of people coming in now is people that can make him money or save him money. Brother Patrick and them only moving there because, first and foremost, Patrick and them been in that area forever. They were supposed to move into Goshen way back when Goshen first started. They moved, messed around, and moved to Tennessee, and they've been around Tennessee forever. Why did you have them? You try to pawn Patrick and his wife, Nicole, off on Elder Brand. Why couldn't they move on a Straitway then? The only reason you're moving on Straitway now is because Nicole takes care of your mama. And that's one less bill you got to pay. See, you were paying her to come on the land and take care of your mama. Now you just move them in because you need the labor. And now you ain't got to pay her to take care of your mom. She's part of the community. She just do it for free now. It's all tactical with this dude, man. It's all wicked. It's all wicked. It's all wicked. But it's gonna be exposed. Gonna be exposed. Man, you going on 7 hours, bro.
Hey, I'm trying to tell you. And we can definitely land the plane here if you're ready.
Yeah.
But, hey, unpack as much truth as we possibly can. I'll go on for another 7 hours if that means that we need to pull. Now, you know, if we need to pull more truth, more facts, however long it takes for us to be able to just get one soul to listen, to hear the truth that's been spoken for over a decade now. You know, we just really been making some noise, Pastor. We've been really making a lot more noise now, but they've been speaking this for over a decade in regards to this guy being a cult and a cult leader. And so, hallelujah. I'm just happy that, you know, everybody was able to say their piece and we'll bring forth some truth. You know what I'm saying?
I do. Hallelujah. Yeah. And I say this, start spreading the word. I think most of you know people that are still part of Straitway, still involved with folk that are there. Get the word out. Ask them what happens if Dowell dies. Who takes over? You preaching this same thing? You preaching this bylaws? Y'all go look at them bylaws, y'all. Them bylaws give Dowell sole authority and sole decision-making responsibility. Nobody can outrule him in anything. The elders are just there to be a guide. None of them can outrule him. He gets sole authority. And then you got these covenant contracts that Kabeer is trying to stuff down all the communities. So put all this stuff together and ask, well, what happens if he dies? Because you people need to know this and be prepared for this. And I don't want to hear this religious answer, well, y'all gonna take care of us. No. You got all these bylaws, you got all this stuff into play, your I forgot what you call it. Your mission statements for your foundations, all this stuff. Start asking the questions when you're talking to these people that are still associated so it can get to them. And one of them will have the courage to go ask one of their leaders. And their leader's going to know that it's a ding, ding, ding. This is a person that knows. Get him out of here. And Dowell, I'm going to kick you out. But y'all got you covered. Look at how all these people have done well. Y'all is putting them in great places, places of refuge. They're learning. They're getting an opportunity to reestablish. They get a chance to heal. They're getting a chance to forgive. They're getting everything that they need spiritually, more than anything. At the end of the day, you need to ask these questions. What happened if Dowell dies right now? Who controls Straitway, the ministry? Who controls the foundation? Who inherits all of that? Because he controls it. So it has to begin up. And don't use the blanket ass BS statement. Oh, we got it set up. Well, there's more than just me on here. Show it and prove that, Dowell. Show it and prove that. Show us the people that will actually take over the decision making for this ministry if you die. Because your bylaws said it's Corey Phillips. Because he would be considered the senior pastor at that time. Not Mir. It would be Corey Phillips. You don't have Elder Becker around no more. You don't have Deacon Bell around no more to run the land. You're going to put Corey Phillips, who ain't never built a thing in his life, ain't never been successful in running communities. He going to be in charge of Straitway? Or is it going to go to Hezekiah and his mom going to be the main one in control because she controls him? I think the people should know. They giving all their love, all their sweat, all their tears, all of their income. They're living lavish. You giving drunks like Bud honey whiskey every day to keep them happy, to go work and work the brothers like slaves for you and make them think this is what Yah requires. Make them think. And if you don't work like a slave, you're lazy. That's what they want people to think. You don't work like a slave, you're lazy. You ain't gonna get nothing accomplished. What have you got accomplished? What have you achieved? I got this community. I got that. You ain't done that. You ain't done that. Definitely not by yourself. You blowhard, you loudmouth. Stop talking to other men's women. You sit here and you try to bash Ashley for having a conversation with a man right 2 feet away from her husband. But here it is, you want to address Carolina in front of her husband. You hypocrite. You hypocrite. The lake of fire awaits you because you ain't going to repent. I'm done asking you to repent because it's clear to me you're reprobate and you're not going to repent. You're going to ride this thing just like Pharaoh did until the Most High split the Red Sea and let the water fall on you and drown your dumb self. I don't know if it's a more horrific way to die than drowning, bro. That's crazy. Think about that. At least a bullet take you out quick. At least a bullet take you out quick. You see what I'm saying? You got a few seconds. Oh, yeah. You get one to the dome, you got a few seconds. And you ain't going to feel that no ways.
Yeah. You ain't going to get it. It ain't going to catch it. It ain't going to register you.
Yeah, the drowning. Woo-wee. This dude is sad, man. And I hate the fact that he's such a pompous, arrogant, vain man. And he don't care about nobody. But I don't even think he really care about his family. He really don't. He really don't care nothing about his family either. But he going to make provisions for them. And I'd like to know what's going to happen. Y'all need to start circulating this question. What happens if Dowell dies right now? If he died today, because we ain't promised tomorrow, who would take over Straitway Truth Ministry? What they're going to tell you is none of your damn business because they don't have a plan. I promise you they don't. He don't have a plan and he don't care. And guess what? That's coming from individuals that live with him for decades that know this. They will tell you he don't have a plan. He got some minor provisions, vehicles, stuff like this, money set up for his wives. But the other saints, they're all on their own. He literally has a F the saints mentality. If I'm gone, figure it out. And that is about as selfish as they come. And if you say you got something, show it. Since you all about receipts, show the receipts. That you got something set up for all of these people that are laboring for free. That have turned themselves into willing bond servers and handmaids. They're not willing, though. You heard Carolina's answer. Are you a slave?
Yeah.
No. You there? You there?
Yeah. You there?
Hey, Bud doing the ear thing like, I can't hear you. No, you can't hear. Question. And now you found out my husband in the pit. Just down, no.
Yep. Count your days, JC. Count your days.
I don't know how many times Dallas told me he don't trust Carolina because she talked too much. I don't know how many times he done told me that. I can't trust that. Everybody's business. She just melted it. And JC need to get his house in order. And he think I'm gonna help him get another woman. He need to get his house in order. Man, stop. He using all of that stuff to manipulate these saints. And their lust for these certain things is what's tying them to this dog. Instead of just keeping it real and keeping it a buck. All the men got on there. Hey, all the men got on there and made that video, right? Tell about how great it is to live at Straitway. Half of them books gone now. You got up there and testified, and half of you gone. Who was telling the truth? Were you telling the truth in that video? If so, why you leave? You got such a great love for your brothers. Why you leave? Why you leave? Man, it's sad. Yeah, I'm gonna land this plane. 3:30 gonna get here real fast for me. It's already midnight. 3:30 gonna get here real fast. So,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hallelujah. Bless you, Pastor. And I appreciate you coming on and offering up your wisdom and your counsel and all of that. You understand what I'm saying? Testimony and all. it honestly, it helps. It helps, Pastor. So bless you well for your labor.
Bless you, man. Get this clown off your screen, man, please. I'm tired of it. This.
Yes, sir.
I know a lot of
yes, sir.
They don't want to hear. I understand, but you're gonna have to get to a point where you heal and you forgive him, and just know who he is. And again, I have to accept the fact that he just is replicating. He won't repent. I have to accept that. I find myself still going down and bumping my head on the same brick wall that ain't never gonna give way. I have to. I have to. I have to accept the fact that he's made it clear that he got the spirit of Pharaoh and he ain't changing nothing, no matter what. All the plagues can come. It don't matter. The seals can be broken. The horns can go off. He don't care. And he gonna believe he's right until Yah judges him. And even in his judgment, he gonna still think he's right. Really sad.
On his way down to the pit, he gonna be like, he still was right.
Really sad. It's really sad.
Oh, gosh.
Really sad.
Wow.
So bless you, my brother. Love you guys. Love you, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. You got my support 100%. And you saints, y'all already know. I'm a phone call away. Glory to the King.
Bless you, Pastor. Love you as well. Rest well. Hallelujah. Appreciate your labor of love. Bless y'all. Man, shout out to Brother Yoga. Shout out to Pastor Rufus. Shout out to the chat for hanging in here, sticking in tough, man. Listen, salute to you all for rocking with us for this nearly 7 hours. Well, 7 hours now. You know what I mean? Salute to you all. Salute.
Carry on.
As we bring the truth to your ears, listen, we got the time, okay? So why don't y'all over there in Straitway be content that we got the time to sit here and peel back the layers of your wickedness? You understand what I'm saying? You trying to discourage us from talking truth. Listen, we can talk truth for 10 hours straight about y'all wickedness and expose you. Devils don't like to take them shots, especially when it comes for 7 hours of torture. When you're rebuking a devil for 7 hours straight, guess what? It's gonna always hurt. They're gonna always speak again. Don't stop rebuking us for 7 hours straight, you devils. I already know it. I appreciate you guys for joining me. Listen, don't forget to like this video, comment, and subscribe. Listen, give it your maximum effort. We need maximum effort, y'all.
Maximum effort.
To continue to spread this truth and get it out. And listen, if you're here and you hating on me, listen, feel free to hate on
If there's
me.
any haters in here right now that don't have nobody to hate on, feel free to hate on me. Sit back there and say my hair ain't luxurious when you know it is, bitch.
Listen, and you already know. Holla at your boy, right? This is your host, Barack, man. We'll see you guys in the next flock. Don't forget to drop the ram in the chat from all my righteous alpha men on the way out. And all my elegant women who is exceptional, drop a sheep in the chat for me, please. We'll see you guys in the next flock. Peace and shalom, shalom.